1. It took them 4 days to let me out of my cell. 4 days in which I had nothing to do except stare at rough-hewn walls and the industrial concrete floor, let my fingers run over the iron bars, and wait for my body to purge the last dregs of the drugs from my system. Withdrawal continued to be brutal. It took me 2 days to reliably keep water down, and a third to trust my stomach enough to chance endlessly chewed, abysmally bland food. They tried to feed me more than just dry bread, but I straight up ignored the fruit, steamed veggies, and bowl of stew that Osprey brought to me on a tray he carefully put down in front of the bars of my cell and then pushed toward me with a stick. Apparently, seeing me sit there, sweat pouring down my skin, grime sticking to every inch of me, muscle spasms racking me, and my body obviously not up for more than dragging itself from one end of the cell to the other, screamed homicidal maniac to everyone. At least he came by every few hours, and he stayed long enough to check in with me to see that I was still alive. That counted for something. For way more than he realized, I was sure, but I'd rather die than let him know, at least while they kept me locked away like a rabid animal. I couldn't entirely fault the Enclave's powers that be for how they treated me. I still did, but thinking rationally, they had a point. Thankfully, I was free to utterly abscond with such concepts as rational thinking. For now. How they treated me was my fault, in some aspects. I had been stupid. Against better judgment, I'd trusted the guy who'd already proven to me I was, at best, an asset to him, at worst, little more than a pawn. I had been useful when Jared had needed someone stupid enough to take his performance-enhancing happy pills, to deceive the guards at the Oconee power station, to lure them into the cage so I could kill them and free the others, to be a weapon, to be pointed in the right direction, to walk into direct fire and hack and slash with my axe until something or someone would take me down for good, which hadn't happened. I did my job well. Until I became a nuisance to him. Until I chose to stick with the people who'd actually had my back and stood up for me, my friends. Until we'd collectively stopped being useful. But it made sense, right? You didn't hang on to a tool once it was no longer useful. You discarded it. You forgot about it. Only that I hadn't forgotten. And Osprey had survived. And Dharma had gotten the pickup going once more, and Kaz had driven through the night, making the return journey in one endless marathon session that in the other direction had taken us 3 days instead. When all that had happened, I hadn't forgotten. Seeing Jared standing there next to the Enclave higher-ups, schmoozing up to them to take the red carpet invite they'd extended to him and his, something had snapped deep inside of me. That tool had one more purpose in her, it turned out. To be stupid. To fall for his trap. To turn from being useful for him into a liability for everyone else. I doubted he'd planned it like this from the start, but he'd sure made the most out of it when I'd tried my feeble, exhausted best to fucking end him. Now I was locked in a cage, and he was free to roam the Enclave. If not a celebrated hero, then a valuable asset, and one that didn't have enough strikes against him to warrant exile at the tiniest of infractions. I'd played right into his hands. He'd only have to open his lying scum mouth, and I'd be zombie bait for good. It took them 4... No, my mind wasn't in a good place as I sat in my cage waiting. Waiting for the withdrawal symptoms to lessen, waiting for Osprey to come with the next tray, and the one after that, hungering for human contact more than sustenance, and feeling incredibly pathetic for it. But most of all, I felt stupid. So fucking stupid. I knew my time was up when the tribunal came waltzing in again. I couldn't help but smirk at my own clever pun. But what would you have called a trio of shitheads that called themselves after military ranks that no one could verify they even held, and ancient philosophers? I'd learned my lesson. I kept my trap shut as I watched the Colonel, Plato, and Seneca roll in, all looking very grave and grim, as if that show of masculine authority would impress me. Because it took brave men to stand up to an exhausted, dirty woman locked in a cage. What a show of strength. My ire waned when I saw that they weren't alone. Behind them, my friends tagged along. All of them, I was surprised to see. Osprey I'd kind of expected. Kaz I had really truly wished for. Dharma too, but I hadn't forgotten how afraid of me she'd been. Not intimidated by my skills, but scared of the monster that came out of hiding once the right chemicals hit my brain. But she was there, all right. And behind them, Liam and Corey, the other members of our group. They were still eyeing me a little cautiously, but seeing what state I was in quickly drew winces and looks of sympathy from them. It surprised me how much it meant to me that they'd come, and how strong I felt my own bond with them really was. It was an understatement to say that I'd spent my time in the cage plotting how to get out of there and then up and disappear, not just from the Enclave, but also the territory they controlled. But seeing my friends waiting for me put a damper on that impulse to run. Not completely annihilating it, but we weren't exactly living in a world where I felt I could ever let my guard down. What a difference a month can do to a person. Turned out I had something to lose after all. Something my mind had conveniently forgotten about while I'd been rotting in my misery. While that made my heart feel just a little lighter, it also fucking terrified me to the core. Too little time had passed since I'd lost my last cornerstones in this world. Ashley, Brandy, and Shell, my roommates for years, who had died of this fucking plague while I had lived for whatever reason. And at least with Brandy, I knew that she hadn't stayed dead. Remembering the malice in her filmed-over eyes before she'd taken off in the triage tent still made me shudder. It was for the best that I'd never gotten to find out if the same had happened with Shell and Ash. The Colonel, self-important as ever, prattled off the terms of my continuing stay with them that he'd already declared after their interrogation 4 days ago. No cozy, cushy community mingling for me. Like the rabid bitch that I was to be chained outside during the night. Meaning I'd get to sleep in the outside barracks with the perimeter guards that weren't entirely fit to be left to mingle with the vulnerable kids and impressionable fertile females inside. During the day, I was Osprey's problem, expected to go out with my group and do whatever needed doing, mostly still scavenging for everything the growing community needed. Clothes, food, and anything to keep the lights going here in the abandoned mine. Of course, I didn't protest. In fact, I didn't say anything at all. Just stood there and waited until someone hit a switch on the wall, and the bars of my prison retracted into the ceiling. I did not feel like a free woman. I also did not feel like a rebellious freedom fighter. To be honest, I was fucking glad not to be kicked out with nothing but the dirty clothes on my back. At least I'd still have shelter, food, and a community to look out for me. It was a shitty deal, but it was a hell of a lot better than the alternative. Because what alternatives were there out there? Some random people at the lake who in the meantime had likely all died of the sickness that had almost killed me and turned millions into the shambling undead? The apocalypse mafia, the militia, of course, that had gotten killed by roaming zombie mobs almost to the last man who'd now gotten gobbled up by the Enclave? Or the community at the power plant that was a hornet's nest of zombie-raping assholes and possibly infected slaves, keeping their now once more walking dead locked away for whatever nefarious purposes? Yeah, I still had nightmares from what we'd witnessed going on there, and I hadn't had the brain power to start working out what parts I believed, what parts sounded too ludicrous in hindsight, and what had been the drugs addling my mind beyond comprehension. Running sounded good in theory, but reality was, as usual, a bitch. Nah, the Enclave was all right, even if I still felt justified calling them the misogynist cult group. Fucking assholes they were for how they treated me, but they were the lesser assholes. And I had brought part of this on myself, a fact that made it great all the more. "You know, this is complete and utter bullshit," Dharma muttered once the bars came up and I gingerly stepped out of my previous confines. I fully agreed with her. Jared had had it coming. I would have absolutely done the world a service killing him for good. "You can't chain her outside like a dog." Oh, right, that part. Well, that was ludicrous too, but on a much lower scale for me. Seneca, lagging behind after the Colonel and Plato left, gave her a derisive look. "She made her bed. Now she has to lie in it." I just looked at him, which was enough to make him tense. If I'd been a little more vindictive, I would have loved how uncomfortable I made him. "She had a mental breakdown. Boo-hoo. Big deal," Dharma said, sounding like she was still trying to convince herself, not just him. "She attacked one of her allies," Seneca stressed. "Who would have let all of us die?" Dharma cried, actually throwing her arms in the air. "And it was the second time he pulled that stunt on her. Plus, she was completely loopy from the drugs that he gave her. That fucking asshole provoked her. That's what was going on. Hell, if she hadn't gone after him, I just might have." We all knew that was a lie. Like all the others, Dharma had been filled with relief to be home and safe once more, to have someone with medical training take care of Osprey. She might have griped a little at Seneca welcoming Jared and his men with open arms, but that wasn't beyond her usual MO. Complain, accept, and deal with her mixed emotions in a healthy, socially acceptable way. Not go all primal and try to kill the asshole with her bare hands. If only I'd been smart enough to grab a weapon first. Seneca sighed. I got the sense that this wasn't the first time they'd had this exact conversation. I didn't exactly know how that made me feel. Warm and fuzzy, sure, but also like I absolutely didn't deserve her loyalty. I really wasn't sober enough for this shit. "Look, it's not up to me, and it's a done deal. She sleeps outside with the other guards. Do you hear them complaining? No. She's still allowed to eat with you and use the bathrooms. We just don't want her to wander off into the living areas and scare the living shit out of some already traumatized kids, okay?" "She wouldn't do that," Dharma said, with more conviction than I felt. I mean, I wouldn't have deliberately scared children, but I might have started snooping around a bit, if only to alleviate the rampant paranoia that someone was out to get me. Yeah, that was also a lovely side effect of the withdrawal, the certainty that I had a target painted on my back. With the way Jared had smirked at me, while I had been beating the living shit out of him, and after, during the interrogation, I just knew that he would abuse the fact that I had pretty much delivered myself into his hands, if only he so wanted, which I didn't, and if he was smart, he'd leave it at a threat. Fat chance of that. I fucking hoped it was just that, rampant paranoia. I knew it wasn't, but I was also convinced that Seneca and the Colonel had it out for me personally, for whatever reason, and that Kara Mason, immunologist by trade and socially inept by convention, was already waiting to ask for more of my blood, mucus, and possibly piss and shit as well. "You don't know that?" Seneca pointed out. It took me a moment to remember what this was about, and that he hadn't read my thoughts and replied to them. Damn, but my mind really wasn't all that sharp yet. "I'll vouch for her," Dharma said. Again, rocking conviction I was sorely lacking. I even went as far as to give her a sidelong glance. She ignored it.
That's non-negotiable,
Seneca shot back. Dharma's face scrunched up with dismay.
We all know what kinds of people we have housed out there, among them those who can't control themselves and need to be kept apart from the vulnerable population. Exactly,
he interjected, finishing her point for her. Dharma glared some more.
What if something happens? Like what?
Oh, this was getting good. I wondered if anyone else had picked up on my reservations regarding Jared's higher motivations, or were those the most basic ones? Dharma's glare said outright that she shouldn't have had to spell this out.
If they rape her, that's why we separate the chaff from the wheat, right? So nothing like that happens.
Seneca actually went as far as to smirk. Dharma looked ready to punch him in the face. I couldn't let that happen. Nobody's going to rape me. This time, my conviction was firm. When Dharma turned to me, a little wounded that I would speak up against her efforts, but also kind of relieved, I added, "They don't have the guts to try." That, and I was sure that by now Jared had declared me anathema. I had no idea if I'd end up wherever he and his gang had hunkered down, but I didn't delude myself into expecting him not to declare a total hands-off policy enacted where I was concerned. Him, of course, being the exception. It had been how long exactly since he'd been here? 4 or 5 days? Long enough that by now, he was running the show in his part of the community. And if not outright, then in effect. Dharma gave me a brief once-over that was kind of over the top.
You don't exactly look like you're up to putting anyone in their place yet, even if you have,
proven that I'm entirely capable of doing it, I suggested.
Something like that,
she grudgingly admitted. I let out a slow breath, also because it was damn tiring to be standing here bickering, to calm myself, then inclined my head toward Seneca. I'm sure that in this aspect, I am allowed to defend myself. He was slow to nod, but in the end he did. Besides, isn't the Enclave all about preserving its best assets? I'm sure I boosted my value in that regard with my actions. They wouldn't let anyone ruin their not-so-shiny new toy, right? Seneca's wry mirth was assurance enough for me. My assumption was correct. Dharma was less than amused, but dropped the point. At Seneca's jerk of the chin, our entire procession set into motion, me trailing behind. How exactly is this going to work? I asked Osprey, since technically he was kind of our team leader, or at least the one most comfortable bossing the others around. I'd already seen firsthand that it was an undisputed position, since Dharma was only too happy to fall in line once action was required, rather than debating, which made her a great right-hand woman. I mean the detailed logistics of it. I stared at Seneca's back for a second. Like, am I allowed to gather my personal things first, or are you going to dump me right in the forward asshole barracks? I saw a smile pass over Corey's face. At least someone still found my quips amusing. Dharma's expression was mostly storm clouds, and Osprey had the grace to look vaguely uncomfortable.
You'll be allowed to shower, change, and eat inside with us, he explained. Under supervision.
Meaning Dharma had to tag along. She didn't seem put out about that.
As for personal belongings,
he trailed off, staring at Seneca. The man in question finally glanced back at us.
Get your shit now. Then we'll find you a place to stay while you're on probation.
I smiled sweetly at him. I was just fucking with you. I don't have any personal shit. Just shit that's personal. Someone snickered. I thought it was Liam this time. Seneca actually had the grace to look slightly uncomfortable, but didn't respond.
That's not quite true,
Kaz said, pulling something out of his pack. I stared stupidly at the black wad of fabric he held out to me until I shook it out, revealing, "You found my hoodie?" Not mine, really.
the one I'd stolen from the locker room in the co-working space where Kaz and I had met. He'd been friends with the previous owner. For all we knew, she was dead and wouldn't need this anymore. Kaz grinned. Once we got back, I asked the women who took care of sanitizing our gear. Since it ended up in the same stack as the rest, they mended and kept it instead of throwing it out. We can pick up what else you need on the way. How he crinkled his nose was comical. Right. I hadn't had a chance to clean up since getting back to the Enclave. The last shower I'd taken before that had been at the power plant. Incidentally, Osprey's weird stunt that he'd pulled to prevent anyone overhearing us, that in hindsight was a lot less paranoid than it had seemed at the time. Since then, I'd gotten all kinds of liquid splattered on me, from humans and zombies alike, and the rain had washed away only so much. Add to that 5 days of sweating like a pig while my body tried to twist itself inside out. A shower first would be nice, yeah. Ahead, a tunnel branched off from the one we were following. Seneca looked back briefly, and with a nod, he took his leave. Only Osprey reacted with a similar gesture. I was simply too beat up to care much about such niceties. With absolutely no clue where my little cell had been relative to the larger complex of the Enclave, it was no surprise that all I could do was tamely stumble after Osprey as he led us on. Besides, all I'd seen of the Enclave before was the section just behind the main entrance that was reserved for the resident, more trusted guards, including their sleeping quarters and the cantina. I wasn't surprised that this wasn't where we were headed now. The slightly upward-sloping tunnel took a turn, and beyond the reach of the scant illumination of the flashlights that Osprey and Dharma carried, daylight started to get increasingly brighter beyond another corner. While the tunnel so far had been empty, up ahead, crates and shelves were stacked against the walls, and a small table with 3 chairs was pushed into the very corner. Some kind of guard checkpoint, I figured. As we got closer, my ringing ears, still not quite recovered from all the weapons discharged way too close without protection, picked up the sound of voices. All male, no surprise there. We rounded the corner, and I got a first glimpse of the people I would be living with for now, or at least some of them, and the inside facilities they were using. The tunnel broadened considerably here, easily wide enough for 3 large trucks to drive in and get unloaded at the same time. That wasn't happening. It was only a single pickup, and from what I could tell, the cargo getting unloaded was several freshly killed deer. At the right side of the tunnel, a larger niche had been carved into the bedrock, easily the size of a school gym. It was partly boarded off with wooden slats and tarps, more to symbolize the area being sectioned off than any kind of functional barrier. I guessed some of it was for the armory and gear, since I could see a gun rack with 3 rifles and some carbines in between the slats. We moved on without missing a beat. My residual headache flared to life as we stepped out into the sunshine. It couldn't have been much past 6 in the morning. Living without electricity for entertainment purposes was clearly affecting changes in people's day-to-day schedules already. But it was still like someone had stabbed 2 glowing hot iron rods into my skull. I inevitably stopped in my tracks, swaying for a second before I got my bearings. The mouth of the tunnel opened up onto some kind of plateau, with only low vegetation, like bushes and grass, directly around it. It must have been up on some kind of cliff, because I could see the forest in a semicircle beyond the plateau, but we were well above most of the treetops. There were more rocks and trees off to our right, presumably leading farther up the mountains. Several cars were parked more or less haphazardly between stacks of cargo and tools. Beyond, someone had cleared not just a path, but an entire swath of grass away, leaving some kind of fire pit or cooking station in a recessed area in the middle, with tree logs all around it. There were several tents pitched behind them, helping to hide the pit from view, although, because of the slope, I doubted it was visible from farther down the mountain.
Behind them, 3 larger cabins stood, made up of massive logs and roughly hewn slats. The scent of wood was overwhelming, as was that of people. And there were people in sight aplenty, easily 50 or 60. Most of them were men, but not all of them. This was more of a camp than a simple guard post, I realized. I recognized several of the men, all in outdoor or jumbled-together military gear. Plato's men. They'd been part of the group out by the roads when we had come back from the power plant. When I'd done my humanly best to beat the asshole to a bloody pulp. I thought it was Seneca's guys who did the perimeter watch, I muttered. Mostly to myself, but also hoping Dharma or Osprey would fill me in. Osprey did.
Mostly, yes, but it would be stupid to have all of our defenses bunking in one place.
He was mostly staring at the cabins, as if surprised by their existence.
We have 6 camps like this now. 7, if you count our barracks by the main entrance. The colonel initially wanted to drop you off in the one farthest from the central units, but after some discussion, he agreed that this one made more sense.
Clearly not having been a part of said conversation left me not getting that at all. Why exactly? Osprey shrugged, the ghost of a smile flitting across his face.
First off, it's only one terrifying ride on the elevator away from our space. Or a 20-minute walk, if you enjoy zigzagging along the paths going up and down the mountain on the outside. And second, well, I'll let her explain it herself.
My confusion increased until I noticed he wasn't just staring at the forest in the distance, but had switched focus to a woman coming toward us. She was in her late 50s, at least, but her actual age was impossible to pinpoint, between the shock of reddish-orange hair barely tamed into a bun and the deep wrinkles on her face, likely because of decades of too much sun exposure. And the cigarette she was currently puffing on couldn't have helped either. What she lacked in height, she more than made up for in extra weight, but from the way she carried herself, there was a lot of strength under the flab visible on her bare arms peeking out from the black tank top she was wearing, with tight leather pants and biker boots to round out the outfit. She was obviously the kind of woman who had her own hog and wasn't riding pillion. While there were plenty of laugh lines on her face, the gaze of her flinty eyes was hard, and her mouth had a certain mean twist to it. I could have been wrong, but I had a feeling that I was about to meet the leader of what was left of the militia. And whoever she was nobody's bitch.
"Marion!"
Osprey exclaimed, even going as far as to open his arms as if to embrace her. She rocked to a halt a good 10 feet away from us, making no move to come in for that hug. In fact, she took her sweet time taking another drag of her cigarette, blowing out the smoke in an annoyed huff. The way she stared at me made it plain that she wasn't impressed by what she was seeing. I hadn't had a chance to catch a glimpse of myself in a mirror, but that was easily something we could agree on.
"So this is the problem you manly men keep crapping your pants over, huh?"
She briefly glanced at him, as if she expected a response from him, before her attention snapped back to me.
"A scrawny, dirty little girl. Color me impressed."
Dharma stepped up to me, but left enough room to allow for my pervasive cloud of body odor not to knock her out immediately.
"Nobody's afraid of Callie."
She said it with conviction, but at least I noticed the hard line of her rigid back. I hadn't forgotten how she'd been looking at me after I'd demonstrated, maybe a little too well, what I was capable of, once that thin veneer of civilized manners came off.
But yes, the BS they are flinging around is
impressive, I assumed. Marion kept staring at us both for another second. Then her face split into a bright grin, easily ripping 10 years off her and adding some points in the charm department. A beauty pageant she'd never win, but particularly in combination with the raucous laugh she brayed out, a sense of warmth and welcome radiated from her that I hadn't expected. I was still standing there, flummoxed and disoriented, as she came sauntering over and clapped a hand on my shoulder. She had to reach up for the move, since she was actually shorter up close than her demeanor had made her appear from a distance. What little of her smell made it through my cloud of stink was a mixture of cigarettes, wood smoke, and coffee, weirdly reminding me of home. A home light years away from Charlotte and the snazzy apartment I'd been sharing with the girls.
No worries, girl. We'll take good care of you while you're not allowed to play with the preppy kids.
Maybe it was because of my still-addled brain, but my defenses still hadn't roared to life. Thank you. I appreciate that, I told her before I cast a sidelong glance in Osprey's direction. You think that's a good idea? After what went down? Osprey had the grace to look somewhat conflicted, but Marion's lung cancer in the making laugh forestalled whatever he would have answered.
What are you afraid of, girl? Repercussions? Correct me if I'm wrong, but as I see it, they already dumped you in a deep, dark hole for days and threw away the keys. You'd think that's enough of a fucked up version of time out for a minor scuffle between friends.
I didn't miss that while her mocking tone sounded genuine, the way she looked at me made it plain that she wasn't missing anything in my reaction, or lack thereof. I was honestly still too lethargic to give her much. I could gaze blankly at her, though, and judging from how Osprey and Dharma both started fidgeting, there was still some of that 1,000-yard stare quality to it, if none of the maniacal homicidal rage. That wasn't completely gone, but was well and truly buried underneath the mountain of agony and exhaustion currently weighing down on me. The slight twist that came to Marion's mouth made it plain that she wasn't as naive as them, or simply knew too well what was going on with me right now. It was absolutely weird to find a kindred spirit in someone I'd met all of 5 minutes ago. Maybe it was because of this that I felt compelled to set the record straight. Anything else would have felt like instant betrayal. And while I didn't know Marion well, I had a feeling that this was one bridge I didn't want to burn unless I absolutely had to. What a small show of kindness can do to a person. You do realize that it wasn't just a scuffle. Her smile took on a somewhat nasty twist.
I wasn't there to see for myself, of course, she stated, glee sparking in her eyes. But from what they told me, you were way beyond anything to make it more than that. The right drugs can make you do all kinds of wrong things. One would presume that now that you're back in possession of your full mental capacities, you can tell the difference between right and wrong behavior again, right?
She absolutely didn't say so with her words, but I got the sense that she meant that next time I should make sure to have and keep the upper hand and not start shit unless I knew I would be the one to end it. I had a feeling we were absolutely becoming tight friends. Yes, ma'am, I said meekly, only some of that mocking. She gave me a sardonic look before she turned around, gesturing me to follow.
Now see, that's what I mean with manners.
She glanced at the men around, who, to a fault, all made room for her, rather than making her pivot around them.
Not so hard now, is it?
I fell into step beside her, watching with amusement as the free space grew even further. Looked like my actions did have consequences, and judging from the lack of suppressed anger I saw on faces all around me, possibly not the worst kind. It was kind of funny to realize that the only people who looked uncomfortable now were my friends, not quite sure what to do. Marion stopped 5 steps in, glancing back over her shoulder to where Osprey and his people kept hovering.
You need her right away, or do the powers that be allow the poor girl to settle in and get cleaned up first? Let me know where and when you need her, and I'll make sure she'll be there. Not my first rodeo with teenage delinquents.
Was I burning to correct her about my age? Of course. But I didn't think for a second that she didn't know that I was in my 20s already. Objecting would just have given her an excuse to call me a little girl, and for that to stick, that was the last thing I wanted right now.
"We're leaving in an hour," Osprey said, scratching the back of his head. "You think you're up for coming with us already?"
It was a testament to the kind of man he was that he didn't keep chatting with Marion, but directly asked me. I wouldn't have held it against him if he had done that, but it felt good to regain some autonomy, even if it was a fleeting concept yet. Only one way to find out, right? He took my response for what it was and gestured his people to go. Dharma and Kaz lingered for a moment longer, but when I made an exaggerated shooing motion that sent another spike of pain through my head, they trudged after the others back into the tunnel. The industrious loading and unloading resumed, most of the men around ignoring them and eventually Marion and me as well. Oblivious to all that, since it was clearly beneath her, Marion led me toward the cabins. "I know this is some fucked up babysitting kind of crap, but you'll bunk with the girls." She opened up the door to the first cabin, still blocking the entrance with her bulk as she halted right there, but letting me glance around her. Inside were 2 rows of bunk beds, making that 20 sleeping spaces altogether. In the back to the right, 3 of the 5 bunk beds had been shoved together, pretty much one large resting space on top, while everything below was hidden from sight with tarps and blankets, creating some kind of cave. From up top, 4 girls looked up and toward us. Literal girls. 3 were almost identical, in looks and age, making me presume they were either triplets or at least sisters in as minimal an age difference as biologically possible. All 3 had curly light blonde hair and blue eyes, their faces covered in freckles. They were maybe 8 to 10 years old. The last girl was around 14, her hair straight and a much darker shade of blonde, her eyes brown. "This is Tammy, Allie, Susie, and Jenny. You get the upper bunk directly next to them. The last one in the row is empty for now. You can keep your shit up here or leave it as is." She then smiled at the girls. It was a warm, real smile, like a doting grandmother's. "Girls, this is Callie. She'll be your watchdog for the time being. If any asshole so much as looks at you weird, you tell her and she'll kick the living shit out of him." Even feeling like I was drowning in a cloud of steel wool, that made me crack a smile. "Hi, girls," I said, keeping my voice low, as not to split my own skull again. "Hi, Callie," they sing-songed back, way too chipper for their own good. Marion beamed another smile at them before she turned back to me. "Their older brothers and uncles sleep in the beds on the other side, next to some of their friends. I don't expect any of them to give the girls any trouble, but you never know." I didn't miss that she didn't extend that sense of protection to me, but I figured that none of them would be stupid enough to try anything in front of the girls. "What's in the blanket fort underneath their beds?" I asked when Marion pointedly pushed me backward out of the door and closed it behind her. "Toys, dolls, what little extra clothes the girls have," she offered. "And enough weapons and ammo for easily 10 adults to lay their lives down for them to escape." She sent me a sidelong glance. "Axel tells me you know how to handle a gun. I expect you to do the same." She waited for my grave nod before she went on, the sudden tension dispersing as soon as it had ramped up. Marion stopped between the other 2 cabins, indicating the second one, maybe 30 feet away from the first. "The other women and I sleep in here with their husbands and sons. The 3rd cabin is for the rest of the men." She gave me a pointed look. "I don't want to see you anywhere near there, understand?" I had to cut down on my amusement as I nodded. Somehow laughing in her face didn't sound like a suitable response. "Don't shit where you eat. Got it." "Exactly." There was a hint of mirth in her tone, but I didn't even want to ask what that was all about.
Space is a little tight right now, she explained as she gestured at the area behind the last cabin, already cleared of underbrush. We're building 2 more cabins. You're free to help if you want to, but since you'll likely be out all day, nobody expects you to chop wood and lug around logs after hours. Just if you feel, for whatever reason, you maybe want to throw in some bona fide bonding time with the guys and gals here. Nobody will hold it against you if you just drag your sorry carcass in after cleaning up, sleep like the dead next to the girls, and disappear again at first light. But let me give you some unsolicited advice. Nobody likes an uppity bitch.
This time I couldn't hold in a derisive snort. Does anything about me strike you as particularly uppity right now? She gave me a wry grin.
Can't tell beyond all the dirt and gunk, but that looks like some fancy big city girl highlights in your hair. Not the cheap, my cousin did it for $10 in a joint kinda girls around here have.
I gave her the long-suffering look that deserved. Give me some bleach and aluminum foil, and I can fix that in 10 minutes if that makes you happy. Marion went as far as to chuckle under her breath. Her reddish hair, with the gray roots visible from up close, sure came from a similar source.
As much as I may appreciate your willingness for sacrifice, I doubt that will be necessary.
She took a step back and gave me a candid once-over. What she saw couldn't have been pretty.
How about we dunk you in enough water to take care of all that, and then find you something to wear? Your friends, as you think of them, forgot to drop off anything for you except for that.
She critically eyed the hoodie I was still lugging around with me.
No worries. We got you covered.
That actually sounds great. I had to admit, I hadn't expected much. Not exactly a hole in the ground, little different from a latrine pit, but something along those lines. But Marion led me back to the tunnel, quickly shooing off Plato's men that were still happy to scurry out of her path. We ended up in the niche where the gear storage and armory were. I had been right about both. Behind that was another section, with some tubs, buckets, and an actual water hose.
It's connected to a water cistern above us,
Marion explained.
Don't abuse it, because it can run out. But if we all use reasonable amounts of water, there's enough for everyone. Nothing as fancy as a shower, but you can heat up some here on the camping stove and wash yourself down with some washcloths.
She then pointed out the cleaning supplies, including several half-empty bottles of shampoo and conditioner.
We all know it's very low priority, but the next time you head out, maybe grab a few more of those. Unless you want to scrub your beautiful tresses with caustic soap for the months to come, I'll leave you some clothes by the door for when you're done.
She was gone before I could properly thank her, leaving me to my own devices. Sagging down on a low stool in the middle of the room, I spent the next 5 minutes simply waiting for the world to stop spinning and my brain to stop trying to come out of my skull through my eyes. Once the nausea and headache got bearable once more, I stripped, threw everything I'd been wearing into the trash to be burned, and got to the laborious task of making myself presentable once more. Only after the 3rd good scrubbing did I dare peel off the bandages. Without a mirror, I couldn't really check on the wound in my side, but it felt like closed-up, puckered scar tissue. Not so great for my beach body, but otherwise something to check off and forget about. The cut on the inside of my forearm was a different thing. Except that it wasn't, which was concerning in its own right. All that was left was a thin reddish scar already fading. I hadn't exactly expected a festering wound and pus, but this looked weeks old, not mere days. It also looked like I hadn't even needed stitches, the cut already closed up by the time we'd gotten back to the Enclave, and whoever had patched me up had done their thing while I'd been out cold. There was only one possible explanation for it. I'd been tripping hard enough to imagine sustaining gaping wounds, while all there had been was a scratch. While good news on the grand scale, particularly for my continuing health, the emotional impact of that was staggering. And there was that tiny little detail that I'd willfully junked 4 years of progress down the drain. Yes, it had been necessary, maybe, probably even. But that changed nothing about the fact that I was back to square one. And while right now it was all too easy to get lost in the physical side effects, I knew that once that blew over, I'd have a lot of psychological baggage to sort out. Again. Fuck. For only a fraction of a second, I allowed myself to be selfish and stupid. To walk out there, stark naked, grab a weapon from one of the racks, and end it all right then and there. The easy way out. No repercussions, no guilt, no shame. Just blissful nothing. Then I forced myself to snap out of my funk, get a fresh bucket of water, and scrub myself down from head to toe one more time, shivering as the cold water hit my reddened skin. By the time Marion returned, I was ready to give her a tentative thumbs up as she dropped an armload of clothes into my hands that were suspiciously well-fitting. I did not ask where they had come from or who had picked them out, since it was all the same in the end. My stomach sank when the first person my eyes fell on as I exited the bathroom/armory niche was none other than the last person I'd wanted to see ever again. That his friend Axel was walking beside him didn't make it any better. Jared and I stared at each other for a second, because what else was new with this asshole? Only that now I refused to look away or do anything to temper or hide the wave of emotion that came crashing through me at the mere sight of him. Not pure seething hatred, although there was enough of that in the mix to choke me up any other day, and only around half of it was directed at him. I could very much hate my own fucking guts, thank you very much. But there was so much above and beyond that. Frustration, fear, derision. And that was about where I slammed the blinds on my self-analysis, because whatever else was lurking there was nothing I was ready to confront right now. Too bad that I was sure he read it all, including the parts I refused to acknowledge even to myself, right off my face. That knowing smirk was much too, knowing for anyone's good. I tried to tense, testing out how well my limbs responded to commands. Not that well. To be honest, just standing there, straight and without sagging and weaving, was costing way too much energy. I was in no condition for a fight, least of all one I started and intended to finish. So much for that. And trust the asshole to be very aware of my weakness and vulnerability as well. Only that he didn't abuse it for once, but instead nodded, very much in a sense as if he was doffing an imaginary hat to me, and kept on walking, leaving me staring after him. It took Axel clearing his throat at least a second time for me to notice that he was still lingering close by. When I turned my stare, hopefully more neutral now, but I wasn't counting on it, to him, he snorted.
"Got a minute? We need to talk."
Did we ever? Or not, come to think of it. I briefly wondered if I should have thanked him for choking me out when it had become apparent that I couldn't kill Jared even if I absolutely wanted to. That had probably saved me from getting kicked out of the Enclave altogether, or getting shot like a rabid dog while I was still out cold. Nah, generosity wasn't my strong suit today. I made a show of glancing around, hoping against hope that Osprey would be back, ready to spring me from my admittedly free-range prison, but no such luck. "Looks like I'm all yours," I drawled as I brought my attention back to Axel. He sighed again as if this was the last thing he wanted to do. Maybe it was. So far, I'd only ever gotten the sense from him that he was a good guy and kind of got stuck with the shit tasks nobody else wanted to do. Wasn't that a heartwarming thing, to be considered one of those?
I see Marion already gave you the tour of our little home away from home, he guessed.
I didn't even go as far as to shrug. Whoever thought it was a good idea to stick me in with your lot really must have a dark sense of humor. Axel flashed me the hint of a smile.
I know, right? Or it could be a calculated move, trying to play one potential issue against another, and in turn making sure that the rest of the good people here aren't bothered by either.
I hated how plausible that sounded. So this is what's left of the militia? I inclined my head toward the clearing with the tents and cabins.
Pretty much. A few of the guys are pulling shifts at the outer perimeter, and some more are down below, but that's about it. Plato was nice enough to leave this area to us, slowly moving his guys out to a newly established outpost.
That opened up more questions than it answered. I went for what confused me the most first. Down below? Axel flashed me a mirthless grin.
The part of the benefits that made you decide to join the guards, if I'm not completely wrong?
Shouldn't have asked. Even trying not to think about the fact that the people at the Enclave thought it okay to force their young, unwed women to prostitute themselves as payment for the guards was making me want to hurl. And that wasn't just my residual nausea getting worse. Why aren't your civilians with the other families safe inside? He gave me a deadpan stare.
If you had the choice, which I guess you kind of already had but dismissed, would you want to be crammed in with thousands of others with no way to run and flee right after your entire headquarters got wiped out by a raging mob of the undead? And that's not even factoring in all the sneezing and coughing. I'm not exactly a germaphobe, but I'd much rather sleep out here on the bare ground than spend an hour more than I had to in there.
That made a lot of sense, particularly since we both knew what had been going on in the shelter in Charlotte, where his people had taken care of Kaz and me before everyone who'd been able to had fled the city as the bombs had started to drop. That bad? He shrugged.
Not going to find out for myself, and looks like you won't be either.
Looks like. I tried not to, but inevitably my eyes were drawn to where Jared disappeared from view toward the cabins. If you're that concerned about your health, what about me? When I glanced back at him, I caught Axel looking from the cabins back to me.
Because he keeps calling you a modern-day Typhoid Mary?
I nodded.
You do realize he only ever says that to you, not about you? Nobody here is afraid that you'll infect anyone with anything.
I noticed he didn't say that nobody was afraid of me in general. Maybe that should have made me feel at least slightly vindicated. What it did was make me feel even more like shit, if that was possible. So what was it you wanted to talk to me about? I knew that if I'd phrased it as us already talking, he would have called me a smartass, and deservedly so. Axel crossed his arms over his chest like he was steeling himself for this.
I'm not even going to ask whether you and Jared are going to continue with your feud anytime soon.
I interrupted him before he could get any further. This is not on me. I didn't drug anyone, and I don't make a habit of abandoning people and sending them to their near certain doom. I got a suffering look from him, but there was no malevolence in his tone.
I know, but you're not exactly excelling at not rising to his bait.
I hadn't thought it possible in my current state, but that actually annoyed me. So much for numbing indifference. And why exactly should I turn the other cheek? It was funny how uncomfortable he looked.
Callie, we both know this is unfair, but that's life. I have no fucking clue why he's so obsessed with you. I don't know if you two have—
We haven't, I ground out with way more vehemence than I'd wanted to. For a moment, I was afraid that Axel would see my defensiveness for what it was, but he went right on.
Whatever. I'd never tell a woman to roll over and take it just to appease some asshole.
He paused, pointedly glancing around for a moment. I knew there was a reason why I liked him. It also made me feel even more conflicted about my prejudice toward the militia than I already was. Some of Jared's snide remarks had stuck, and Marion's harsh but still kind of warm welcome was just adding to that. Maybe they hadn't all been homicidal racist rapists. None of that mattered now. But Axel grimaced.
Not sure it would make a difference anyway,
he groused, then got serious again.
Are you still on the warpath? Because I kind of see where you're coming from.
He trailed off when I must have given him too much of a sarcastic stare to go on.
You do, huh? Because you feel like he betrayed you?
He guessed. When I didn't say so, he sighed.
Again?
Another pause.
You do realize that's how he operates. It's either his way or the highway.
I couldn't help but squint at Axel. And you think that's a good thing? That he sees himself as some kind of uncompromising leader or some shit? Axel shook his head, but what he said was something different from what I'd expected.
He doesn't compromise because he doesn't need to. If you haven't noticed, he didn't sign up for any of this shit. Leading anyone, I mean. He does what he thinks is best. For him. If you prove yourself worthy, he'll let you tag along. If you decide to do something stupid, you're dead to him. It's as easy as that.
I couldn't exactly say why, but that felt like a first-class emotional gut punch. And you approve of that? Axel shrugged, looking a lot more comfortable with his ambivalence than I was comfortable with.
It's kept me alive so far, hasn't it?
That was a shitty common denominator if I'd ever seen one. It also was confusing as fuck. While I was still musing, Axel went on.
Look, as I said, I'm not going to get into this, whatever this is between you two. But if you're going to make a habit out of physically retaliating, I need to know. Because I need to stop this before it happens again. Do you understand? For your own good. While I may not approve of much of what the Colonel does, but I agree with him on one thing. We can't have open dissent between groups if we want to make it as a whole. I'm not even going to tell you not to come after him, but you can't do it here, and I can't be spending my every waking moment trying to run interference.
My indignation had kept me upright and ranting so far, but listening to him made me deflate, including physically, to the point where I had to lean against the wall at my back for a second not to lose my balance. Why were we even talking about this shit? I have zero intentions of coming after him, if that's what you're worrying about, I told Axel once I trusted my voice again. I also have zero intentions of risking my right to stay here. I will defend myself if he starts shit, but unless that happens, we're good. You and me, at least. Can't speak for that bastard. Axel looked surprised, which made me crack up momentarily. What? Believe him when he says I'm an impulsive, unreasonable female, so why bother negotiating with me?
That's nowhere close to his opinion of you,
he grumbled, but sadly didn't divulge what the asshole was apparently thinking of me. Not that I was burning to know. Not much, at least. Fuck. Why are we having this conversation? I finally asked. Are you his handler or something?
More like his conscience,
Axel admitted. When he saw the face I was making, he huffed out a short bark of laughter.
Not doing much, I know. But I figured that, just maybe, if someone tried to treat this like a problem between adults, maybe we could find an adult solution.
As far as I'm concerned, there is nothing to solve. Which was a lie, but one I felt confident voicing. If I never have anything to do with him ever again, it's too soon. But in the sadly likely event that this won't hold up, I will do my very best to ignore him. Happy now?
Guess that's the best anyone can hope for.
He lingered for a moment longer, but then turned and wandered off in the direction Jared had disappeared in. Exactly the direction I would have gone, since I had nowhere to be except to maybe stake out my new sleeping place. Not that I wanted to stay cooped up in the cabin particularly, or anywhere else for that matter. Looking toward the fireplace, where some porridge or whatnot and coffee were boiling down to sludge, I considered trying some, but then dropped that idea. It was way too soon for me to barf out my innards all over again. So what I did instead was to grab an empty bottle from the gear rack, filled it up, and retreated to one of the sitting logs, nursing the cold, tasteless liquid. Everyone around me ignored me for the most part, which was just as well. This wasn't so bad, I tried to tell myself. It sure beat being locked up in the near darkness at the end of some damned mining tunnel. Something seemed to be happening, both at the mouth of the tunnel where the cars had finished offloading and the cabins. People were streaming out, all fully clothed, which was already too hot for morning. I watched at least 15 of them, 3 women among them, pile into the cars and leave. Since nobody told me anything about that, I figured I wasn't up yet. Marion herself came to me a while later. Scowling at my bottle, I realized. "You eat anything?" The way she said it made it plain that the answer should have been affirmative, and I was a stupid bitch for shaking my head. "Too soon," she huffed, but let it slide. "Time for you to go. Osprey said you should be down by the main entrance at 7 sharp. Let's not make you late on your first day back." Not having a watch, I had no idea how late it was, but judging by her tone, I was already cutting it close. I kind of expected her to send me running down the winding path that someone had mentioned before. I really couldn't remember who. But instead, she walked over to a part of the plateau that I hadn't been to yet, beyond where the cars were parked. As we passed a stack of crates, the vista opened up, affirming what I'd already guessed. We were higher up on the mountain, enough to let me get a good look at the wooded valley that gently sloped down toward the lowlands, or whatever they called the part of North Carolina that wasn't part of the Appalachians. The sun was well above the horizon now, casting everything into that gentle, bright morning light so typical for summer. It looked right out of some vacation brochure, mostly because there was no sign of bombed buildings or decaying remains of the undead anywhere. The sun sent searing spikes right into my brain, souring the moment somewhat. It was only then that I realized we were standing right at the top of a cliff, with no footpath anywhere in sight. Just some kind of steel and wood contraption that gave me a really bad feeling. Mostly because there was some rope net basket thing hanging next to it, currently pulled to the side by another rope that kept it from being suspended above the abyss. "You can't be serious," I heard myself say, my attention still caught by that death trap. "It's the quickest way down," Marion offered. "We mostly use it for cargo. Since you didn't go with the cars." I forced my eyes away from the contraption to give her a baleful stare. There was not a shred of mercy on her face. Oh well, at least it would be a quick death, I told myself as I climbed into the net. On a better day, I might have tried calculating the terminal velocity for a burden of my mass, and with how many newtons of impact it would come slamming down into the ground below. I heard a click. Then everything around me was moving gently as the net cage swung out, and then gravity took hold of me and pulled me down, the wind rushing around me. A very small part of me realized it wasn't a completely free descent, that some part of this elevator was indeed still braking and making this a more or less controlled affair. But that wasn't what it felt like to my addled brain. I was 100% sure that I was about to go splat, and that thought was terrifying.
Mere seconds later, the brakes engaged fully, bringing me to a sudden, painful halt that I felt from the enamel of my teeth down to the very core of my bone marrow as I was forcefully jerked to a halt. Hands grasped me, pulling me out of the net and onto feet too jittery to hold my weight, adrenaline chasing away the last dregs of lethargy and numbness. I had a moment to recognize Kaz and Dharma still holding on to me, steadying me. Osprey was standing close by, next to two guys I'd never seen before. He was just glancing away from me, presumably after making sure that I had made it down in one piece, and started introducing us.
Al, Lucas, this is Callie.
I pitched forward onto my hands and knees and violently threw up all over their freshly cleaned boots. Well, that was one way to make friends. Fuck my life. Chapter 2. While my ego wasn't likely to recover from that anytime soon, my body only took 5 minutes and a fresh bottle of water to replenish all the liquid it had forcefully evacuated. Under different circumstances, I would have been mortified, but right then I was glad that the water stayed down and nobody protested when I claimed riding shotgun, likely because everyone was afraid that if I got car sick on top of everything else, whoever was in the front row would just get the backs of their necks spewed on. Wise people, my friends, plus the 2 recent additions. I could only imagine what Lucas and Hal were thinking of me. I figured that if I'd survived the asshole thus far, this would be a piece of cake. Why Osprey's team had been bolstered by 2 recent additions soon became apparent when it was our turn to get into the cars. 2 pickups, prepped with extra cargo belts already lashed across the back to make hauling shit back to the Enclave easier. Osprey, the new guys, and I were in the first one, and Dharma, Liam, Corey, and Kaz were in the other. None of the vehicles were new, but at least they were up and running, compared to several other disassembled cars I glimpsed as we got them from the garage. With that being pretty much the only part of the Enclave I'd actually seen today, it was hard to tell. But even in my addled brain state, I could tell that the general air wasn't as productive and upbeat as it had been when I'd come here, and we'd left for what ended up being our excursion to the Oconee nuclear power plant. That still felt like yesterday, or more reasonably a week ago, but when I asked Osprey, he confirmed my suspicion that it was now closer to 2 weeks. Oh, the fun shit drugs can do to your mind. "What's on the menu for today?" I asked Osprey, when he, as usual, didn't really give me any details about where we were headed. This time I hadn't even gotten a map.
"You'll see soon enough,"
was all the answer I got. I was still stewing on that, when indeed I did see. Because once we made it down the gravel road leading from the Enclave back out into what used to be the rest of the country, we found 4 cars already waiting for us on the asphalt road we were about to cross over. The 4 cars I had watched the militia people board half an hour ago. Well, I could have gotten here much easier and much more smoothly. Then again, considering that I gave myself a 90% chance that I would have ended up in Jared's car, I was almost fine with my method of descent and consequential emptying of my stomach. As we drew close, the front 2 cars took off, leaving us to merge onto the road after them, with the other 2 cars bringing up the rear. No need to explain where we were headed. Looked like it was time for us to fetch what remained of the militia's previous home. I realized I was getting increasingly nervous, and we weren't yet 5 miles away from the Enclave. "Have you been out here since we got back?" I asked Osprey. He shook his head, his own attention divided between the back of the car he was following and looking at everything else, particularly the ditches left and right of the road.
"No, still too overrun."
He licked his lips. First time I'd seen him nervous like this.
"Plato's guys sent a recon group out yesterday. They came back late last night, reporting that the road should be clear enough if we take enough people."
"So we can kill any undead that come for us if we get swarmed?" I suggested. His mouth drew into a tight line. so at least half of us make it back when that goes sideways.
My, wasn't that a rosy outlook? Why not wait a little longer? Osprey gave me a sidelong glance. I widened my eyes, staring back. He almost looked guilty.
It's not just the one mob anymore, he finally divulged. That has been chasing us?
Like I'd forget about that anytime soon. The zombies had ended up killing one of our own, Xander. The rest of us had escaped more by sheer luck than skill. Osprey had been in charge, and his decisions had led us down that path. It was obvious that the guilt still weighed heavily on him, but it wasn't like anyone else had risen to the challenge and taken over the burden themselves. It was so much easier shifting the blame to someone else.
It's not just that one mob anymore, Osprey reiterated as he kept on driving. The zombies are getting more active. Or maybe now everyone who's been sick or died early has come back to life. It's not like we have some central intelligence-gathering organization that can send out memos every morning.
At least none that we were in contact with. And after how our visit at the power station had gone down, I could understand that everyone was a little cautious about sharing their positions. I'd thought the Enclave in general, and Osprey in particular, had been paranoid about that. Now, I was glad to still be alive and free, even considering the conditions related to my stay with them. They are out and moving?
Something like that.
Osprey licked his lips again.
We really don't know. But what we do know is that it was somewhat better directly after the mob passed, but has gotten increasingly worse since then. Plato's men have been trying their best to get an idea of the situation in the area, but we can only do so much on foot. Since now, there's still a chance that nobody else has gotten to what might be left of the militia's stores, it's been decided that we should chance a quick dash and grab. If none of us make it back, at least then we know it was too soon, or much too late.
The very idea that it got too dangerous out there to go scavenging was beyond scary. I thought back to watching the hunting party unload the deer carcasses in the early morning. What would over 2,000 people do if we couldn't bring food back to them? Suddenly, the militia people's willingness to camp outside and go on this sortie took on a very different vibe. At least this way, they could bolt before the worst reached them, and already being outside, ready to run, might give them enough of a chance to make it. So much for ideological differences that made them prefer to stick together rather than integrate into the Enclave. I couldn't say I was still heartbroken that they'd made me bunk with them. As much as I didn't want to consider leaving my friends behind, when push came to shove... And hopefully I wouldn't have to finish that sentence, not even in my mind, anytime soon. Do we know where we're going? Osprey shook his head.
Not exactly. Marion clammed up the moment anyone asked her to mark their HQ and outlying stashes on a map. Since we don't even know if anything survived the mob rampaging through it, the colonel didn't bother trying to negotiate with her when she suggested in turn she'd send the gross of the people for the mission. Since we've been the ones constantly traipsing over their borders, it made sense to come along.
I was honestly surprised about that. You offered?
Osprey gave me a cheerful smile. We were volunteered.
Ah, he shrugged.
It's really the same. And if some of their stuff did survive, it makes a difference to have 2 more cars and 8 more hands to drag it back home. At least there's a chance of finding something. If we keep hitting random houses, we don't even have that.
His words reminded me of the house in the middle of nowhere we'd checked up on to see if we could maybe get to the solar panels. What we'd actually found was that mob of zombies bearing down on us that had kicked off the whole cascade of events that had ended up with me high out of my fucking mind, locked in a cage. Not the most pleasant of memories, but by far not the worst. Did anyone end up getting our electric cars and the shit we collected for the dock? I asked when I realized that none of my friends had mentioned anything about that yet. The pesky doctor hadn't dropped by to annoy me further, either.
Plato's guys retrieved them just before shit went south at the power plant. The doc's been busy doing her thing since then. He gave me another sidelong glance. She hasn't stopped complaining yet that we grabbed the wrong shit, or not enough of the right things, but she's also been really giddy about getting further samples from you. The colonel told her that nobody's allowed to see you until you get released into the general public again. Steel yourself that she'll be waiting for you with some cotton swabs and needles the second we return.
So looking forward to that, I muttered under my breath. Throughout our exchange, the two new guys had remained silent listeners in the back row. Now Lucas spoke up.
Is it true what they say about you?
When Osprey remained silent, I looked at him, then back over my shoulder. Was he talking to me? Say what about whom? He was at least 5 years my senior, but the bright grin he flashed me made him look like a little boy.
That you went all native on the guards at the power plant? And later, the zombies that you all crashed into while you were fleeing?
I wondered for a moment if he was stupid. Then I decided, no wondering required. The answer was obvious. Well, someone had to do it, or else you'd never have heard of it happening, right? They both looked suitably impressed. When I glanced at Osprey, his attention was fixed on the road, his expression closed off. Oh well. It wasn't like I'd saved his life several times over or something. Exhaling slowly, I sagged back into my seat, also staring straight ahead. I hadn't done it for the glory, nor to actually sacrifice myself for the greater good or some shit. Reminding myself that my actions had also been highly selfish and not at all altruistic helped. That had been a nice byproduct, but I'd have pretty much acted the same had it been just my own life on the line. Except that I wouldn't have, because saving my own hide wouldn't have been enough to make me swallow that pill. Maybe. Probably. Since it was neither here nor there, it didn't matter. It had happened, and we had survived, and everything else was just the same. Confusing, shameful, but ultimately inconsequential. Just a 4-year setback. Easy peasy.
That was pretty cool.
Hal piped up next to Lucas.
Yeah, are you some kind of, I don't know, black ops chick?
Osprey didn't snort outright, but I caught his shoulders shaking with silent laughter. Exhaling slowly, I shook my head, refusing to glance back to them for that BS. I'm not. I'm an accountant.
Like some kind of combat accountant? Like Marines logistics or some shit?
Lucas still wouldn't drop the topic. Osprey was slowly but surely losing the fight. Not even my glare put an end to it. No, just an accountant. And for the record, he's an insurance guy. I jerked my head at our esteemed leader. So shut the fuck up. Just because someone had the most boring career imaginable doesn't mean they're helpless. I was met with silence. For all of 5 seconds.
Whoa, no offense.
More pause. Then.
You sure you didn't sneak in some bona fide boot camp stuff in there?
There clearly was no winning this. I was high, okay? The powers of methamphetamine and similar compounds. Nothing superhuman about that. Just a lot of panic and a hefty dose of drugs. That seemed to shut up Lucas for once. Sadly, not so much Hal.
Is that smart? You know, fighting under the influence?
Ignoring him, I turned to Osprey. Where exactly did you find them?
They joined the Enclave while we were gone. Apparently they came with the militia survivors, but didn't know any of them well. Seneca didn't want them for the perimeter watch, and Plato just threw back his head and laughed. And yes, we're stuck with them for now.
It was oddly heartwarming, this us versus them chit-chat. As if he'd been thinking along the same lines, Osprey briefly glanced my way, giving me the hint of a smile. Looked like someone was ready to ignore, if not accept, my shortcomings.
Don't leave out the part where we volunteered for your outfit,
Hal grumbled from the back row.
Yeah, we signed up for this after we heard how that foobar at that power station went down,
Lucas piped up. Osprey grimaced, but it was still in good humor.
Yeah, there's that.
Both new guys seemed mollified with his response. That, in turn, made me realize that I'd clearly missed a lot while I'd been stewing in my cozy little cell. And it wasn't like all of 2 weeks ago I'd been any different from them. Maybe a little less outgoing with my complaining, but that didn't matter much. And again, a week in these times easily felt like years before. I had no fucking clue where my thoughts were running off to. It wasn't like I was jealous of the guys or something. And judging from how my friends had behaved this morning, at my release, and our reunion, slightly overshadowed by projectile vomiting, they were still my friends. I had nothing to worry about. So why was I so fucking morose?
You're awfully quiet,
Osprey remarked when a good 5 minutes went by without me uttering a single word. I gave him a cautious glance, checking if he was joking. He looked genuinely concerned. Still fighting the nausea and the headaches, and that was just the tip of the iceberg of my ailments that was peeking out of the water. Osprey's lips twisted into a thin line. Hal piped up once more.
Is it really that smart to send you out with us if you're still under the weather?
A good point, and one I had expected someone to make earlier, but since it hadn't come up, I figured it had been deliberate negligence that was threatening my continuing survival. Judging from the look of guilt crossing Osprey's expression, before he quickly shut it down, my guess was right.
If it doesn't get any better, you can stay with the cars,
Osprey told me, again ignoring the peanut gallery behind us.
With the militia people tagging along in particular, we need all kinds of support anyway.
That sounded like a tantalizingly good opportunity. Except I already knew I wasn't going to take it, unless I absolutely had to sit this one out. No worries. I won't slow you down. And if I get attacked and torn apart while I need to step away and barf my soul out, don't stop them. They've earned it, and you're sparing me another day of this shit. Osprey actually grinned, although it was a wry one. Lucas and Hal both shut up, weirdly somber. Maybe it had just occurred to them that they were getting themselves into likely danger. They couldn't have been that oblivious until now, right? I suddenly felt weirdly better about having Jared and his flunkies along for the ride, weird as that sounded. They were a lot of things, but not delusional about the danger scavenging posed, or squeamish about how to deal with it. My, what was this world turning into? Our convoy slowed down and then stopped sooner than I'd expected, but then I recognized the town sitting at the bottom of the low rise we were ambling on right now. It was where the invisible boundary between our territories had been. Down there, we'd seen 2 bikers patrolling when we'd been on our way to warn the militia about the mobs. I'd expected not much to have changed since then, as it had been a small town that clearly had been raided before and had been little more than an outpost. One look, and I realized I had been oh so wrong. The houses were still the same, but that was about it. I remembered some having a variety of spray paint on them, marking those that had already been looted or were best avoided, for obvious reasons. I saw none of them now, mostly because every possible surface seemed to be covered in patchy browns, with the odd black spots in between. That was also true for the streets, lawns, and the handful of vehicles still around. A month ago, that color would have confused me. Now, no longer. It was the color of dried blood, of carnage having happened. What was most astonishing was how much of it there was. Even with the militia guards, there couldn't have been more than a handful of living, breathing humans left in the town. By far not enough to account for, well, this. As I kept staring, my mind started piecing together more parts of the puzzle. Like why all doors and blinds from windows had been torn off and destroyed, why there was so much debris all over the town, including the lawns, and why the remaining vehicles looked so strange besides the grisly paint job. The zombie mob hadn't just passed through town. It must have rampaged through it, literally destroying everything it encountered. Humans, furniture, lawn chairs, and eventually the weakest of its members. Not much remained of them, besides the odd rags and cracked bones, likely because, after getting torn apart, they'd gotten eaten. I idly wondered how much drain that put on the mobs. 10% a day? 20? Judging from the gore all across town, the feeding frenzy must have been substantial, but I was afraid a higher estimation was nothing but wishful thinking. I vaguely remembered reading that the average human body contained close to 80,000 calories. Weaker zombies were down to, maybe 50,000? That still made a good 2,000 calories for 25 undead that got a really good meal that day, or 100 on a crash diet regimen. That didn't sound like we could wait for them to decimate each other before fall turned into winter. Cigarette smoke wafting over to me made me tense before my brain had time to short-circuit and slip into me-want-so-bad mode, my body going rigid all by itself. Of course, the asshole had to go out of his way to light up and come over to harass me. What else was new?
With someone else, I'd say penny for your thoughts, but we both know what you really want.
Sure enough, as I slowly turned my head to the side to face him, I found Jared grinning brightly around his cancer stick. Come to think of it, the sight of carnage wasn't that unpleasant. Oh, look! The black spots were swarms of flies. What an enchanting new detail.
You know, you're much more fun when you're high.
I resisted the urge to so much as glance back at him. You're also much more fun when I'm high, I snapped back when I heard him take another exhale to fire the next, without a doubt scintillating volley.
Good to know,
Jared quipped. I was sure that he purposefully blew a cloud of smoke in my direction. Looking around, I hoped that someone would decide what to do next, either move toward the town or give it a really wide berth. But so far, everyone was busy standing there and staring, the odd binocular changing reluctant hands.
Any entertaining bits of trivia you'd like to share, maybe? The rapist cicadas still make me chuckle when I think about them. About once a day. Twice in a context like this.
I felt my ire rise. But considering how miserable the morning sun already beating down on us was making me, that was easy to ignore. Nope. All out of wacky stories.
You sure?
Yes. Another cloud of sweet, sweet tobacco blew past me.
I'm sure that if I stick around long enough, you'll think of something new.
I knew it was stupid, but I couldn't resist. I had to glance at him once more. Of course, he was still grinning, and as I kept staring, that smile grew ever more suggestive. Thankfully, my mind and body were still too beat up from the withdrawal for any positive reaction to occur. Movement happening among the onlookers thankfully drew our attention away from each other. It was only then that I realized that Jared wasn't actually in charge of the militia people. I'd assumed that would have been the case. I'd seen the Hispanic guy, who was currently stepping up to Osprey for a quick exchange, up in the militia camp. He was a little older than Osprey, mid-30s or so, with short brown hair sticking out from underneath his ball cap, somewhat of a porn stash ruining his otherwise attractive face.
Joaquin,
Jared told me conversationally.
He thinks he's such a big shot now that Bennett's bitten it. Marion told me she found him crying like a baby, hiding in one of the outbuildings from the single outpost of ours that hadn't been overrun. Apparently, he'd been the only one at our HQ that had been smart enough to run when the mob came pouring in. Or he was just a little faster than the rest.
I ignored him, doing my best not to react to his snide remark. It was hard to suppress a shudder. The very idea.
I don't think it's worth the risk going down there, Joaquin told Osprey. We only had 4 people in there, with no extra caches. I doubt we'll find anything left of them, or their weapons.
Osprey was quick to nod.
I agree. Doesn't look good.
While the first people started drifting back to their cars, I couldn't help but keep staring at the devastation. What somehow made it worse was that the carnage was pretty much centralized on the town.
Grass and fields all around were trampled from when many more feet must have passed around rather than through it as well. But it had only been in the streets between the houses that the slaughter seemed to have happened. I knew it was a mistake to engage in more conversation with him than I absolutely had to, but since the asshole was still standing next to me, I might as well bounce a theory or two off him. Considering my random useless trivia and the reactions I'd gotten to it, I actually felt better discussing this with him instead of Osprey.
Think it was the fresh meat from the humans that started this, or did they simply start killing each other when the mob got held up?
A bemused smirk appeared on Jared's face, but rather than shoot down my guesses from the get-go, he glanced back at the town for a second.
We never really saw that many of them in one place in Charlotte,
he finally stated.
Think this is emergent behavior?
I shrugged, not quite sure.
There were an awful lot of them by the checkpoint.
When I found him simply staring at me, I explained. After we left your shelter, that's where we went. We missed the last of the evacuation transports by a mere minute. No more than a third of the people fleeing around us made it through there. I had to pause for a moment to swallow past the lump in my throat. Jared didn't interrupt me, although the way he was watching me was far from compassionate. There were so many of them, but they were still hiding among the abandoned cars and the dead. Nothing like the mob.
So we basically know shit.
I hated to admit it, but pretty much, yeah. Around half of the cars were ready to depart. It was time to leave our little lookout here. I hated how oddly reluctant I felt about that, but it was easy to chalk that up to avoidance of what was to come. I totally wasn't jonesing to ask Jared how he and his guys had made it out of Charlotte. Absolutely not. Osprey's whistle in my direction was a welcome respite from my thoughts, making it easy to snap around and start walking toward the car.
So you choose to remain his bitch, huh?
I went rigid. Of course, the asshole was back to smirking when I glanced back over my shoulder at him. Jared took his sweet time opening his mouth again to finish that statement.
Since you apparently follow voice commands now? Like a dog?
I had no idea why I even bothered with him. What else had I expected? I slid into the passenger seat beside Osprey without another word, happy to nurse my water bottle some more. We'd been too far away from the town to catch more than the odd whiff of decay, but that had been bad enough that the scent of body odor inside the car was almost a happy respite. Almost. It took us a good 20 minutes to get back onto our previous route after avoiding the town like hell. That we were heading in the right direction was easy to tell. Even outside of the town, the way the mob had been taking was obvious because of the general devastation they had left. The trail of gore tapered off after around a mile, but that still left vehicles overturned and pushed into fields several yards away from the road. Some had all doors ripped off, as if a closed-off car had been offensive to the mob. One car even had the seats ripped out, which must have taken them a lot of effort, since I doubted they were smart enough to engage the locking mechanism to get them out the easy way. The very idea that they'd learned that cars might hold tasty morsels was giving me the creeps. It was also good to know for the next time I had to seek shelter out in the open. I had a feeling that sooner rather than later, my life might depend on this. Twice more, we eased toward a town, but abandoned the approach once we got a good look at it. Weirdly enough, a third town that was in direct line of sight of the swath of devastation had remained completely untouched. But sadly, that wasn't one where the militia had left anything behind. It all reminded me awfully of how tornadoes struck. One house completely devastated, while the next one over was virtually pristine. For a second, I almost chuckled to myself at the idea of some kind of meteorological zombie touchdown report. I wisely kept that joke to myself, this time. It was a good 2 hours since we had left the Enclave when we stopped once more, and as I watched the militia people spill out of their cars,
I realized that something had changed. Before, they had been cautious but somewhat indifferent. Now, the unease in the air was palpable. I had a feeling we had arrived at their headquarters. Part of me had expected to end up once more at that fucking town with the tents, Stony Point. We'd headed in that direction, but weren't that close, probably 10 to 15 miles away, somewhere north of that location. Where exactly, I couldn't say, since it felt like we were literally in the middle of nowhere. Following the others outside, I cast around, trying to find even one building, let alone several. What was impossible to miss was the heavy scent of decay in the wind. 1 second, almost too faint to register, then enough to make me want to cringe as a gust brought the ripe scent over to us.
You gotta be fucking kidding me,
Dharma grumbled as she slid out of the car. When Kaz and I looked at her in confusion, she grimaced.
We must have driven past here at least 5 times? 6? I even suggested checking out one of the smaller roads once, but we were already running late, so...
Joaquin, distracted but now turning to us at the sound of her voice, grinned.
Too bad. We could have done with all the shit you kept looting from us.
That again. Any moment now, Jared would use the opportunity to call us thieving scum. Only that he didn't. Something had caught his attention, judging from how he, Axel, and Blake were staring at some point beyond the meadow that ran up to a thicket of trees, maybe 200 feet from our position. Not in the direction where I'd expected any buildings to be, but they must have known better, obviously. 2 of the other militia people, a woman and a man, both in their 30s, joined them, the woman gasping after a second or two.
Is that Scott?
The guy next to her said, or more like whispered, his voice thick.
And Mo,
the woman confirmed.
That's my brother.
For a mere second, hope flared alive deep in my chest. Hope that there were, in fact, survivors, that they had hidden between the trees or in one of the towns that had miraculously been bypassed by the mob, and now that the air had started to clear again, they had returned. I could only blame my withdrawal-addled brain for being so stupid. It helped when the 2 figures in question stepped out from the gloom underneath the trees into the unrelenting sunlight, which made it easy to follow their disjointed motions even without binoculars. The way the older man dragged one of his legs without much regard for anything, how the younger man couldn't quite stand up straight, something wrong with his left shoulder. As I watched them slowly come toward us, I caught more motion still between the trees. Let me guess, we can't just ignore them, huh? I remarked to no one in particular. It didn't seem like the couple had even heard me, let alone had taken offense at my suggestion to try to avoid conflict. Sheesh, that was one way of putting having to kill your friends or family now that they had turned. A whisper of a memory of staring into Brandy's filmy eyes tried to push into my thoughts. I did my very best to stomp it back into the dark recesses of my mind where it belonged.
No such luck,
Joaquin said, taking pity on me.
Where we need to go is right through that valley, past those trees. They'll flank us if we don't take care of them now.
I grimaced at his careful phrasing. Jared, of course, had no such qualms.
Unless we kill them, you mean?
The look Joaquin gave him should have made anyone with half a conscience cringe. Jared just held his gaze levelly, of course. I was glad that when I glanced at Osprey, he was ready to answer my unspoken question with a nod, already reaching into the car for our bats. Whatever misgivings might still exist between the Enclave and the militia, we would not make them kill their own people.
Asthma girl.
I stiffened at Jared's call, but when I saw Osprey hesitate as he glanced beyond me at the asshole, I slowly turned around to face him. I found him grinning at me brightly, not much of a surprise. But what was a surprise was that he was holding out a bright red emergency axe to me, hilt first. I stared at the axe for a second, not sure what to do. I couldn't remember when I'd last seen it. Probably in the back of the pickup after he and his goons had abandoned us and Dharma and I had been fighting for Osprey's life. Well, mostly me, but since he had survived, it was all the same to me. I hadn't been too heartbroken when none of my friends had shown up ready to hand it back to me. Bad memories and all that. But of course they hadn't, because the asshole must have grabbed it, once he'd been able to look out of his swollen eyes once more after I beat him up. I was sorely tempted to ignore it, but my survival instinct got the better of me. Sure, that bat was a good weapon, for the slow, scrawny ones. The axe worked just as well, if not better, on them too, as I'd found out. And since I couldn't sling around a huge sledgehammer like the one Blake was shouldering next to Jared, with gritted teeth I crossed the distance between us, surprised when Jared didn't pull the axe away at the last moment. He didn't even force me to wrench it from his grasp. My, weren't we two reasonable, agreeable adults today? I held his still taunting gaze for a moment longer before I marched back to Osprey, telling myself repeatedly to simply let it go. But I had to admit, Jared's antics were good for one thing. Between still feeling like crap and him reminding me of the reason for that, I'd almost forgotten to be afraid. Not completely, because I'd have had to be a fucking psychopath for that to actually happen, with the 2 zombies still coming toward us and who knew how many more lurking behind them. Or drugs might have done the trick just as well, but I wasn't falling for that again. But it took me crossing gazes with the 2 new guys, stark white in the face, to realize that my momentary ire was a good buffer between the operational layers of my mind and my instincts that were still screaming for me to run for the hills.
What exactly are we going to do now?
Hal asked, by far not as inquisitive as before. It was obvious that he didn't want to hear the answer he knew was going to come.
What we all signed up for,
Osprey said evenly, handing him the bat that would have been mine otherwise. Hal didn't respond when Osprey turned around to pretty much force the other bat into Lucas's hands. Dharma and Kaz joined us, with Liam and Corey trailing behind. None of them looked enthusiastic, although the worry on Kaz's face seemed to center more on me than what lay before us. Dharma drew up short when she saw the axe in my hand. We briefly traded glances. She licked her lips, doing her very best to relax once more, and failing horribly. Something deep inside of me sank. With a sigh, I resigned myself to my fate and turned around to face the music, only for Blake to come running past us, practically throwing himself at the 2 zombies.
"This one's mine,"
he called out unnecessarily loud.
"Bastard still owes me $20.
The man who had been Scott had all of 30 seconds of probably not regretting that he'd never paid up. Then his lifeless body hit the ground. The side of his head caved in from where Blake had hit him squarely with the sledgehammer. The other zombie went down 10 seconds later, just about to attack, but cut short in a similar fashion. When I joined him, there was no need any longer to ascertain that both were dead for good. Blake had done so by adding 2 more well-placed bashes. "Are you on your happy juice again?" I asked him as I briefly glanced down at the 2 corpses, blaming morbid fascination for the move. It wasn't like their mottled flesh and filmy eyes would tell me anything, except that they must have been feeding recently because neither of them looked emaciated. Or maybe that just happened with those that had been sick for weeks. What did I know? What did any of us really know? It wasn't the first time that our general lack of knowledge felt like going toe-to-toe with them was the absolute last thing any of us should have been doing. And yet...
Nah, don't need that shit to be lethal.
Blake flashed me a bright grin. Way too bright for the situation. Since he didn't stop grinning, I figured he was waiting for a comeback. "Unlike me, you mean?" His grin broadened. That had been the wrong thing to say, obviously.
"Honestly, I think you can do just fine by yourself, if you get your head out of your ass first."
I gave him the finger, using the hand I held the axe with. It would have been a grand gesture if watching for his reaction hadn't made me notice all the movement suddenly going on between the nearby trees. Blake's grin froze when he saw the change in my body language, quickly casting around for what had prompted it. By then, I counted 10 zombies already, with the promise of more right behind them. They must have been lying low, and the sound of our voices had alerted them. That, or the sweet, sweet scent of their possible dinner still bleeding out at our feet. Fear made my throat tighten, but I forced the onslaught of panic down to where I remained in control. Osprey appeared at my side, readying his bat. Next to Blake, Jared, Axel, and a handful more of the militiamen spread out as they began a slow advance toward our attackers. Dharma popped up next to Osprey's shoulder, with the other guys right behind her. All of them looked scared yet determined, and that was all we really needed. With our forces evenly matched and us properly armed, it was a matter of minutes to cut down the first wave, and then another as the more cautious ones found their courage. None of them broke through our advancing line, so it was hard to tell if all of them had actually tried to come for us or the dead on the ground instead. In the end, 23 zombies lay dead on the ground, and we'd hardly broken a sweat. And yet it was no longer withdrawal symptoms that caused my ongoing low-key nausea. Most of the undead had been men, but not all of them old enough to vote or drink, and one of the women had been heavily pregnant. I did not want to consider what had happened to that baby, although my morbid mind, of course, wondered. It was so much easier to keep pushing forward and leave the dead behind, to be taken care of by the female militia members that had mostly hung back for now. Since they already got busy pulling gas canisters from the cars, I figured nobody would bother with proper Christian burials today. Blake and Jared took point as our group made our way further down the softly sloping valley. We'd hardly started off when I noticed that the new guys hung back, hesitant. Both of their bats were pristine, with not even a speck of dirt on them. Fucking cowards. I almost laughed at my thought, but the looks of shared compassion I saw on Osprey and Dharma's faces shut me up real quick. I hesitated for a second before I nudged Osprey with my elbow to draw his attention. Mind if I break off and join the assholes up front? Osprey gave me a long, considering look.
That eager to kill?
That's why you let me out of my cage and off the leash, right? He had the grace to look guilty. I could have kicked myself for that. Shit. Diplomacy. Not my strong suit when my mind still wasn't completely my own. Look, I get it, I muttered, briefly glancing at Hal and Lucas, judging they were out of earshot. Didn't you tell Kaz and me when we joined that you also need someone to keep our backs clear and access to the cars assured? But just the same, we need someone to get their hands dirty. I absolutely don't want to join the jerk brigade as the tip of the spear, but today I'm absolutely wasted on anything else. And quite frankly, if some of us have to wade into moral gray territory, let it be someone who doesn't have her full mental capacity to care right now, rather than those already overwhelmed with the sight of the aftermath. I was proud of my speech. Until Jared's sneer came from behind my back, where he must have circled around from up front.
Yeah, and we very much need the line we hold to be a tight one, so no crybabies will get all of us killed because they're too soft.
He graced me with his usual leer, because why wouldn't he?
You're soft in all the right places, but that's not one of them. Come on, we're just wasting daylight.
Osprey stared at him for a second. Absolutely not friendly, but also not in a challenging way. Then he nodded, turning to the others to coordinate what was quickly turning into the support effort. Why the fuck did I have to open my mouth? Jared and I had almost reached the front of our column when Osprey caught up with me once more, with Kaz jogging right behind him, much to my surprise and dismay.
Hey, somebody's still got to keep your backs free,
Kaz told me, a very forced version of his normal smile firmly in place, but the stained bat in his hands didn't waver. Jared gave the three of us a derisive glance before he joined his men, for once keeping his trap shut. I had a feeling that nice guy act wasn't going to last. Neither did the relative quiet and ease of our passing. We were still in direct line of sight from where we had dropped the cars when the sickly sweet scent of decay hit my nostrils again. Why was easy to guess. The broad swath of trampled grass with gore splattered all over crossed our path just ahead of where the militia people halted in their tracks. Little was left of those that had caused it, but even so, it was impossible to miss. While it was nasty, it was a fraction of what we had been following all day long. This didn't make much sense.
It's probably just a part of what hit them, Osprey murmured to me under his breath. The land's more open on the other side of the hill up ahead, I remember. That's likely where the main forest came in.
That made sense. Only too bad that the stench wasn't the only thing that assaulted us. Because of the heat, and admittedly my badly addled senses, I'd thought what was moving ahead of us was some kind of heat shimmer or mirage thing. But I realized that wasn't the case when Blake swore under his breath. Jared put on a musing expression.
Well, shit.
No kidding, Joaquin chimed in.
Looks like Plan A just went out the window.
I eyed Jared askance. You actually made plans? He shrugged.
One plan, then, which was to simply stroll up to what's left of our headquarters and enjoy an hour of quiet contemplation while we hike.
I squinted at the mass coming toward us. It couldn't be too many zombies, but only when compared to the mob. It was still numbering in the hundreds, and they were less than a mile away from us.
Should we head back to the cars?
One exceptionally bright militia guy asked, his voice heavy with trepidation.
Or at least warn them?
I didn't like the calculating look Jared gave me, which was stupid because I should have been begging to be sent back for exactly that task. Instead, I set my jaw in what I hoped was a determined way, but I likely looked like I was pouting. I know you'd love to send me on missions where I run, but that's not going to happen today. All out of energy for that kind of shit, I told him in no uncertain terms. Jared ignored me, his attention instead on Kaz.
Exactly how useful are you in a fight?
Osprey he also skipped over. Kaz looked horribly torn, which almost made me wince.
I'm not leaving my friends to die, if that's what you're implying.
Jared's expression turned exasperated.
What is it with your bunch and getting your panties in a twist? She can take care of herself. If anyone gets to play the gallant knight, it will be her to save you before she gets torn apart because you held her back. But it might be useful if someone could get the cars ready to come for us, heading in from the north. And if she won't run, someone else will have to do it.
I got the distinct impression Jared was bullshitting him, but rather than my usual annoyance, that drew a smidgen of something much nicer deep inside of me, like he was actively trying to make sure not to condemn anyone to a certain death. More likely, he didn't want to deal with anyone not 100% up to being up for a fight, but since it resulted in the same.
Go,
Osprey told Kaz in no uncertain terms.
He's right. We'll probably need help with extraction. You're a good driver. Pick us up before the undead eat us on the other side of the mountain.
Kaz grimaced in a way that made it plain that he wasn't buying it, but after a last apologetic look at me, he turned around and took off at a lope, heading for those we'd left behind. I was nervously checking on the progress of the zombies heading in our direction when Jared was still glancing after Kaz.
You two have such a weird thing going on,
he mused.
Normally, I'd say he's whipped, but I'm pretty sure you haven't tapped that, so that can't be it.
I gave him the disapproving stare that deserved. So you're one of those weirdos that disputes that men and women can simply be friends? Typical. Jared laughed. Because why wouldn't he? I knew him well enough to know he wasn't that easily offended.
Trust me. Every single one of these guys around you would give an arm and a leg to fuck you. Yet you two are playing house. So fucking weird.
He blew me a kiss while I silently sneered at him. Thankfully, he turned away before I could retort something. This way, Osprey caught my ire when he pretty much went as far as to step between Jared and me.
You know, you don't have to let him provoke you like that,
he pointed out. The question whether he wanted to fuck me as well was itching on my tongue, but I swallowed it after a moment more of stewing. But where's the fun in that? I harped, inclining my head. But yeah, you're right. Sorry. Why exactly I was apologizing, I didn't know. It certainly didn't come from the heart. Osprey nevertheless accepted it, which didn't exactly endear him to me. One thing was for sure. I was surrounded by assholes. But hopefully, all of them would remain alive for much, much longer to make me suffer more. Done with discussing what to do next, Joaquin gestured toward the forested slope to our right.
Let's head into the woods here and hope we lose them between the trees. Turn west at the ridge, and then we descend into town, or what's left of it.
It was only after half of the men had started off in the direction he'd indicated that I realized what his new plan entailed. Hiking. In the midday heat, with my head already pounding and my vision swimming. Great. I cast a last, longing glance after Kaz, where he was almost back with Dharma and the guys. That could have been me. But no, I couldn't keep my trap shut.
Come on.
Osprey gave me a soft nudge.
If we make it through the next hour, you can have some painkillers to stave off the worst.
I stared at him, not quite sure how to respond to that. Thanks? For confirming that you think I'm some kind of fucked up druggie in constant need of the next hit? Since I was well aware that he likely didn't mean it like that, I kept my trap shut and mutely fell into step behind him. But deep down, my resentment continued to boil. Fucking drugs. And fucking stupid me for giving them all so much ammunition to use against me. When our group started to run for the trees, I was almost glad to make it there with a considerable head start. Soon I wouldn't have the energy left to grumble when I had to fight to keep breathing. And this once, I welcomed that. Chapter 3. We made it safely into the trees, but that was about when our luck ran out. Like half a mile back, the forest wasn't exactly uninhabited. What had started out as a mad, drawn-out dash soon compacted to a tight-knit group with rotating positions to make sure that those in front could take down the undead before they could break through our ranks and get to those currently recuperating. I did my best to stay on the rota for as long as I could, but after maybe 10 minutes and a good 200 feet of gained elevation, I had to give up. Simply keeping up with the men around me got harder and harder, and soon I had to fight not to stay behind. And that Jared would absolutely abandon me to my fate if I let that happen, he'd already proven, so it was better not to put that to the test, again. I wasn't the only one who had a hard time keeping up, although for sure the only one with ongoing lung issues. That the 4 days I'd spent locked up had helped me further improve only helped me so much now. We reached the aforementioned ridge around an hour and at least 2 sprained ankles and several bruises later. But since nobody was dead or had gotten seriously injured, I counted that as a win. Joaquin allowed us 5 minutes of rest, where an ice-cold spring turned into a gurgling creek, but then it was back down the other side. Between the trees all around us, I barely caught a glimpse of the valley below, but I figured that was just the same. As I'd suspected, things didn't get much better on the other side. We did make it down most of the slope in a quarter of the time that we'd needed for the way up, also because up here there were hardly any zombies. But once the valley floor evened out, things got messy. Messy in the gore-splattered-everywhere kind of way, including lots of lurkers, and not just them. For once, it wasn't me who was the first to traipse into a trap one of the smart ones had laid for us, but one of the militia guys. Unlike my close calls, it turned into a final call for him. The smart zombie that attacked him tore his head off before anyone could do anything about it. Several of us were still standing there, staring stupidly, watching as his limp body dropped to the ground. Now I'd seen it all. Memories of the turned sex doll zombies came up unbidden. If not all, then more than enough. Blake came out of his stupor just as the zombie pelted us with the severed head, knocking it off course like a macabre baseball with his sledgehammer. Then he was on the zombie, aiming to do the same to its skull. Only that the zombie dropped and rolled and took off at a lope way too fast for any of us to follow. Blake still tried, for all of 10 seconds. Then 2 other smart ones that we had missed reared up and took him down, making him disappear in the tall grass from one moment to the next. If I'd blinked, I would have missed it. Cursing, Jared and Axel ran after him, arriving at the scene of carnage just as Blake kicked off one of the zombies before getting up onto his knees to smash his sledgehammer into the other's head. Before they managed to completely down the other one, several more came at us from all directions, with a fleet of lurkers behind that descended on the downed ones to quickly drag them off into the underbrush. Osprey remained plastered to my side, bashing at everything that my hacking missed. As quickly as the onslaught started, it was over, with the last lurkers dragging the body of a 6th or 7th smart one away. The following quiet was eerie, bordering on frightening. What was worse was the scene in general that I only now recognized as such, too focused on the attacking undead until now. We must have come out of the forest smack in the middle of what used to be the militia's former home. I hadn't recognized it as such because not a single building was left standing, something that must have been a barn or warehouse, the only thing where more than just parts of walls were still up. Everything else was trashed, the handful of cars in sight buried underneath yet more debris. At least there were no bodies, but then we'd just gotten a very good idea of what must have happened to them. After making sure that nothing was coming for me right now, I checked the militiamen's expressions. Most of them were passive and hard, with the odd wince. None of them said anything, but it was impossible to miss the sense of devastation rising between them. Except for Jared and Blake, they mostly looked pissed that the zombies had gotten the jump on them. I nodded at Osprey, then walked over to Jared, bypassing the still staring huddle of men. Nobody was stupid enough to talk loudly. Not here, not after that ambush. Words weren't required either. Before I even got close to them, Jared gestured a little down the valley at what I identified as a cluster of huts. Where we were standing must have been some kind of parking space, judging from the destroyed cars. What he was pointing at might have been the living quarters. With a sinking heart, I started making my way toward them, using slow, deliberate motions, trying to look at everything all at once while the stench of rotting meat was making me gag. I had a sinking feeling that way more than 200 people had died here. While Blake, Axel, and Jared joined us, Joaquin led most of the men across what must have been a meadow once to the barn, and after a brief moment of checking, on toward the woods on the opposite slope. A few started straying away from the group, but usually only for a short while. A few steps here, a quick check on a car there. None of them so much as hunkered down or pulled any debris aside to check on anything too closely. Too gruesome must have been whatever they found at a first glance. As we drew closer, my suspicion hardened. Those had been huts, not unlike the cabins the militia people were erecting up on the plateau above the Enclave now. The first one was completely destroyed since it had burned down to the ground. The one right next to it had also caught on fire, but there were some timbers left standing. One glimpse inside, and I quickly backed away and aimed for the remaining huts. Twisted, charred remains were nothing I felt the need to look at more closely, particularly not the small ones. The same was true for the third hut, and the fourth, albeit without the charring. I remained standing there for a good 20 seconds, axe at the ready, as I stared at the dead bodies on the ground. They must have been rotting here for over a week now, the hot air doing its own to further decomposition. The door was still up and barricaded, explaining why nothing had managed to drag anything outside through there. But I was standing next to the window that was maybe 2 feet up from the ground, by far low enough that even a geriatric, clumsy zombie would have been able to tumble inside. Whatever had been blocking the window, and I was sure that something had once, was gone, leaving it a moderately good exit, or entrance. This could only mean one thing: another trap. The very idea that the undead were smart enough to use irregular infrastructure for ambushes gave me the creeps, almost as much as what I glimpsed inside. Trust it to the asshole to sidle up to me, glance at what had me so transfixed, and then lean in so he could whisper into my ear, his breath hot against the side of my neck.
That's at least 5 kids, and the adults are a little on the small side, too. Think they tried to hunker down here and wait out the worst, while the others tried to stave off the zombies right outside the door?
He paused, mostly for effect, of course.
That wood used to be really light, birch and aspen, if I remember correctly. I wonder why someone painted it dark from top to bottom.
My free hand convulsed into a fist. Was it worth drawing potentially thousands of undead down on us if I let out the scream that was making my lungs burn anew? Probably. Jared smirked at me as I slowly turned my head to stare at him from up close. Yes, definitely. And I'd come right back as a screaming banshee to kill him all over again. A bat appeared between us. In near comical synchronicity, we glanced along the smooth wood, on to the hand holding it, and then the man that hand belonged to, Axel. He glared at both of us, then none too gently pushed us physically apart, the tap my arm got with the bat not exactly gentle. Once in motion, the spell was broken, and I took a few more steps aside, further along the house to the next window. This one was still partly boarded shut, making it obvious that they'd had time to hunker down and prepare, at least somewhat. Some of the slats had been wrenched away, but not all of them. Between them, I could see inside at what looked like a toppled-over desk that someone had used to further board up the window from the inside. There was blood and strips of fabric caught on the edge of the desk and where the slats had splintered. I was about to turn away, not needing to see more, until my mind caught up with the dynamics. All those strips were caught on the outside, so they likely weren't from anyone trying to get out, and the open space created by the torn-off slats was hardly big enough to fit a small woman, but by far big enough to accommodate a child. Suddenly, the presence of so many children in the huts took on a very different meaning. I knew I shouldn't, but before my mind could hold me back, I was already marching to the other window and leaned inside to get a better look at the bodies. True enough, the small ones were all dirty, soiled, and torn up. Some of that could have been because of the attack, but I doubted they'd all equally crapped themselves and torn up the ground with their fingernails until their hands were bloody ruins. Well, technically, that sounded like exactly what might have happened to them, particularly if they were suffocating from smoke as the huts caught fire. But there was a simpler, somewhat more humane explanation that ultimately sucked even worse. Osprey leaned in next to me, registering everything with a glance or two. I pulled back as he did, glancing at him. He had a strange expression on his face, that same kind of conflicted and tormented that I felt deep inside of me. No, these weren't the children everyone had tried to protect. These were the child zombies that had broken through the defenses first and rampaged inside the huts, while their inhabitants had been too stunned to defend themselves. And when someone noticed what had been going on, they had tried to contain the situation by setting the huts on fire, only that it had already been too late. The fire had possibly alerted or drawn the mob if it had happened during the night. All I could do was hope that I was wrong. I made as if to turn away for good, but Osprey held me back. When I gave him a weird look, he jerked his chin back at the partly burned-down hut. I stared some more, before making an effort to try to find what he wanted me to see. It took me a moment more. While the inhabitants of the hut had been slaughtered, the general devastation inside was limited mostly to ground level, leaving a handful of shelves almost undisturbed. Shelves where food, weapons, and ammo might have been stored. I gave a curt nod to acknowledge Osprey's order, but found myself hesitating. And not just because the floor was lava, or gore. Picking up my earlier train of thought, why were there still bodies in here, when the lurking ambushers had taken all the dead we'd created with them? Had they missed the possibility of more food over all the stench? It was possible, but I kind of doubted it. They seemed really good about finding their favorite supply. But maybe the wood smoke had masked it? There really was no guessing what or why. Only one way to find out, as they say. I almost expected Osprey to gesture for me to go first, but for once, reverse chivalry won out and he ducked inside before I could. I winced when I heard his boot come down on the floor. It made a horrifying squelching sound. Why was there even enough liquid left for anything to squelch? Shouldn't the heat have dried it all up as one small mercy? Apparently not. Then I remembered the night of rain when we'd been fleeing from the power plant. With the roof gone, no wonder the rain had not just gotten inside, but must have pooled on the floor with little possibility of the water draining on its own. So what was in there was basically drenched zombie soup. Simply amazing. Osprey hesitated only for a second before he fully climbed inside. When nothing immediately came for him, I followed, shuddering as my sneakers hit the ground, the water immediately soaking them. I tried not to focus too hard on what was floating in the water all around my feet, but that was nigh impossible. Pushing away from the window, I forced myself to take a good look around. With the sun high overhead, only the corners of the hut were cast in shadows and what might have lurked underneath the overturned furniture. Since there were 0 bite marks on the corpses, I doubted anything was hiding there, or else we should have seen at least some form of predation. Somehow, that made it even more creepy. More in search of a distraction than hope of actually finding anything of use to us, I scanned the remaining shelves. My attention snagged on a couple of photos, 2 framed, the others simply stacked up around them, as if someone had grabbed them in haste when they'd fled their home without having access to frames, or maybe tore them out of a photo album that was too heavy to lug along. As soon as the happy family's smiling faces registered in my mind, I immediately looked away, my throat tightening up. No, I absolutely didn't need to know how the potential victims floating at our feet had looked. But then a spark of recognition went off. Were those the girls I'd seen in the cabin just hours ago? It made sense. They'd come from here, and they had made it, but clearly not everyone from their families had. I tried to rack my brain for what Marion had told me about which relatives were watching over them, but it hadn't been Mom and Dad. I hesitated for a second, then grabbed all the photos and put them into my pack. Osprey gave me a weird look until he realized what I was doing. He didn't question me after that. We spent a good 5 minutes searching through the wreckage, but there was nothing useful and little intact in general inside the hut. Whether my theory about the child zombie incursion was right or not, the people in here had died violent deaths that had wrecked their meager belongings as well. Osprey scrounged up some cans of preserved food that were only mildly dented, but that was about it. No weapons, no ammo, and nothing useful in terms of fuel or first aid. So far, the militia camp was nothing but a devastatingly disheartening bust. But then, who would have expected much else? I was more than glad to get out of the hut, even if that meant rejoining Jared and his people. They must have checked up on the other huts in the meantime. and judging from how deflated their packs looked, they hadn't found much more than we did. A round of quick looks affirmed everything was still deceptively calm around us. Joaquin and the other militia people were still busy on the other side of the clearing, hopefully having better luck. I knew I wouldn't like what was coming next when Jared came sauntering over to us, once more intruding on my personal space. I donned my most pleasant, fake smile as he leaned in, still whispering as not to draw unwanted attention, which must have been a first for him. Or not, considering that this seemed to become our thing.
I need you.
He trailed off there and leaned back far enough so his grin could be displayed to full effect. The way we were grimacing at each other, sooner or later one of us would get cramps in our facial muscles. Such a sweet sentiment, I whispered back, leaning closer. And I so share it, because I really need you, too, to fuck off. Now my smile was even real. Unperturbed, Jared leaned in once more.
We found one of the ammo dumps still intact, but the entrance is caved in. I need you to crawl in there and see if anything is salvageable.
Now that sounded much more like something he'd say. Also because it was something that sounded like the opposite of what I wanted to do. You always have the best tasks for me, I started, but then paused. Wait, this is why you took some of the women along, right? Because you couldn't count on me being up to this. Not a single muscle moved in his face, but I didn't need his confirmation to know that I was right, which rankled in so many ways. And there I'd assumed they trusted me and thought I was deserving of a second chance, apparently only to stick my neck out for the good of everyone else. Question was, would this end just like last time, with me taking one for the team and then getting punished for it? Part of me wanted to confront Osprey about that suspicion, but now was by far neither the time nor the place. He was busy glancing around nervously like everyone else. He'd likely have told me about it if that had been the plan. Or not. Belatedly, I asked myself why he was even along for the ride. While he seemed fit enough to keep up with the rest, unlike me, I had to admit, he still moved in that hesitant way that spoke of his body hurting all over, which made sense, since it had been all of 5 days since he'd needed a blood transfusion for his vitals to stabilize. It was only then that I realized nobody had let me know how badly and how he'd been injured in the end. It couldn't have been that dire, since he was standing right next to me now. But none of that really mattered, I reminded myself as Jared kept staring at me from up close, still waiting for my answer. All that was needed was a curt nod from me. Crawling into a partly caved-in dark hole in the middle of a destroyed zombie-infested town? Sure, why the hell not? We didn't have far to go. Behind the huts, there was a strip of grass that led to a small hill bordering the forest. It didn't look like much, and under normal circumstances, I would have completely ignored it. But the fact that debris had been partly cleared away made it interesting. Blake and Axel did a quick sweep of the woods as far as we could see from the clearing, while Jared walked up to what ended up being a twisted, warped kind of trapdoor that had already been blown off one hinge, and probably not recently. Jared pulled it back, revealing... I wasn't quite sure what I had expected, but this wasn't it. No ladder led down, let alone stairs. There was simply a hole in the ground, loose dirt all around it. It looked hardly big enough for a child to crawl through, let alone a grown man, which I presumed was who was supposed to get something from a weapons cache. But then he had said ammo dump. I was starting to suspect that this was closer to a handful of ammunition boxes literally dumped in the dirt. Osprey stepped up to the hole and cautiously shone his flashlight in. From up close, I saw that the entrance widened deeper down, but it looked far from roomy or stable. I wondered if I should ask if somebody had a rope I could tie around me so they could pull me back out if the rest of the dirt started coming down, kicked loose by my very presence crawling down. That sounded like a very good idea, a smart idea. Shirking my axe and my pack, and then my hoodie, because any way I might lose bulk was a good idea, I figured. I crouched down, and with the flashlight gripped in my teeth, started shimmying feet first into the hole. As soon as my ass hit dirt, I felt it move with and around me, but less so than I'd feared. I also didn't get bitten in the ankle by a lurker, which was my far greater fear. The dust I inevitably kicked loose clogged up my lungs and tickled my nostrils, making me gasp for breath, then sneeze unnaturally hard. That resulted in my entire body jerking hard, and suddenly I felt gravity take over, pulling me into near blackness. To my racing heart, my slide felt like an avalanche, although in reality it was more like a couple of feet only. As the dust settled, I could clearly see the opening above me, 2 heads framed against the light sky, Osprey and Jared. Blinking against the dust burning in my eyes, I reached up and took the flashlight out of my mouth to do a quick sweep. It confirmed what my body already told me. I'd dropped down into a small cavernous room, roughly the size of a small bathroom. There was more to it, but 2 toppled shelves that had fallen against each other hid what looked like a small back room from sight. I kept the flashlight trained on the shelves for a little longer than necessary, listening to anything move behind them. Nothing. While I coughed twice more, once because I had to, the second time in hopes of further clearing my lungs, I forced myself to take stock of the inventory. What looked promising were the 3 weapons that must have fallen over as the shelves toppled, 2 carbines and a shotgun. And not that far from them, I caught sight of several small cardboard and plastic boxes. Ammo, if I wasn't sorely mistaken. I was sure that among the detritus that had come off the shelves, a few other things that might have been useful were hiding, but since I didn't have my pack...
"Find something?"
Axel called down to me, his voice almost too faint to make out. "Weapons and ammo," I replied, hoping that I'd pitched my response equally low. Instead of a verbal answer, a pack dropped down on me, bringing a new shower of dirt with it. Not mine, so it was probably Axel's. Fine with me. Since the cavern wasn't very high, and I really didn't trust the stability of it at all, I simply crawled over to the heap of spillage, flashlight again between my teeth. I didn't bother with verifying if it was the right ammo, but simply shook the first case, and when it gave a promising rattle, shoved it into the pack. 6 more boxes quickly followed, plus a random first aid kit that had gotten partly buried under them. The pack was hardly full with that bounty, but that way I could at least cram the weapons stocks first in as well. Several times the dirt around me moved, each and every time making me jump as a new shower of small pebbles and dust descended on me. It was about time for me to hightail it out of here. And yet, as I reached for the shotgun last, something made me hesitate. I couldn't say what exactly. No sound had tipped me off, and between the earthy scents coming from all around me and what wafted in from the outside, it was impossible to smell anything that didn't make me want to puke either. There was only one scent my brain was hunting for anyway, and the proximity to the burned huts made that impossible. So what exactly had tipped me off? I held my breath and strained my ears. Still nothing, not even any sounds from the guys waiting outside. And yet the fine hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. With my eyes still glued to the shelves, I put the pack down. Rather than shove the shotgun in, I checked if it was loaded. Empty. Of course, because the middle of a zombie apocalypse was the right time for proper weapon storage. I knew that at least one of the ammo packs had been the right size for shotgun shells, although I really didn't want to see how well buckshot did against the undead. Now slugs? I felt borderline paranoid as I reached back into the pack and started fishing for the boxes. I had to blindly open 3 and feel my way around until I found the right one, pulling 2 shells out. The entire time, the soft metallic clinking sounds made me wince and grit my teeth harder around the flashlight. One shell clicked into place, then the other. I allowed myself a soft exhale of relief. At least now I was armed. A small body came hurtling toward me with an ear-piercing shriek, seemingly out of nowhere. There was no time to pull the trigger, let alone aim. Even registering what was happening was pushing it, and only happened because I'd been dreading something like this. But I'd kind of counted on the fact that the shelf would be more of a hindrance, not the equivalent of a launch pad. My bad. That was why I now had to deal with a 3-foot-tall, 30-pound zombie child trying to claw my eyes out. Even light as it was, the force it collided into me with was enough to send me sprawling on my back. If what I suspected had happened in the huts had been anything like this, I wasn't surprised that they'd been incapable of better dealing with it. Neither was I. Because the shotgun had already been in my hands, I managed to wrest it up and between me and my assailant, but that was a close call. Way too close. A zombie slobber hit my cheek as the thing screamed. Its first swipe hit the flashlight, sending it tumbling into the back of the cavern, leaving my teeth aching from the force of it. That left some illumination, but by far not enough to actually see what I was doing. The light streaming in from outside didn't help, further blinding me. And damn, that thing was fast. With panic, and that thing clawing at me, all I could do was use the shotgun like a stick held between my spread hands, blindly bashing against the onslaught. There was no room for momentum, and with me having to bash up, that wasn't ideal either. On the other hand, that thing was light enough that while it was a heavy weight on my chest, I could have probably flung it right off me, if it had given me a second's respite, which it didn't, because it was as smart as it was vicious. Or I was just that damned unlucky. I considered calling out for help, but since the entrance to the cavern had hardly been large enough for me to fit, and any man squeezing through would have ended up crashing right down on and burying me underneath his weight, that wasn't a good idea. I also wasn't sure it was necessary, since that thing had shrieked loud enough to alert its adult brethren throughout the valley, so I figured the guys were aware that shit was going down below. I couldn't even be sure whether anyone was asking what was going on because our scuffle was producing too much noise. Pain exploded across my cheek, the saliva-sprayed one, when the nasty bugger got a swipe in, and then again across my bare upper arm. Fuck. Part of me noted it was a little late, or way too early, to worry about infection. That did absolutely nothing to stave off the panic shooting through me. It was as if something had tripped a live wire inside of me. Instinct took over. With a bout of strength, I kicked my feet into the earth and pushed upward with my torso, while throwing myself to the side at the same time. I didn't manage to fling the thing off, but at least it slid off me, and the sudden motion forced it to scramble for purchase. Sharp claws raked across my left hand, immediately making me let go of the shotgun before my mind could decide whether or not that was a good thing. No, not good. I tightened the grip of my other hand and yanked, dislodging its grip on the weapon. In the panic of the moment, I didn't even realize which end of the shotgun was which. It didn't matter. As soon as I was the only one holding it, I swung it around, switching to a two-handed grip just before bashing at the undead thing like I was holding a club. Once, twice. And then it was gone, the gloom hiding it completely from my sight as it withdrew. My rapid panting was the only sound in the cavern. Shit! Where had that thing disappeared to? I waited. 5 seconds. 10. 20. When still nothing came for me, I decided that I'd better get out of here before it came back with a vengeance, or with backup. The moment I hoisted the pack onto one shoulder, to somehow get it up to the hole, I was well aware that I couldn't crawl through it with the pack on. The kid zombie was back, slamming into my free shoulder. I jumped and tried to shy away, yanking back from the assault. I felt it slide down my arm, momentary relief flooding through me, until that thing grabbed the shotgun and tried to wrench it from my hand. Smart bugger. Apparently, it had taken all of a minute for it to realize where the business end of my defense and attack was located. I considered letting go in hopes of being able to scramble up the slope to the exit while it was coveting its prize, but my fingers wouldn't open where they were still clenched hard around the handguard. This was my one loaded weapon, the one I could be most certain that I could bring to good use. The pack was full of maybes. This at least ranged into a score of probably. I couldn't give up on that. Something else would have to give. I still had trouble clearly seeing the thing, but because it was holding on to the shotgun, I knew vaguely where it must be. So I let the pack slide down my other arm, caught hold of the straps, and swung it around like a wrecking ball. Since it had about half the weight of the small zombie, that should have been enough for it to at least work as a distraction. The pack connected with something, about halfway to where I was aiming. I felt it give a second before a howl went up, and was quickly picked up and amplified, not by one, but several more voices. Yeah, I'd so overstayed my welcome. I didn't really think. Since I was still swinging the pack, I kept going, turning around so I could fling it up toward the exit, hoping that I hit well enough for someone to be able to grab it and pull it out. As soon as my other hand was free, I grabbed the shotgun properly, including a few frantic seconds of fumbling around, did my best to aim down at the writhing mass of small limbs in front of me, and shot. Twice. In the brief seconds, when the muzzle flashes illuminated the room around me, I got a sense for what I was dealing with. At least 5, if not 7 or more small bodies spread out in a semicircle before me. 2 were down by the second shot, or at least withdrawing. Discharging a gun in close quarters is seldom a good idea. Doing so inside a small room, even less so. Foul liquid splattered everywhere, hitting my face and bare arms as if someone had directed a garden hose with a spray attachment my way. The sonic assault rattled my teeth and made my ears explode with agony, but there was no helping that. Vertigo hit me hard as my brain scrambled to make sense of what was going on, momentarily overwhelmed. Add to that the residual headache from my monster of a hangover, and what was going on with me wasn't pretty. I might have thrown up a little, and not just in my mouth. I sure as fuck stumbled back blindly, disoriented. Up, down, nothing made sense. But somehow I retained a modicum of control over my body, enough so that I managed to catch myself before I went down. As soon as I felt like I knew which way I had to go, I flung the shotgun toward the light and started scrambling after it. The pack was already gone, so that must have been good news. The howls, some frightened but mostly angry, that went up behind me spurred me on, making me throw what little was left of my caution to the wind. As I scrambled and backslid again and again, barely making any headway, I could feel tiny hands crawling and clawing all over my back and legs. Bony fingers wrapped around my ankles, ready to pull me back with the strength of 10 adults. That it was all in my head didn't help the wave of panic that was driving me on. The shotgun disappeared right in front of my eyes, then reappeared, the barrel floating in the air below the exit. Someone was holding it out to me, I realized. The howls behind me got louder, making me increase my efforts, my breath coming in painful, pressed, ragged pants. Just as my fingers slid over the barrel, hardly touching it, by far not enough for me to actually grab it, something grabbed my leg, claws sinking into the denim of my jeans. I threw myself up and forward, trusting that this was my one last chance, and as my hands closed around the shotgun, someone else's fingers grabbed my t-shirt from above, yanking me up hard enough that the cotton tore in several places. More hands followed, finding actual purchase on my arms and shoulders, pulling me through the hole out into blissful, bright daylight, right into a fresh wave of chaos. We were not alone anymore. If I'd had time to consider, I should have realized that the shrieks of the kid zombies might already have been enough to draw the attention of the lurkers. Firing the shotgun, twice, had massively exacerbated that possibility. People were running everywhere, and only a handful of them were still alive. Equally pleasant, if not much of a surprise, was the realization that the hands that still grabbed onto me belonged to Jared. Although I had to admit, when he kicked the zombie clinging to my leg right in the teeth and sent it rolling away, I was slightly mollified. Somehow I'd figured that once he escalated whatever this was between us to actually groping me, it would happen under different circumstances. True enough, as soon as he felt me able to keep myself upright, he let go, already turning around to, run, because there was zero sense in trying to fight the wave of bodies rolling down the valley toward us. Hundreds of undead were coming, and they acted very different from the mob that we'd seen several times before. All of them were running full out, hurtling toward us like the lead group of a 5K run. While they might have been silent as they geared up, now they were screaming and shrieking, the sounds alone enough to set my instinct to flight mode 100%. Suddenly, the saliva on my cheek, the scratches all over my body, and last but not least, the gore splatters all over me didn't really matter all that much. Even if Jared was right with his 7 minutes until death idea, it didn't look like I'd get to live that long. A tiny part of me considered accepting defeat, simply because what was coming toward us was too overwhelming to intellectually deal with it. Just stand there and let it happen, and in 2 minutes from now, it would be all over. Thankfully, I was way too stubborn to accept that as a valid option. So I did the only thing that I could. I ran. Chapter 4. Running was a good strategy, if a flawed one. It came with 2 prerequisites, that you were physically able to, and that you had somewhere to run to. Neither was working out in my favor right now. Already running high on adrenaline, my body was primed for action, but the dust I'd inhaled in the cave was once more doing wonders for my lung capacity. That, and I hadn't been lying when I'd told Jared earlier that I wasn't up for that level of exertion. Climbing the hill to get here had pretty much wiped out my scarce energy reserves, fatigue hitting me hard before I'd made it more than 100 yards. Not even in a straight line, because even in that relatively short distance, I had to zigzag at least 5 times around zombies coming for us out of every perceptible hiding space, now that they'd heard their angry brethren howl from every possible direction. That we hadn't literally stumbled across them before was miraculous. I made a mental note that, should I survive this, I'd have to spend some bona fide time discussing the theory with the others that not only were they stellar at hiding, but the lurkers must have been constantly moving around us to keep us from literally stumbling onto them. As it was, it didn't look good for that to happen. The way my lungs were burning, again, I was almost glad about that. Almost. Story of my life. Another lurker rearing up from what was little more than a bushel of grass right in front of me scrambled my thoughts, leaving instinct to finally take over for good. I'd started out as part of a group, Jared and his guys, plus Osprey and me, but already we had to spread out far enough that I could hardly keep track of where everyone was. Osprey was pretty much the only one I was sure about, since I'd been following him, bobbing and weaving toward the road that ran down the valley. The one open stretch of terrain where we could run well and wouldn't break our ankles and necks because of hidden holes in the ground. I thought that was Axel over there, running with 2 packs slung over his shoulders, presumably his and mine, but couldn't be sure. I hadn't had time to ask about the pack, and I didn't remember if I'd seen anyone with the shotgun. The only reason why I had my, way too heavy for sprinting, axe was because someone had pushed it at me just before we'd taken off. It didn't really matter. We were too few people for any kind of formation, so apparently everyone was out for themselves. Hence my knee-jerk reaction to stick with Osprey. Because of everyone around, I was certain that he would do his very best to stick with me. The other assholes? Not so much. Not now that I wasn't running high on supercharged juice. Assholes. But what else was new? Something slammed into my right side and threw me to the ground, and that was it for mental gymnastics. I hadn't seen the zombie when it came for me, but I sure got an eyeful of it now that it pounced on me just as I managed to roll onto my back. Snapping jaws came at me lightning fast. I had somehow retained the grip on my axe with my right hand, but it was way too heavy to quickly get up between me and what looked very much like the mechanism of my impending doom, so I slammed my left forearm up instead. My naked, very unprotected and fragile forearm, since there had been 0 time for donning my hoodie again. It was more luck than calculation that made me aim low enough that I didn't slam it right into the undead's maw, which could never have been healthy. Instead, my arm passed under its chin and landed against its trachea. Not hard enough to cause actual damage, but it gave me just enough of a lever to hold it back so that the terribly stained teeth snapped shut inches from my nose rather than tearing it right off. But damn, that thing was heavy. The impact on the ground had already pressed most of the air out of my lungs, and inhaling now with the zombie pretty much perched on my chest was hard. Impossible, as the fresh wave of panic let me know. Already, my vision was swimming with weird colored patches and was starting to darken and narrow around the edges as I kept trying to push that thing off me, or at least keep it at bay. Against immense resistance, and with quite a lot of pain involved, I finally got the axe up, but there was no way to use it effectively. I couldn't wedge it between us, and even though I tried to clobber it against the side of the thing's skull, that was hardly effective, although it seemed to irritate it. A jerk on my already straining right arm, and the axe was wrenched from my hand. This is it, I thought to myself. I'm dead in 3, 2, 1. While my mind was being dramatic, my body thankfully snapped into pragmatism mode, making me slam my now-free palm against the zombie's forehead to push it further back, and into perfect position for Jared to swing my axe and bury the blade into the back of the zombie's head, hard enough that the momentum made both of my arms give in. The zombie's face slammed right into mine, knocking me stupid for a second. If it still had been able to, it would have easily chewed off my cheek. But it didn't, because nothing was home in those filmy eyes anymore. Jared jerked the axe back, which in turn made the thing's head follow along until gravity pulled it off the weapon and sent it right back down onto me. Disgust was too soft a word to describe the visceral revulsion that rocked through me, making me want to scream, flail around, and retch my very soul out. I had neither the time nor energy for that, so as soon as Jared gave the thing a kick hard enough to displace it from directly above me, I shoved it the rest of the way off and rose onto shaky legs. I had a second to cross gazes with Jared. He smirked as he held out my axe to me. Before I could reach for it, another zombie came bowling into me, but a part of my senses that I had no direct access to must have seen that coming, because I almost managed to duck away. It still slammed into my hip and side, but then fell past me rather than taking me down. When I frantically righted myself, Jared was already on it, slamming the axe into the downed zombie's head, hitting it perfectly. That was a man who knew how to chop wood. The very idea of forever referring to him as Woodchuck Jarrett made me burst into a fit of hysterical laughter that earned me a partly amused, partly bewildered look from him. It cut off as suddenly as it had started, which was a good thing, as breathing deeply was way more important. My gaze fell on the weapon Jared must have dropped in favor of liberating me of mine. It looked just like a wooden baseball bat, something much more suited for my momentary physical limitations. When he saw that I was about to reach for it, Jared gave it a soft kick, sending it toward me. I was surprised how heavy it felt compared to the bat I'd started my day with, and there was barbed wire wrapped around the business end. Not the reason for why it was heavier, but for sure a brilliant addition. Why had none of us thought about that? Even in the short time I'd stayed with the Enclave, we'd passed by enough fields to scavenge miles of that stuff. I dropped that line of thinking as I saw the next zombie come racing toward me, a female roughly my size. She was so close that I couldn't turn and try to run, so I tightened my grip around the bat club thing and swung. I aimed for her face but couldn't quite get the club up high enough, instead smacking her right in the shoulder. She'd been too focused on reaching me to react, and my hit made her stagger past me. I turned around with her and sent the club toward the back of her knee, hoping to make her fall. Not quite, but she ended up in a low crouch as she came around to face me again, screeching with anger. Bat raised, I got ready to hit her, but something inside me held back. Sure, she had no qualms attacking, killing, and eating me, and if I was unlucky, not entirely in that order. And she was by far not the first undead I'd attacked or killed. She certainly looked the part, crazed, dirty, clearly not quite human anymore. And yet, swallowing thickly, I forced my conscience back to where it belonged and swung. I hit her squarely in the face, the barbed wire biting into and tearing apart the soft flesh. I felt something hard crunch, too, but not enough. She instinctively shied back, which just increased the tearing damage. What was left of her face looked downright grotesque as she staggered back. Strips of flesh had torn loose, blood leaking out. I'd apparently hit one of her eyes that, mercifully, remained inside the skull but looked nothing like it should have. My gorge rose, a visceral shudder running through me. I'd done this. This was my responsibility. Fuck. Movement coming from up close startled me out of my momentary trance. It turned out to be Jared swinging his axe again. With equal ferocity and aim, he buried the blade in the side of the zombie's neck, pretty much decapitating her. Mostly. She stilled and went slack, her partially severed head dropping onto the shoulder I'd hit before, the barbed wire turning the flesh underneath her light blouse to so much minced meat. Blood came spurting out of the open space in her neck, but I only got a glimpse of that before the body hit the ground, the wound thankfully out of sight. To say I was horrified was an understatement. I tore my attention away from the gruesomely disfigured corpse to check on our surroundings. Not a second too late, since the next undead were already coming for us. But this time, there were seconds to spare that allowed me to dig my toes into the ground and start sprinting forward, and that was exactly what I did. Only not toward the road where I had been heading before, but toward the forested slope. Even if fighting a literal uphill battle sounded bad, it was still better than the slaughtering grounds at the bottom of the valley. Against all odds and expectations, I reached the tree line without anything coming directly after me. Panting for breath, with my lungs burning and my vision swimming, I glanced over my shoulder, expecting to find Jared right behind me. Only that I was on my own. No living human anywhere even close to me. I frantically cast around, doing my best to backtrack to my previous position and then extrapolate from there. Over by the road, I found a cluster of men that were putting up a good fight, Osprey among them. But of Jared or Axel, any trace was missing. I finally spotted Blake simply by going for where the biggest holdup and commotion in the streams of zombies were that looked different from a feeding frenzy, finding him going to town on them in 2s and 3s, still swinging his sledgehammer and putting a noticeable dent in the zombie population. He kept walking backward, additionally thinning the horde because quite a few decided that it was mealtime now instead of time to die. Smart zombies. Not good. So not good. But probably the only way for us to get out of this hellhole. While I had apparently veered off to the side and away from a lot of the undead's attention, I found myself confronted with quite a few of the less brave ones now. It made sense, of course. They must have let me pass only so they could gang up on me now. Perfect. The first of them was on me before I could decide what to do next, but a badly aimed smash and rake toward his stomach made him decide to stagger back out of my reach. The next one was equally deterred, with my club smacking into his temple, but not fatally so. The others quickly learned from their mistakes, staying just far enough back that I couldn't reach them. Then they got smart and spread out all around me, including into the trees. Shit, they were trying to surround me. I hadn't had enough time for my breathing to slow down yet, let alone for my lungs to generally get enough air to stop screaming for it, but I couldn't let any of that matter now. I took off up the slope, staggering and sliding between the trees. Not all of the smart lurkers followed, but enough that it would soon be a problem once I ran out of air and strength. I had to stop when my foot got caught on a tree root hidden behind some weeds. I barely had time to regain my balance before the first zombie crashed into me, making me sprawl out on the ground on my front. Almost immediately, too soon for me to be able to roll over and away, another pounced on my back, grabbed the hair at the back of my head, and slammed my face hard into the ground. Since it only met wet earth and weeds, the effect was rather anticlimactic, but it still hurt. I just about managed to spit out the dirt and raise my head when another one of them grabbed my club and tried to wrench it out of my hand. Smart fuckers. It was scary how bright they were. Thankfully, what they weren't was well coordinated, because as they started to crowd in, they snapped at each other more than at me, becoming a hindrance for each other. The weight on my back lifted, likely as another zombie pushed the one crouching on me off. Immediately I rolled, taking the club with me. I felt some resistance for a moment, picturing it tearing through dirty, claw-like fingers. Then it was free, and so was I, as I staggered to my feet, vertigo hitting me lightly. It was only a matter of seconds until they'd notice I was up, so I'd better act fast. That, more than actual planning, made me take off back down the slope and out of the woods into bright daylight, because no way would I have a chance of surviving otherwise. Almost immediately, several lingering zombies looked up from where they were crouching over their meals. But right now, none of them were coming for me. I ran right past them, trusting that it would stay this way simply because I had few other options. That worked well for all of 10 seconds, when a bunch of faster ones currently running out in the open veered off path and came straight at me. No way was I going to be able to outrun them, not panting and wheezing with no clue in what direction to turn. So I did the next best thing. I hunkered down next to an old, partly dismembered carcass and started tearing at it, hoping that my half-assed disguise would work, while I had to fight hard not to retch with disgust, while my soul died a little more. The things we do to survive. The fast ones ran right past me and into the trees, where I presumed some of my tail was by now coming back. One of them took a much too close look, though, eyeing me and the carcass critically. Dirty as I was, I might have fit in, and there was plenty of now almost dry blood all over me to sell it. But I likely must have looked too beefy myself to be that enamored with such a meager meal. So, for good measure, I snarled at him. His attention fell away, and he quickly caught up to the others. I was just about to relax when I realized that a lot of the lurkers around me were now fixated on me. They reminded me of the pink pants zombie that had followed Kaz and me before we'd run into Jared back in Charlotte. Right now, I couldn't tell whether they saw me as their new leader or the next meal. Casting around while I brushed the disgusting gore on my hands off on some grass, I hoped to see something that would give me an idea of what to do next, but I was out of luck. I didn't even see the others anymore that I'd glimpsed when I'd come out of the trees. Either they were dead or had made a successful exit. The very idea that I'd been left behind in the middle of a zombie-infested former settlement gave me the creeps. Well, at least nobody could set me up to get killed now. There was a silver lining to everything. Sadly, I felt like I was proving right now that I could do just as good a, if not better, job as Jared in that aspect. My attention snapped to the huts. They were a good 200 feet to my left, thanks to our efforts to escape. Backtracking was absolutely a literal step in the wrong direction. Also, because the area between my current position and what remained of the buildings was crawling with the undead, busy tearing apart fresh and not-so-fresh food alike. No way I would make it there without getting attacked, and I was certain that if I went down in the open, I'd never get up again. Too many lurkers would join in the fray to be able to crawl out from underneath them somehow. That trick only worked once. But there were some abandoned cars down the valley, the closest only 70 or 80 feet away from me. I cast one more cautious look around before I took off toward the vehicle, not running outright to avoid triggering the lurkers. I got a good 20 feet before I had to pass through two groups of lurkers, members of both rearing up and staring at me with aggression. More out of instinct than deliberate thought, I sent my club into the shoulder of the closest zombie, feeling it scrape over and briefly catch on bone. That gave me the creeps, but it also made him rear back and sneer at the diminutive woman next to him, rather than go toe-to-toe with me. While I was normally not a fan of trickle-down violence, this once I would give it a pass. More and more zombies looked up, So the next one I passed, I whacked in the face, screaming a little inside at the damage the barbed wire did. Killing them was one thing, but maiming? Not good. Absolutely not good. But it worked for what I'd intended. The second zombie went down, the others quickly setting on it while giving me a wide berth. I reached the car almost unscathed, and with what I felt was a couple of seconds to spare. Looking around one last time, I hoped that now I'd find someone still around, fighting, but no such luck. A glance through the window, and I abandoned the idea of crawling into the back row. It was full of dismembered body parts, several people having died there. So instead, I popped the trunk, praying that it would open and turn out empty. It did open, and except for an old discolored blanket, it was empty. But I'd underestimated how much bodily fluids could have leaked through the back row and into the trunk. A lot. And there were plenty of flies and maggots at work as well on the seepage. Most, but not all of that, had ended up on the blanket. To say every single fiber of my body wanted to recoil with revulsion was putting it mildly. Yet when I looked up from the trunk, I saw that lurkers all around were slowly inching toward me. Most curious, but a few already displaying signs of aggression. Looked like I was out of options, and the gore in the back row proved that they'd learned how to open doors and windows, but not trunks. Grimacing with disgust, I did my very best to push the soiled blanket toward the back of the trunk, the seats, and clambered in next to it before I reached up and slammed the cover closed above me. The last thing I saw were two lurkers rearing up and making a run for it. The world went dark. Then the entire car rocked as they slammed into the back before tearing into each other from what it sounded like. The impact made another wave of liquefied people goo slosh into the trunk and consequently onto me, followed by some dribbles. I clamped my mouth shut and concentrated on just holding my breath until my lungs burned like fire, forcing my mind to shut down. As it was, I wasn't even sure if it would make a difference if I screamed, since I could now hear the undead howling loudly all around the car, with several impacts following on all sides at irregular intervals. But I knew that if I let that scream out, I'd never stop, not and still be sane. So I did the only thing I could do. I lay there in the dark, stinking trunk, feeling like I was getting baked alive with corpse goo gravy and mostly imaginary maggots crawling over my skin. How quickly being hungover had ceased to be the predominant reason for my misery. And this once, I had nobody else to blame but myself. Chapter 5. With no watch, I had no way of guessing how much time had passed until the feeding frenzy died down, but it must have been well over an hour. Gradually, the thumps and growls faded away, until that eerie, unsettling quiet from when we'd first traipsed out of the woods settled all over the valley once more. I was sure that the closed trunk must have muffled some noise, so I forced myself to remain still for as long as I could somehow make myself. Each breath was agony, my entire body primed to purge itself of everything it had ever ingested when that horrible smell hit my brain again. Purge itself again, that was, because even stellar self-control and nothing but water for breakfast didn't help against this. And there I'd thought the fetid pool with the drowned people in Charlotte had been bad. It was almost comical how the apocalypse found new ways to completely gross me out. I didn't allow myself to laugh, though. As with the screaming, I wasn't sure if I could have stopped again if I'd started laughing. And it would be just my luck to get attacked and eaten now that I'd outweighted the worst, just because I couldn't keep my trap shut. But then the moment came when I just couldn't stand lying there anymore, covered in what was left of other people's organs and my own vomit. Problem was that as I tried to find a way to open the trunk from the inside, my fingers didn't find anything. A fresh wave of panic hit me. What if I was locked in for good? What if I was going to die in here?
Almost worse, what if I wasn't simply delirious from the heat and stench, but was about to convert? And then some unsuspecting asshole popped the trunk down the line only to get eaten by my zombified self. Well, that last part was kind of funny and calmed me down a little. But it was a horrifying idea, and not something that helped me calm down or get out of this fucking trunk. With no option left, and quite some nervous energy pent up, I instead tried kicking the back of the seats to get them to fold forward. That didn't work, but finding the latch that released them did. As sunlight blinded me, I gagged as the wave of stench that hit me was even worse than what had been going on in the trunk. Plus, there was the tactile sensation of what kept dribbling through the now-created gap. Squeezing my eyes shut against the glare, I reached across the trunk and unsnapped the other seat as well, so I could create a zombie goo seat sandwich and crawl out of the trunk onto relatively dry ground. I remained lying there, just long enough to trust my tearing eyes to work once more, before I came up into a crouch and carefully glanced out through the stained windows. All I saw were torn-apart corpses, markedly fewer than when I'd last checked on them. Damn, but the lurkers had been busy. The smart thing would have been to remain in the car for a little longer, to make sure that the noise I'd inadvertently caused hadn't drawn more attention, but I simply couldn't make myself do that. What I did instead was grit my teeth, send a half-hearted prayer out into the universe, and reach for the door. It wasn't locked, and not even shut, as I found out, which worked in my favor now, since that meant I could simply push it open without too much fiddling. Right outside was a patch of lush green grass that looked like the best thing ever. Not throwing myself at it cost me a lot of restraint, but simply getting out of the car and back onto my feet was a massive improvement. It also made it obvious just how drenched in sweat and gunk my entire body was, my shirt and jeans sticking to my skin all over. As soon as I was standing outside, the urge to run hit me, but I cut down on that impulse. Instead, I crouched down and took a long look around. My club was gone, or buried under too much fresh gore to be found. When still nothing moved, I hastened over to the next vehicle, making sure to remain hunched over to limit how my body was silhouetted against the sky. When still nothing came for me, I moved over to the next vehicle, and the next. And when I finally ran out of vehicles, I used random bushes, and in one case even a patch of long grass that had miraculously remained upright, for cover. All around me, only the insects sang, the afternoon heat beating down on me. It took me fucking forever to reach the main road, and then the point where I'd seen the cluster of men fight for their lives. It was still recognizable, since there was fresh blood all over the road, drying but somewhat lighter than the days-old previous paint job. I also recognized the patterns of some of the shirts and jackets that the militia people had been wearing this morning, only that I didn't remember their names. Osprey stuff was markedly absent. That was all I cared about. I didn't dare linger for long. Already I could feel the eyes of what felt like at least a dozen lurkers on me, and I didn't want to put my paranoia to the test. Nobody alive was still around, and it was high time for me to get going. I couldn't say why, but it was only a couple minutes later that the realization truly sank in, that they had left me behind. Probably not deliberately, and I doubted they'd had much of a choice, but that didn't change a thing about the fact that I was out here all on my own, pretty much defenseless considering the overwhelming odds I was facing. And it wasn't like this had been my idea, or I'd tagged along by choice. I knew that thinking along those lines could only be trouble. It changed nothing, and my best chance of survival was still not giving up. Not giving up hope, but also generally not allowing despair to take over. I wasn't dead yet. I'd probably die from the fucking zombie bacteria soon, but so far my mind and body were still working. The least I wanted to do was spit on that asshole's grave first. I had no clue what had happened to Jared, or Axel and Blake, but since neither of them had sent me into a hole to die, their whereabouts weren't quite at the forefront of my mind. My heart sank when a couple of minutes later I saw another patch of churned, let's face it, gore. This looked just as fresh as the first, plus it came with another level of gruesome knowledge. Those reddish-brown smears leading away from the worst of it, those were tire tracks. I guessed that this had been the place where the rest of our sortie group had driven into the rescue, only they hadn't managed to get to everyone in time. That looked like at least 3, if not 5 bodies. Had they left the dead? Or had the zombies torn some of the still living people out of the cars, hunted them down literally inches away from safety? I didn't linger, not just because I was afraid the lurkers would sooner or later return for the rest. I had zero intentions of finding out who the victims had been this time, even if that meant not spitting on Jared's grave. Who was I kidding? That asshole was alive for sure, maybe already back in the Enclave, enjoying all the creature comforts now entirely out of reach for me. I had zero interest in analyzing why I was so obsessed with him right now. The answer was obvious. It was something easy to fixate on that distracted nicely from the truth, that I was alone, and that a good half of the people who had set out this morning were dead now. And for what? Some photos, a couple of guns, and a handful of ammo packs? We never should have come here. Not while the entire area was still infested, and not with only melee weapons to boot, although I doubted that firearms would have made much of a difference. More so, I'd had no business tagging along. But what else was new? Dehydration and the heat made my already miserable situation a million times worse, so I did my best to keep sneaking onward from cover to cover wherever I could find it. Whenever I heard something, I would either wait until I could pinpoint the source or for it to have moved. That meant I was moving at a snail's pace at best. But then the gently sloping grassland turned to forest on both sides of the road, offering shelter from the heat and, more importantly, prying eyes. I didn't trust that I was all on my own for a second, but so far the lurkers had kept to their chosen MO, and that was enough for now. And if worse came to worst, I'd have to climb a tree and sleep up there. With the meadows still open behind me, I paused and chanced one look back. It was still quiet, but the usual forest sounds were absent. Had our mistake been coming here at all? Or simply dropping by at the wrong time of day? Sure, we'd seen zombies active during the night, but they seemed to have a much easier time during the day. Or was this simply true because we'd mostly been sticking to daylight hours, diurnal animals as we were? Did any of this make sense, or was I just hunting for an excuse to curl up somewhere and sleep for fucking forever, or until something chanced upon me and ate me? With a sinking feeling, I realized I'd likely soon find out when day inevitably turned to night, and I would still be out here all on my own. Grimacing, I scanned the seemingly empty meadow one last time before I continued trudging up the road. Figuring, with underbrush and dead leaves everywhere now, my progress would be quieter smack out in the middle of the road. When nothing came screaming and screeching after me in the next 5 minutes, and around the first bend out of sight of the meadow, I allowed myself to relax just a little bit. I still jumped whenever something rustled in the underbrush or a branch creaked, but with the quiet slowly invading my mind, adrenaline finally leaked from my veins. Great. Now I was a stinking heap of wired tiredness, with the last of my strength waning. With no change to my situation in general, and absolutely no haste, except to get away from the lurking zombies that I knew I'd left behind, I decided to take a break. As much as I wanted to get as far away as possible from them, It made no sense to completely tire myself out so that I wouldn't have the strength left to run away from the next best independent undead coming for me. Ahead, I couldn't see a better spot, so I simply veered off the road and walked a good 100 feet into the woods, doing my best to step deliberately and quietly. I ended up leaning against the trunk of an enormous oak tree and waited for a minute if anything would appear out of thin air. When that didn't happen, I went around to the back and sat down sideways so I could keep an eye on the road while still fully supported by the tree. Fuck, but I stank like a cesspool full of shredded zombie guts. Nothing happened for what felt like 5 minutes, making me guess I was safe, or as safe as I was going to get. I was just about to relax some more when I saw them. 2 lurkers popped out of the undergrowth on the opposite side of the road, exactly where I had left it. They came forward slowly, looking this way and that, sniffing cautiously. I was sure that they hadn't yet seen me, since they didn't glance in the direction of my tree, but that was damn creepy, and a good reminder regarding that tree-climbing business. Chancing a glance up, I tried judging the lower branches of the oak. No fucking way was I going to get up there unaided. Not on a good day, but certainly not today that was anything but. Not only were they in sight now, but they made no move to get back to their hiding space. Just to be sure, I grabbed a short branch from the ground right beside me. As far as weapons went, it wasn't a good one, but it was all I had. Then I considered, and before I could wise up, I threw it as far away from me as I could, into the trees rather than toward the road. It click-clacked against 2 thinner trunks before it noisily disappeared into the leaves and grass on the ground. The lurkers halted immediately, squinted, and withdrew back to the other side of the road, not even poised to investigate what had made that noise, nor where it had originated from. If all of them behaved like that, none of us would be in any kind of peril. I didn't trust that for a second. But it was all I got, so I'd better make the most of it, I figured. Clambering onto aching legs, I held on to the tree until my world had steadied itself before I set out once more. Just to be sure, I remained parallel to the road for a good distance until I dared get back onto firm, not noise-producing ground. The forest around me remained quiet, with not a single sign of the undead. I stared back the way I had come as I caught my breath, then set out anew. A good 3 miles from the clearing, I saw a small bridge in the road, hope flaring alive in my chest. It would be just my luck if it was simply a crossing over a narrow ravine, but with just a little luck, and for once my luck held. As it turned out, it was only a shallow creek the bridge spanned, but it was running water with 0 good hiding spaces around it. Ideal for a quick climb down to wash the worst of the worst off. What I'd imagined as a quick climb ended up being more of an uncontrolled scramble that turned into a quick slide, but at least I got down in one piece, and it had been my intention anyway to fully wash myself, including my back, pants, and shoes. The shock of the ice-cold water hitting my overheated body was a stark but welcome one, chasing away some of the weariness that had taken over. The merry gurgling of the water on the smooth stones made it all seem borderline idyllic, making it easy to ignore the otherwise eerie quiet. Still not trusting exactly how alone I was, I set to cleaning myself as quickly as possible, going as far as to tear my shirt off so I could give it a quick dunk and scrub to get the worst of the gunk off, then used it to wash my exposed skin. It took way too long for the water that came sluicing off me to be somewhat clear, the burn of the cold so bad that I started to lose the sensation in my hands. Donning the wet shirt was a new level of discomfort, but since I wasn't going to best any zombies in just my bra and exposed stomach, there was no way around that. Glancing up at the steep slope back to the road, a moment of despair hit me. Just how was I going to scramble up there if getting down had been almost too much to handle?
But who said I had to follow that damn road? Looking up and down the creek, I tried to judge which direction it was going, but immediately gave up. With no means of navigation, it was impossible to consider my position relative to any point of reference I knew. It also was useless, since I doubted the cars would be waiting another mile down the road. By now, they'd likely reached the Enclave. Even if they later sent another team, I had no idea where they'd be headed. My best bet was to stay clear of the undead until I got out of this damn forest, and then find my way back. Or not, since I wasn't even sure I wanted to head back to what had become home for so many of us. What had Xander and Osprey said when they'd been chatting about the neighborhood conflicts? That they'd clashed with something like 6 or 7 other factions, among them the residents defending their boarded-up towns in the mountains? I didn't like considering the possible ramifications for me, but I was borderline sure that most of them would be happy to accept a single unarmed woman in dire need of shelter and protection. And they didn't believe I was a borderline homicidal maniac on probation yet. Plus, if the sniffing of the lurkers was any indication, they'd have a much harder time following me if I stayed close to the water. I had 2 choices now: uphill or down creek. As much as walking with the stream sounded easier, I chose to head farther into the mountains, since it was a very gentle rise only. I knew that somewhere up there was the Blue Ridge Parkway with all those towns, while out in the open plains, the remnants of the zombie mob were still active. Not a hard choice, after all. I made good progress, but that still meant I was stumbling more often than not, falling into the creek more than once while trying to find ways over the rocks. It got easier when a small trail, either a deer trail or unmarked hiking path, appeared next to the gurgling creek, allowing me somewhat close to sure footing once more. Some hiking poles would have been nice, but then if I'd had some, I could have used them as a weapon and wouldn't have had to stumble alongside the creek in the first place. I did find a thick, dead branch that I managed to break off to turn into a makeshift staff, even though it wouldn't have made heads turn at a Renaissance fair. Take that, wizards! Impossibly tired, I wasn't about to give away my position by madly cackling to myself, so I did my very best to remain quiet. Hours passed. I slogged on until I got too tired, and rested and drank some more of the cold, clear water, only to puke up most of it once I trudged on. My legs hurt, then started to cramp when I realized that just maybe the water they'd given me at the Enclave might have been full of electrolytes that I had since depleted. But sadly, I didn't happen on a random vending machine full of sports drinks. At least the water was a welcome source of coolness in the oppressive heat of the day, even underneath the shade of the tree canopy. Ahead, the creek went down a small waterfall that looked like I'd need some extra effort scrambling up the slope beside it. My mood tanked, but I forced myself to keep going until I reached it, briefly stopping to peer into the pools of water around where the cascade hit the ground. Not that I expected there to be trout around, and even less for me to be able to catch them barehanded, but at least the water looked deep enough here to fully submerge myself if I dared. Shock to my system be damned, but it felt good to feel all the salty sweat wash away with what remained of the zombie goo still clinging to my body, resistant to previous cleaning efforts. There was even a convenient large boulder off to the side where I could rest, even more conveniently warmed by a stray beam of sunlight, perfect to stretch out on and let my clothes dry or at least warm up. I was still scrambling up the submerged stones to get to the boulder when I noticed 2 things. First, the boulder was wet in places, although it was well outside of the spray of the waterfall and the splash radius of the pool. And second, there was a heap of discarded candy wrappers crinkled up right next to it. I froze in my tracks, shivering from the recent dunking, staring transfixed at the scene in front of me. Sure, anything could have left that residual water slowly drying in the sunshine. Same with the wrappers, The wind could have carried them along the ravine, and they had simply gotten caught right there. Only that the water was in exactly the position where a human would have sat down after washing up, just as I had intended to. And the wrappers were pristine, with not a speck of dirt on them, clearly left very recently. Neither looked like what a rabid gang of the undead would have left behind. My heart was still thudding in my throat as I cast around, searching for more clues. I should have paid more attention while slogging up the creek, looked for tracks like broken branches or other discarded items. Maybe it was because I was still rocking the last of the withdrawal symptoms, but the signs of humans passing filled me more with trepidation than hope. I still ended up crawling up onto that boulder to warm up, at least until I stopped shivering and felt a little more like myself again. Sadly, the wrappers didn't even contain crumbs. Whoever had left them made sure to pretty much lick them clean. Now that I was looking for them, I easily found signs of passing, or at least where someone had used the surrounding vegetation to scramble up the steep slope next to the waterfall. I also saw some footprints left by sturdy boots not far from there. Then, more broken branches and some sheaves of grass someone had knotted up, likely keeping their fingers busy while their attention was on the terrain and possible assailants. The grass was still green and fresh, barely starting to wilt, so it must have been dropped there recently. Every time I heard branches creak, particularly when it came from up ahead, I stopped and listened, trying to determine if that had been a sign or just my paranoia. A few times I thought I heard shouts, but that turned out to be just the wind, unexpectedly coming around a tree or rock. I stopped twice more at convenient places, always looking for more clues, but not finding any besides footprints. They all looked the same, and I never found more than one set, which either meant I was following a single person or more who were walking spread out, using the same kind of footwear. My bet was on the latter. Nobody was as stupid as me, getting caught out here all by her lonesome self. The initial fright soon wore off and disappeared into the murky depth of the constant low alertness that seemed to have become my MO of late. Nobody had attacked me yet, including the lurkers from the militia HQ. By now, I figured I was far enough away to avoid even the most far-roaming of them, including stragglers from the mob. Who, except for me, was thinking it was a good idea to walk up the ravine, following the creek into possible oblivion? The water had thinned to the point where I could easily jump from bank to bank without getting wet now, making me expect to find the spring around the next soft bend, smack in the middle of nowhere. It had been a while since the hiking trail, or what I'd perceived as one, had veered off and disappeared straight up an incline too steep for me to want to chance it. Ending up in the middle of nowhere seemed more and more likely. I had no fucking clue what I would do if that ended up being at the bottom of a cliff face and no way out of there except to turn back. Hours of slow but steady exercise sapped my strength, but also did their thing to jumpstart my metabolism. Drinking ice-cold water still upset my stomach, but it had been a while since I'd barfed anything back up. I even considered eating some grass or leaves to see if they would stay down, but nixed that idea before it could get appetizing. The last thing I needed was to kill myself by accidentally ingesting something like poison ivy. But one of those candy bars previously contained by the discarded wrappers I'd found, that started to sound mighty good. The ravine around me suddenly opened up and flattened into some kind of plateau, the creek spreading out into a smallish lake with trees right up to the watermark. It was the first time since I'd left the road that visibility was more than shouting distance, making me both antsy and giving me a first glimpse at the people I had been following. It took me exactly said glance to identify them. I hadn't expected my stomach to both flip with anticipation and sour with annoyance, but what else was new? Of course it had to be Axel, Blake, and Jared.
Who else would have been waltzing through possibly hostile underbrush while littering indiscriminately? My first impulse was to remain hidden in the trees, but after a moment's, very brief consideration, I stepped out onto the sandy shoreline and hiked up to where the 3 men were currently sitting on the other side of the shore, again occupying some conveniently placed boulders. As far as I could tell, this small lake must have been the source of the creek, likely from an underground spring. All around, the forest was dense, but even from afar, I saw the signpost where some hiking trail markers were easily visible. Civilization was likely an hour's easy hike away. Praise the Lord. I was maybe a quarter of the way to their position when they noticed me. I thought about waving or throwing myself into some kind of ta-da pose, but ended up simply trudging over to where they kept sitting and smoking on the lake shore, slowly watching my progress. I didn't need to be close enough to see it to know that Jared had his staring thing going on again. What else was new? Not that I was still alive and kicking, thankfully. At least Blake and Axel seemed happy to see me, which I realized was quite mutual. The burly sledgehammer wielder, his weapon currently propped up next to him, conveniently in reach, grinned up at me as I rocked to a halt in front of him, trying my best to ignore the asshole close by.
I'm starting to see what Jared here meant with you being impossible to get rid of.
I gave him a humorless grin. And yet he keeps trying. I tried my best to stare him down. Blake just kept grinning. Somewhere off to my left, something crashed through the underbrush, making all of us collectively jump. So much for theatrics and being relaxed. We all gave it 5 seconds. When nothing came hurtling for us, I allowed myself to look back at the men. Blake and Jared were back to looking at me, while Axel kept scanning the trees. Smart man. The other 2, not so much.
Let me guess,
Blake said after making a face.
You hid in a pile of dead bodies and crawled away slowly before they got to the bottom layer, aka you?
Clearly, dousing myself in the pool hadn't been all that effective. Close. When there was actual interest on his face, I elaborated. I locked myself in the trunk of a car. Too bad that someone's died in there before the zombies could get to them. Did you know that in the last days it was hot enough to liquefy bodies? Jared snorted. Blake actually had the grace to be taken aback, if only slightly.
You were dumb enough to hide in one of the decoy cars?
More like desperate, I amended. Decoys? He shrugged.
The valley was too broad to close it up, so we filled up several of the cars no longer useful for us with the dead and left them out there. Windows cracked so that if we did have an incursion, they'd likely try to ransack the cars first and wake us up in the process. Never thought anyone would be stupid enough to open them up again.
That explained why the car hadn't been locked. As gruesome as the experience had been, it wasn't the worst of plans, except that it clearly had done nothing to prevent death in the end. Blake pointing that out made me realize something I hadn't figured out before. You were with Bennett's people for longer? He gave a curt nod.
Almost 2 weeks. Helped fortify several of their caches.
He briefly side-eyed the other 2 men.
You didn't think they'd know their way around after less than 3 days with us, right?
That made sense in hindsight. And yet, you stick with them? He shrugged, flashing me a brief, if broad, grin.
Bennett was a controlling, micromanaging asshole. Jared's happy to let me go for all the carnage I want to inflict. What more can any man ask for?
When I didn't respond, he shrugged.
Axel's okay. He puts up with our bullshit.
That he did, including listening to our conversation with a stoic expression. Weren't there more of you? At least when they'd come pestering us at the Enclave, Jared's group had been 5 people I remembered. But that had been before the mob and the power plant. I tried to remember the setup this morning, but faces seemed to run together in my mind.
Got separated from the others,
Blake informed me.
Since that was all any of them said, I took that with a shrug, and after a last cautious look around, sat down on a smaller boulder close to them, my back to the lake. Should I have tried cleaning myself more thoroughly? Yes, but I was so not going to subject myself to the inevitable wet t-shirt contest moments that would come with. I couldn't fathom Jared and Blake not going for that low-hanging fruit, if only to amuse themselves. It was bad enough that I didn't have anything with long sleeves for protection. Let my stink work as camouflage. As I considered that throwaway thought, I started to wonder if there was some truth to it. Maybe the reason the lurkers hadn't attacked me was because I'd inadvertently mimicked one of the fast, more aggressive ones that were usually beefier than the rest, since they had better food options and those in abundance. I sure hoped that the key to surviving the zombie apocalypse wasn't constantly rolling in dead people gunk, but for now...
"You should get that cleaned up before it starts to fester,"
Jared remarked. I glanced at what he was referring to. There was a nasty gash down the back of my right arm, and now that I was thinking about it, several more bruises all over my torso and back in particular that felt like something closer to the surface than deep tissue bruising. Nothing to worry about, considering that we were dealing with a transmissible disease that worked at the very least via saliva. My fingers twitched as I cut down on the impulse to touch my cheek, the cheek that the tiny zombies in the hole had slobbered all over. As if remembering it caused something, the entire side of my face started to sting, parts of it feeling like an open, without a doubt already festering wound. I did my best to cut down on all paranoid impulses to start screaming about me instantly converting into one of the undead, and instead held Jared's gaze evenly. If I'm already infected, it's too late anyway. If that hasn't happened yet, it can wait until we get somewhere safe with bandages, bleach, and soap. Unless you happen to be carrying an emergency cleanup kit with you? Jared's smile was bordering on beatific.
"Nah. Just the weapons and ammo you grabbed. But I'm happy to lend a hand later."
I knew I shouldn't. That trap was too obvious, and that was before I caught Blake's smirk and Axel's vague look of disgust. But lo and behold, I couldn't keep from jumping right in and rolling in it. Help me with what exactly? Soaping me up and making sure my entire body is squeaky clean? With some men, it helped to cut through their stupid remarks by making them spell out exactly what they had been hinting at. Jared, of course, wasn't one of them. His smile remained, but the intensity of his gaze about tripled.
"I meant with cutting you up and stitching you back together. But sure, that too, if you want some foreplay first."
There were quite a lot of smaller rocks all around the lake shore. All I needed to do was reach down and grab one so I could smash it into his face until all that was left were broken teeth and smashed cartilage. We kept staring at each other for at least 10 seconds straight. I wasn't even getting uncomfortable anymore under his intense scrutiny, apparently either too used to it now or simply beyond caring. Not even Blake's chuckle could break the moment. Axel physically getting up and stepping between us did, if only for a moment. That was thankfully enough for me to wise up.
"Want something to eat?"
he asked, holding out one of the candy bars to me, the same kind as they must have eaten before when I'd found the wrappers. While my stomach gave an uncomfortable flip, I felt my mouth water, a good sign. Of course, before I could do more than start to nod, as I still considered, Jared's sneer cut in.
"And waste precious calories on her throwing it right up again?"
I physically leaned to the side until I could look around Axel to glare at the asshole while I accepted the candy bar and started unwrapping it. Then I'll just try eating it again and again until something stays down. You're free to amuse yourself watching the spectacle unfold. I took that first bite with defiance and chewed as if my life depended on it, but the confidence in my tone had been all fake it till you make it. I was actually surprised when the bite stayed down after I swallowed. Everyone watching me with way more attention than such a simple thing warranted was making me decidedly uncomfortable. "It's been hours since I last barfed up water," I said, needlessly defensive. And most of that was likely because of the heat, overexertion, and running for my life from the undead while stinking to kingdom come. When Axel held out a bottle of water, I greedily gulped down some before taking a second, still tentative bite. That stayed down as well. And just like that, I felt like I was right on the way to recovery. I still only ate half of the candy bar, not wanting to overdo it. Already, my stomach was complaining and making me feel more than vaguely sick, but a little sustenance was still better than none. The boulder I was sitting on felt uncomfortably hard, besides being a damn stone. Being unable to eat anything for days had burned up what little was left of the fat deposits that had somehow survived my time in the triage tent, few as they had become, and now was not the time to try out that fashionably starved anorexia look. While he kept watching me, because of course he did, Jared fished out a cigarette from his stash. Seeing me glare at it, he offered me the box with another benign smile.
"Want one?"
I locked down my muscles so I wouldn't fall right off my boulder from how much I wanted to recoil. The problem was, we both knew it was the exact opposite motion that I was really preventing myself from going for. It took me an agonizing 2 seconds to tear my eyes away from the neatly rolled cigarettes. "No thanks. If I never got anything even close to my body that has come in direct contact with your saliva, it will be too soon." Of course, he kept grinning as he put them away and watched me watch him light up and take a first deep inhale. I made myself convulsively swallow some water as he blew the smoke in my direction, hoping in vain to overload my scent and taste buds this way. Of course, it didn't work. And of course, his smile deepened as he must have clearly seen the longing every single fiber of my being was projecting.
"It's just a cigarette,"
he noted around his smirk.
"Not a full syringe waiting for you to shoot up with."
I did my best to ignore him, instead staring at the tree line behind the men. Where was the sudden undead incursion when you needed one? Very inconsiderate of them, really. When I was sure I could school my features once more, I caught his gaze again. "We both know that your cigarettes are not just stuffed with tobacco, and independent of my withdrawal, I don't think the best time to get stoned is in the middle of running for our lives."
"Suit yourself."
Fuck, but I hated my mind sometimes, and body, and everything, because this was the last thing I should have had to worry about right now, lost in the middle of nowhere with unknown thousands of zombies roaming the land. Blake's low chuckle was actually balm on my soul, even if it was still happening at my expense.
"Here, want a normal one? Nothing special about it. Picked it up earlier as we passed the camp."
True enough, there was a red-brown smudge across the familiar white with black and red pack he held out to me, already opened, half full. I ignored the smudge and shook out one of the cancer sticks with practiced ease, happy when Blake handed me the lighter instead of starting the stupid game of pulling it away from me just as he offered me the flame, as I was sure he was itching to do. I suspected that had more to do with how Axel glared at him, rather than a sudden bout of chivalry. Fuck, but I hated how good that nicotine hit felt, pushing all that physical and emotional misery into the background. At least for a second, until I shifted, and residual nausea and muscle aches made me groan before I could cut down on the impulse. Damn withdrawal bullshit.
"Tell me why exactly you keep being loyal to the people who lock you up like an animal and then kick you out to get killed when you absolutely should be spending the day still rocking in a corner."
I tried my very best to ignore Jared's comment, which worked all of 1 second. I still allowed myself another drag before I answered, holding his once more taunting gaze. I didn't see you speaking up against their horrible treatment of me this morning. In fact, it was you who held out that damn axe to me." I wasn't surprised when he reached behind him and pulled it up from where it had been propped against his boulder.
"Want it back?"
I shook my head. "Would be wasted on me. I'll stick with this." I nodded toward my walking stick that I'd dropped unceremoniously on the ground. "It's lighter, and gives me the added benefit of being able to reach you should I need to smash in the back of your skull." We shared bittersweet smiles that, much to my surprise, was actually real on my side. I was honestly too tired to analyze why he managed to worm himself underneath my defenses as soon as I let my guard down, if only for a moment. I made a note to pick up one of those fist-sized rocks and carry it with me, just to be on the safe side.
"Are you done flirting with each other?"
Axel grumbled, glaring at us both, if with more leniency directed at me than Jared.
"Because we need to get going. Unless we want to stay in the wilderness, we need to get out of here before nightfall and find a suitably defensible space. We don't exactly have the resources to allow ourselves too many mistakes, so it might be a while until we find something that works for us."
Blake finished the water he had been chugging, getting up to refill it from the lake.
"I still say we grab the first car we find and dash out into safety. Worked well enough getting away from the fucking assholes at Oconee. Why shouldn't it work now?"
Axel's tired tone made me guess that they'd been debating this point for hours.
"Sure, if the roads are clear. But you saw what we had to run away from at the old HQ? That'll likely be worse north of here. I'm not going to risk my life if walking 20 miles is all the difference we need."
The sidelong glance he cast my way was brief, but I still caught it.
"It makes more sense to try for that in the morning, after we've had time to rest up. And see if one of us gets more bitey than usual,"
Jared interjected, adding an overdone snap of his jaws in my direction. "You wish." I glanced at Axel, then Blake. "I don't care who of you two kills me if I turn, but you better make sure it's not him." Blake's smile was way too enthusiastic. Axel just shook his head at our antics and clambered onto his feet, handing Blake 2 more bottles to fill up. I didn't protest as I watched him shoulder the pack that used to be mine, one of the guns sticking out hilt first, ready to be fired at a moment's notice. The other pack they must have discarded. My ears were still ringing from having had to fire one of them at point-blank range in the way too small room of the bunker. I was happy to let someone else defend me for once, and possibly give me the chance to run away while they got savaged making their last stand. Call me a bitch, but present company was much easier to leave behind for dead than Osprey and my other friends, even if Blake and Axel deserved to make it at least. After one last check on our surroundings, and still finding the lake and woods around it abandoned of virtually all life, we set out in a loose line, heading for the indicated hiking trail and back into the nightmare that civilization had turned into. Chapter 6. It became obvious that we were about to leave the wilderness even before we reached the edge of the forest where a handful of abandoned cars stood, forever left behind by hikers that, one way or the other, had never returned from their very last trips. The signs were all too familiar. Residual sounds of nature stopped, and the omnipresent stench of death took over from that fresh green scent of nature. We'd been mostly quiet during the hour's walk until we got there, but now communication cut to 0, leaving it at some hand signals and gestures only, and barely any of that required in the first place. Jared and Blake had been in the lead for a while, with Axel trailing me with just enough distance to pretend he wasn't hovering, ready to jump in should I lose my balance or generally keel over from my worsening condition. Which was actually getting better rather than tanking, thankfully. While fighting and running for my life for sure hadn't been ideal for my already overwhelmed system, it seemed to have kicked my metabolism back into working territory. Gone was the rest of the candy bar, on top of half a pack of nuts, And while my stomach was still upset, most of that seemed to come from hunger now, rather than that general feeling of malaise. I'd still rather have curled up in a corner, but traipsing through the woods wasn't so bad. Blake killed the first 3 zombies that came for us, still between the trees. They were no match for his sledgehammer, clearly not having expected any resistance. We simply left their corpses where they fell, and as soon as we were partially out of sight, we could already hear the lurkers descend on them. After that, all of us were on high alert, and all thoughts of sitting down, stepping behind a tree to take a leak, or eating were swiftly abandoned. I had no fucking clue where we stepped out of the forest and into the high grass of a meadow. A road maybe 500 feet away from us. It was probably the same that had led away from the parking lot that we'd glimpsed through the trees, but ignored since that had been where the 3 undead had come from. I half expected someone to get out a map and maybe a compass, or at least do some stupid staring at the sun and pretentiously announcing directions. But Jared set out toward the road without a moment's hesitation. I would have preferred to keep hugging the trees a little longer, but there was more forest on the other side anyway, and the road quickly disappeared into it after a slow, ambling bend. Not breaking our ankles in the grass sounded like a good idea. I didn't see any lurkers at first, but they were definitely present. More than once, my toes caught on rags, or my foot produced that telltale crunch of bones hidden from view. The light breeze alternated directions, but every which way it came, it carried decay with it. We reached the road without incident, but as I looked back past Axel, I could see the grass move with more motion than the wind could have caused, centered along the treks we had left. Even sluggish from the heat and exhaustion, my pulse was galloping, my body gearing up for a fight. Trudging along the road worked well for exactly as long as it took us to traverse the next patch of forest. Then it opened up onto a more scenic stretch, with easily 100 of the undead in sight, standing and crouching all over the gray lanes as far as we could see. No command was required for us to retreat back into the underbrush and do our very best to find an alternative route. We came up to and crossed several more, mostly smaller roads, but none of them were any different. For stretches at a time, they were empty, but as soon as they opened up, squatters were omnipresent. Almost none more than noticed us, and except for a handful that got startled, none attacked us. But I was happy that the idiots didn't even attempt to try their odds against an overwhelming force. We checked out a couple of cars, but someone had gotten busy and siphoned off the gas here, just like Plato's men had close to the Enclave. The first simply wouldn't start. The second came to life only to be immediately swarmed by lurkers. Blake narrowly managing to disappear in the underbrush before it was too late, the rest of us watching from afar. Jared tried with a third out in the open, only to draw similar results that ended with us running for a good mile before we left behind the last of our acquired tail. Maybe somewhere else vehicles were an option, but not these ones here, and not if they immediately turned the lurkers aggressive and alert. It must have been late afternoon by the time we reached the border of the region south of the Enclave that I was kind of familiar with, even if I still didn't recognize a single landmark. What I did recognize was the more open area where fields and meadows took over from dense forests. I didn't trust the deceptive calm of the open stretch of land in front of us, not for a single second. There might have been more cars, and if we'd already acquired one suitable for racing along the dirt tracks, maybe we could have chanced it. But any trucks and SUVs had clearly been collected, leaving only the broken down and overrun ones that we steered clear of. So, more walking it was, out in the sunshine that was still beating down on us. Moving in a cluster was a bad idea. That we pretty much immediately realized when we drew attention. But walking spaced apart with hundreds of feet of distance drew less attention. There were still enough lurkers that popped up from everywhere, or simply followed our progress wherever they were hunkered down or hidden, but we didn't draw any crowds. Somehow, that was even more nerve-wracking, simply walking alongside the road or crossing a field and having all those eyes on me, waiting for me to turn from a potential foe into food. Wherever we could, we stuck to the trees, but sooner or later, coming back out into the open was inevitable. Mostly through luck, we managed not to get attacked. At least, not until we found a largish farmhouse that had clearly been overrun, as the gore splattered everywhere and torn apart remains aplenty proved, with a barn that had been mostly spared. We didn't need lights or running water, just doors that we could barricade well from the inside. The raised platform for hay storage and the utter lack of windows were a bonus bordering on luxury. After verifying that we could hole up in there, we made a quick sweep of the gore fest to see if anything useful was left intact before we hunkered down for the night, armed with a 6-pack of hot beer and 2 plastic containers full of fresh, cool water from the well that was still operated by a manual pump, the universe be praised. Plus copious amounts of soap and some vinegar, doing okay as a stand-in for bleach. A stack of linens ready to be cut apart would do well for makeshift bandages. Jared hadn't been wrong when he'd teased me about needing some cleanup plus wound care. The men used one of the containers, while I waited for them to be done to strip down and clean myself with the second. Outside, it was still quiet as it got dark, but we'd probably been long enough in one spot to attract attention, so going outside for yet more water was out of the question. I was sure that at least 2 of 3 potential spectators got their eyeful of scrawny naked me, but I refused to give a shit. I took the fact that the amount of jokes made on my expense had been a lot but barely lewd as a good sign that I wouldn't need a knife to literally cut anyone's interests short. But in the end, if they ganged up on me, I didn't stand a chance. Even one-on-one, I doubted that I could do more than wound Axel. And against Jared or Blake, my chances were 0. So trust was the only way to go. And if I paid for that with my dignity, I had 0 qualms dancing around the barn buck naked all night long. Cleanup was one thing. Finding at least 4 partly healed scabs that were already oozing pus, and that was only where I could see and easily find them by touch, was an entirely different problem. I tried prodding one on my thigh with my freshly washed knife, but barely managed to dislodge the scab before my shaking fingers turned out to be useless. No way was I able to properly open up, clean, and possibly stitch together the larger wounds that needed it. I absolutely didn't like the look of anticipation on Jared's face as I came up the ladder into the hayloft in only my sneakers and underwear, not bothering to get dressed further since I'd have to undress again anyway. "You do realize that I'm not going to do a striptease first, right?" I said, hating how defiant I sounded. Blake, off to the side, nursing one of the beers, chuckled. Axel was still somewhere below, probably sifting through the stack of stuff we'd dragged in from the farmhouse. With deliberate slowness, Jared directed the cone of his flashlight onto the clean towel sitting next to him, the sharp edge of the knife gleaming in the harsh white light. I swallowed thickly as I dropped down into what I tried to pretend was a relaxed position, but was clearly anything but, turning my back on Jared. Feeling him move up to me made the hairs all over my body stand on end, the skin on my arms pebbling up.
I should probably say something stupid like, "This won't hardly hurt," but we both know that would be a lie.
He whispered close to my ear, his voice caressing over me alongside his warm breath. I hated how confused that left my body, although considering what I knew would come next, that was maybe a small saving grace. I waited for another sharp-witted quip to come, but instead, he flattened one of his hands across my upper back. I tensed, forcing my muscles to lock down in anticipation. He barely left me any time to get ready before I felt the sharp pain of the knife's edge slicing through already bruised, swollen skin. Biting down on my lower lip, I did my best to suppress a sound, but a pained whimper still made it out. I half expected someone, probably Blake, to make a joke, but nothing much came from his corner. As he was working on my back, I couldn't see what Jared was doing, but it felt professional, for lack of a better word. The pain was something I could cope with as he cut, squeezed, cleaned, then squeezed and cut some more. Inept action caused by lack of skill or stomach to follow through would have been 10 times worse, but none of that seemed to be the case. Of course, he wasn't a doctor, working with a proper scalpel and gauze in the hospital, but in my current situation, getting filleted like a deer after a successful hunt was the next best thing, I figured. The first wound didn't need stitches, but no such luck with the second. That one took him much longer to properly open up and clean out. Even when he was done, I still felt blood, or lymph, drain from the open cut. Axel joined us, offering a sewing kit and some freshly washed needles on another towel. I really didn't like the look of that. The sensation, even less. But anything was better than dying of sepsis 3 days down the line. "You really know what you're doing, huh?" I asked between clenched teeth when it became apparent that I needed some kind of distraction. And since nobody else was going to provide it, that burden fell on me. Typical.
Yes.
Cut, swipe, prod. I swallowed another wince as I did my best not to push too hard against his hand on my shoulder, or worse, shy away from it. "EMT?" I took a wild guess. "Or some kind of combat medic? You sure have the arrogance for a doctor, but you wouldn't be slumming it here with us if that was the case." I heard him chuckle softly, but his hand remained completely steady as he widened the cut. Fuck, that hurt.
"Why? Think I'm the type to hole up in your precious Enclave and let them wait on me hand and foot in exchange for me setting some bones or whatnot?"
I stared into the mounting darkness in front of me until I got the voice back to respond as the pain ebbed. "I thought more along the lines of you having gotten eaten in the first wave of conversions, but sure, let's presume you were a paranoid asshole doc from the start who holed up in a bunker instead of helping people when everyone still thought that would make a difference, including well-paying patients, if that makes a difference." That made him pause, if only for a second. Or maybe he had naturally been waiting for blood to stop welling up in the cut or whatnot.
"Good point. Still wrong."
He kept working, but remained silent. I was starting to question whether this was his newest way of annoying me when he spoke up one last time.
"Trust me, you don't want to know."
There wasn't exactly a note of warning in his tone, but the flat way he uttered the words was different, for lack of a better term. The annoying fact was, I actually did, which was very much the reason why I bit down on the inside of my cheek and kept quiet, warning be damned. I refused to watch what Jared was doing on the cuts that I could have observed until he got to the one on my thigh that I had already poked at. For whatever reason, for this one, I couldn't look away. Maybe because by then I was hurting all over, my body was getting high on its own supply, and when halfway through Jared had offered me one of his special cigarettes again, I had wordlessly stuck it between my lips and smoked it for all I was worth. I still had no idea what he had laced it with. Probably not weed, since it didn't mellow me out. But last time, on top of the damn nuclear power plant, that hadn't been the case either. It did something, and right now everything that took my mind off what was going on was appreciated. His motions were precise and sure as he slowly sliced through the scab, making the cut exactly long enough to open up the wound, but keeping the inevitable seepage to a minimum. Even when my thigh muscles jerked and jumped in reaction to the acute pain, the way he kept holding on to my leg was sure and firm, strangely comforting. I didn't get nauseous at seeing my own blood well up, further staining his already red fingers. Several times cleaned between wounds, but inevitably fighting a losing battle. There was no visible gunk in the wound, only pus and clear lymph draining from the angry red swollen flesh. He went through several swipes with intermittent application of a little vinegar that made me hiss each and every time, for what felt like the millionth time. He'd never shown so much as a shred of patience with me, but this he did with due diligence, including adding the 3 stitches that closed the gaping sides of the cut back up. Then, only the cut on my cheek was left. His intense stare never even skirted to my eyes as he turned my head so he could see, his fingers warm against my skin. I kept staring at his eyes while he worked, the quality of his touch no different from my back or thigh, but the position making it all so much more intimate. At least for me, which sucked. Damn, but I could have done with a small chemical pick-me-up now, although I didn't want to consider how that might wreak havoc on my blood coagulation, or how much more tedious it all would have been with a higher pulse and blood pressure. At least my cheek didn't require stitches. A small mercy. Jared remained professional, right down to the very last swipe with a makeshift bandage that he kept pressed against the wound, waiting for my fingers to take over.
Done,
he announced. Probably the most neutral thing he'd ever said to me. The last check he did on his work went down about the same. It was probably the pain-induced endorphins racing through my body that made me stupid, but right then, it was highly annoying that he was still looking at me as if I was a piece of meat. Annoying, but also very comforting. Until something deep in the back of my mind reacted negatively to that, sending up alarms blaring all through my body. The moment passed. Jared ended his cursory check, a light version of his smirk returning to his suddenly once more animated features as his gaze caught mine.
You can get dressed now. Or not, depending on how interesting you want to make this evening. For us, at least.
And that was my signal to scramble for the stack of clothes ready at my side. Some reused, some picked up along the way this afternoon to don once my body was as clean as it got. A wave of annoyance pushed away the fear, taking with it that residual smidgen of unease that I was afraid would remain until I had more proof than hope that none of them would try anything. I made sure to dress myself quickly, but without overdone haste, as if I had all the time and comfort in the world. The aches and pains flaring up all over my body helped me give a lot less of a shit pretty much immediately. Really, if my beaten and freshly bandaged body did it for them, be my guest. One upside the pain had. I wasn't hungry by the time everything had been put away once more and Axel distributed what little provisions we'd managed to scrounge up. I refused the bottle of beer they'd graciously decided to waste on me, figuring that my body was already fighting too many battles to add to that. I accepted some jerky and another candy bar, this one from the fresh loot pile. We had some pasta from the house still soaking, but that would take a while longer to be edible since we hadn't found a camping cooker, and open fire in a barn with a hayloft that we had barricaded from the inside was a bad idea. The guys quickly decimated what little else there was, none of them sated, but not exactly ravenous anymore. It couldn't have been much past 9, but nobody complained that it was too early to tuck in. All I honestly cared about was to have plenty of water to drink to wash away the residual taste of bile and blood in my mouth, and be happy to still be alive, even if my situation continued to be miserable. It was still a vast improvement over how things had been yesterday. That was not saying much, though. There was a brief discussion about keeping watch, but nobody sounded enthusiastic about that. The barn was barricaded well. We'd made sure to check all nooks and crannies for habitation. Anything trying to get inside would for sure wake us up. Even if the undead had managed that feat, I doubted they could have made it up the ladder, that we could still pull up or push away from the hayloft to make it pretty much inaccessible. Climbing down would be a bitch, but if it came to that, safety was paramount. And safe, I felt, which was a double-edged sword. I'd felt comfortable with Kaz for our first week together, but safe? Not so much. With Osprey and the gang? Only until we'd ditched the cars and lost Xander. After that, I'd frankly been too paranoid. The power plant had felt like paradise until it didn't. And since then, I hadn't had the brain power to contemplate the general state of danger I was in. But safe and welcome had not been something I'd felt. But here, with 3 men I didn't completely trust not to be a danger to me, and at least one of them having confirmed over and over again he would throw me to the wolves if it was advantageous to him, here I felt safe. Fuck my life. I told myself it must have been the after effects of the drugs still somehow screwing with my system, and whatever had been in Jared's cigarette sure didn't help, and did my best to move on. In this, I could probably agree with him. I had bigger problems than to debate the quandaries of what bullshit my moral compass came back with. Like finding food and getting back to permanent shelter come morning. Whatever else my mind was cooking up in the background, sleep was coming in fits only, interspersed by long stretches of lying awake and listening to the men breathing. More often than not, that same kind of quiet that spoke of anything but deep, undisturbed rest. I did my best to check my temperature regularly as I kept chugging water, waiting for the inevitable high fever that would herald my impending conversion to zombiedom. Only that my skin remained cool, if clammy, mostly thanks to the heat up in the hayloft. It was a relief when, come morning, Jared got up and cracked the gate high up in the side of the barn, presumably used for loading and unloading the hay. We could likely have kept it open, but nobody had protested a little discomfort in favor of keeping our makeshift bunker sealed tight. In the gray light of early morning, I briefly checked on my bandages, standing out bright against my skin like macabre polka dots. A few had bled through, but most cuts were cleanly scabbed over, some even looking days old rather than Jared's work from last night. Most redness and swelling were gone, the pain caused by my prodding minimal. As much as I was glad for his competence, it also rankled. Looked like I'd dodged a hail of bullets again. With no food left and all of us as rested as we were likely going to get, we decided to get an early start into the day. Or rather, Jared barely waited until everyone had roused before, quietly, declaring that we should get ready. We were off less than 10 minutes after he'd opened the gate. The world was far too quiet once we stepped out of the barn. At a first glance, it all looked as expected, considering the circumstances. Dew covered the grass, glinting softly in the slowly brightening morning light. Nothing moved in the field and grass bordering on the farm, but the same couldn't be said for the main building itself. Nobody was stupid enough to get any closer, but as we stood there, listening on high alert, the occasional sounds of feeding became quite obvious. Whether the predators were bi- or quadrupedal was pretty much the same, except for maybe the fact that the former might still come after us if we made them aware of our presence. The logical thing was to remain oblivious to their very nature in favor of making a quiet, quick exit, and that was exactly what we did, following the dirt track that led from right behind the barn, around the field, and toward the next copse of trees. We were off to a good start. But that was pretty much where our good fortune ended. I had no clue how many miles we'd walked yesterday, probably over 10 miles altogether, a good 5 at least since leaving the hiking trail leading out of the forest. The going had been slow and extremely exhausting, but we'd made progress. Either we'd been damn lucky, or something had changed overnight, but this morning things were quite different. The first change, besides finding the previously deserted farm overrun once more, was that we didn't even make it out of the trees before the first lurkers unlurked themselves, seemingly coming out of nowhere as they went for Blake and Jared. They managed to hack and smash the zombies into permanent death, but if that had been me instead, I probably would have gotten at least severely hurt, if not killed, right then and there. As we stood spread out among the trees, alert, afraid, looking at everything at once. The momentary quiet quickly filled with rustling, coming closer and closer. I already knew what Jared was going to say when his attention snapped to me. You'd think that by now I'd know the drill, but I still waited for him to utter the single word I knew was about to come. Run! And just like the first time, I did, feeling just as ill-prepared and helpless as before. What was different was the fact that I wasn't the only one sprinting toward the open, and we had weapons to defend ourselves. I made it out of the trees first. Whether by sheer luck or the others hanging back or getting held up, I couldn't say. For one fright-filled moment, I felt stupidly exposed as the trees dropped away and I stumbled forward into the waist-high field of wheat. But that fear dissipated quickly when my mind realized that there were far fewer hiding spaces here than in the underbrush. I kept going for maybe 50 feet before I slowed down and looked back, just as Axel came vaulting out between the trees. I only had a moment to feel elation at someone else still being alive when I realized that the stalks of wheat around me were moving, not just in the sway of the wind, several tracks converging on me. Gulping down air in hopes of keeping my lungs going, I grabbed my walking stick in both hands, then thought better of it. As soon as I slid my double grip to one end only, I swung it toward the rustling wheat closest to me, slightly off to my right. Even aiming more or less blindly, I hit something solid, drawing a low growl immediately. Good. At least it wasn't the kid zombies again. Just too bad that meant fully grown, likely stronger than me assailants. I probably hadn't thought that through. No time for that. Whack, 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 my makeshift quarterstaff went, until I missed, overbalanced, and went down without any outside force needing to do anything. Great. Just great. I really shouldn't be trusted with edged weapons if this was what I managed with blunt force ones. It was only when no zombie came pouncing right at me that I realized that, just maybe, this was actually an advantage. Similar to the kid zombies at the interstate when Xander had died, the ones here must have attacked me because I stood out, upright and tall. Now, lying on the ground, from above I would have been visible, but not so much by something crawling through the wheat stalks until it happened directly upon me. Just to be sure, I crawled forward, away from where I had gone down, before I forced myself to still and listen. Really listen, to the point where I held my breath to better hear over my galloping pulse, as much as that was possible. I could hear them all right, fighting with Axel, Blake, and now Jared, as a quick look-up verified. They'd gotten cornered where they'd entered the field, and even that brief moment had been enough to see several more trails converging on them. Meanwhile, I seemed to be doing just fine, even if cold mud soaked into my jeans and sneakers. In the event that I was wrong, I kept crawling, putting a little more distance between me and the others. Once or twice, I caught a hint of decay, but never enough to pinpoint where it was originating from. The men caused enough ruckus that it made sense that I'd slipped through unnoticed. Luck, for once, on my side. Who would have thought that face-planting because you whacked yourself with a stick could save a life? Problem was, what should I do now? With Kaz and Osprey, the answer would have been easy. Backtrack and help, or at the very least, make some noise to draw attention and serve as a distraction. Jared would have sneered at me had I suggested something like that, or worse, done it. So why stick my neck out for him now? I was decidedly the weakest of the four of us, by far not the fastest, and if I was honest, he was absolutely right to make fun of my savior complex. Question was, would I let 3 men die over one petty, ongoing squabble? If only I could have picked 2 to survive out of 3. But deep down, I knew that wasn't the woman I was. As much as I might hate Jared's guts, and he kept giving me reason aplenty for it, I wasn't going to let him die if I could help it. Plus, even if I managed to sneak out of this field, my chances of survival completely on my own were less than stellar. So, Callie to the rescue it was. Or something like that. The very idea gave me hives, and it took me a lot to simply push myself up far enough that I could see the others. They were still fighting, bunched together with their backs in the middle, swarmed by at least 15 of the undead. It was only a matter of time until they would injure each other, or one of the zombies would manage to break through. Why, again, was I doing this? Right, because unlike Jared, I couldn't just abandon someone who still had a fighting chance. Getting onto shaky feet was insanely hard. My back was crawling with unseen eyes immediately snapping to it, and everything inside of me screamed to stop being stupid and drop back into hiding, or run. Well, that was one impulse I could follow. "Try to drop into cover once you get away," I hollered, hoping against hope that they'd hear me. Well, understand. Hear me they did, as did the zombies. I'd hoped to serve as a distraction, all right, but not for half of the undead to immediately break away and come hurtling toward me. For the next 20 seconds, all I could do was run, forcing my body to move like it never had before. In a wheat field, with millions of holes in the ground and every step a potential broken ankle in the making, a chorus of howls and growls followed me and went up from all around me, left, right, front, and center. I dodged the first zombie that reared up right in my path and managed to almost avoid a second that I only clipped with my shoulder. As soon as I was past them, I let momentum carry me as I more fell than vaulted into the wheat, coming down hard on my bandaged thigh instead of hurting my knee. I was sure that what had started as a deliberate maneuver must have looked like a comical stumble. This time, I wasn't as lucky as before. As soon as I went down and managed to roll onto my side, a zombie came after me, only missing physically body-checking me because it was still upright while I was on the ground. That came with the amazing benefit of me getting kicked in the side and my shoulder stepped on before the thing went down. All I could do was keep one fist clenched around the stick and pray that I didn't lose it, as I did my best to crawl away in any direction that wasn't the downed zombie currently trying to right itself. As soon as it was partially up, 2 more slammed into it, either mistaking it for me or simply not caring. For once, I welcomed the gory display of violence that followed, particularly if it meant that more of them got distracted. Sadly, not the one still hiding in the stalks that I pretty much crashed into in my mad dash away from the others. Oops. At first, he looked like an insurmountable obstacle, literally. When he'd been alive, and it decidedly looked like a he must have been in the 500-pound-plus range. Dying had taken care of at least 100 pounds of that, doing what no mandated crash diet could ever have accomplished. Sadly, for me, that meant he was more agile now, and at a first glance at the dark brown streaks on his jowls and torn shirt showed he'd been successful in finding food, keeping him fresh and strong. I suspected that with so many reserves to burn through, even if he hadn't eaten more than scraps, he'd still be going strong a year from now. His arm came for me and slammed right into the side of my head before I had time to do more than stop and stare. Not a slow lurker, that one. It was less that my momentum carried me to roll away from him, and more a matter of him hitting me hard enough that I almost did an involuntary backflip. I lost my stick, but as I staggered backward onto my feet, that was the least of my problems. Rearing up like a kraken out of the sea, the behemoth came after me, narrowly missing me because I saw his quick lunge forward coming. Another zombie reared up and slammed into him, but he pretty much swatted it away, sending it toward the gore fest off to the side. Then it reached for me again, his arms swinging. I did the only thing I could think of with panic taking over. I ran. Blind, stupid, without thought or reason. I almost fell as I staggered onto a dirt track, the deep ruts left by tractor tires enough to make me stumble a second time as I went over the strip of grass in the middle. As soon as I regained my balance, I ran down the track, going full out. I didn't dare risk a single glance over my shoulder, but I was sure I felt the very ground shake as the behemoth came after me.
Next fucking time I would leave the guys to rot in hell, for fuck's sake. To my left, the high grass turned to sorghum. Not ideal, but better than staying exposed out in the open. I veered left at the very first row of plants and dropped down on all fours, and immediately turned again and dove into the grass. And that was where I forced my muscles to lock up and my body to stop, hoping that my heavy panting wouldn't give me away. I waited, sure that at any moment now the behemoth would find me and tear me limb from limb, and I'd still be alive somehow to watch him crack my bones and suck the marrow out of them. Why that exactly was the mental image that got stuck in my mind, I'd never know. It didn't matter, since it didn't happen. Nothing came for me. Not the giant zombie, nor any of the more manageably sized ones. The howls cut off one by one. Quiet settled over the stretch of land as the first rays of the sun lit up the world. It could have been so eerily beautiful if I wasn't scared right out of my mind. I allowed myself to rest long enough that my breathing slowed down, or as far as it would. With panic still riding me hard, that didn't really happen. But there came a point where I felt like I got enough oxygen back into my lungs, and that was when I forced myself out of my stupor and into motion, turning around so I could backtrack to the road, still mostly hidden in the grass. And wouldn't you know it, when I finally found the courage to pop out of hiding and check left and right, I was just quick enough to see a larger, dark shape disappear into the sorghum maybe 100 feet down the road. I couldn't be sure if it had been Jared or Blake, but in a pinch either one of them would do. With little regard for the plants that would never get harvested now, I started following him, only making sure not to cause too much noise. Over the next couple of minutes, I saw him bob up and back out of sight several times, often enough to be sure that it was Blake. Perfect. With luck, he was still carrying his sledgehammer and could easily kill the behemoth, or at least distract it while I ran for my life. I knew I was going to hell for this, but not having to give much of a shit about the people around me in favor of my own survival had its benefits. I couldn't say what alerted Blake to my presence. Probably the simple fact that I was moving in the same direction as him and paying way less attention to him than everything else around us, including every single blade of grass or stalk of wheat or sorghum everywhere. But he must have become aware of me, since he slowed down to the point where I managed to catch up to him right before the end of the field. I still did so with a healthy distance between us, should there be any confusion. I so did not need a sledgehammer in the face. Blake paused for long enough to give me a quick once-over. Neither of us was stupid enough to try to talk. I gave him a simple thumbs up to show I was doing A-OK, or as much so as the situation allowed. He glanced back once, somewhere deeper into the field, but I couldn't make out anything there. Then he gestured ahead, making a shooing motion to indicate for me to take the lead. No idea if that was a gallant move or his hope that I'd get eaten first. Since it was the same to me, and the fucking behemoth was still somewhere behind us, I gladly moved ahead. We loosely hugged the road for at least a mile, which took fucking forever, with us moving at a maximum speed of quick, hunched-over dashes between slow crawls. The sun quickly gained both brightness and warmth, soon making me sweat as the last drops of dew evaporated around us. The only, but important, advantage of our new MO was that it stirred up little attention, and what lurkers we happened to stumble on gave us no issues, or at least none that pelting them with rocks didn't put a quick end to. They were clearly confused by my projectiles, but easily motivated to scamper off to where they had come from. I wondered what I'd do the first time any of them actually evaded, or, worse yet, caught the stone like a perfect baseball pitch. Run like hell, probably. We stopped when we finally reached an intersection. It wasn't a large one, pretty much only 2 small roads crossing, but the other road was paved and seemed to be leading back to civilization. But if I wasn't mistaken, the wrong direction of civilization. I waited until Blake popped up next to me, looking both ways before I shrugged and silently asked his opinion. Instead of considering, he stared in the same direction as before,
deeper into the field we had been crossing. After a moment, he indicated for me to hide in the grass before he got up, taking a quick look around. I held my breath, waiting for the swarm to materialize out of nothing and descend on him. Nothing like that happened, although a good 10 seconds later, a second figure appeared for a moment, gesturing for us to come over. That surprised me somewhat. I would have expected for them to come to us. Why became apparent as we finally caught up to the others. Both of them, sadly, but I hadn't expected much else, and I got a few glimpses down the road. Not only were there several cars that we could potentially use, but further down the road, a pickup and 2 wrecks had clearly been pushed off the road to make room. You could say about the zombies and their efficiency whatever you liked, but we hadn't seen them make room for their mobs. Not yet, at least. Axel seemed happy to see us. Jared, at most, vexed that it had taken us so long. He glared at my empty hands before leaning toward me, a motion I was hard-pressed to mirror in reverse to make it useless. For once, he left out any attempts to annoy me and cut right to the chase.
How many seconds does it take you to hotwire a car?
I didn't know what to make of the fact that he simply presumed that I was able to, which I was, unless it was some super snazzy new vehicle that would keep me from it, with a knife to cut and expose wires. 15 seconds. 30 maybe if I try to be really, really quiet about it. He studied the cars again before turning back to me.
We'll attract attention as soon as the engine starts, or even stalls, so make sure you can drive off as quickly as possible if you can get one moving.
I nodded and waited for more to come. He just stared. I frowned. Wait, you mean I go fetch one on my own? All on my own? He didn't even go as far as to shrug.
Why risk all 4 of us if all the cars stall out and you have the entire attention of the county on you? Plus, a quick exit is more important. That'll buy us the seconds it will take us to get in once you get back here.
He flashed me a quick grin.
Only makes sense.
I hated that he kind of had a point, just because it hadn't worked the day before. Why me? I'm sure you all know how to apprehend someone else's vehicle. Now his grin was closer to a smirk.
True, but you're the weak one who again lost her weapon, while we have both the strength and means to keep them at bay if they come after you and swarm the car before we're all inside. All you can do is run and hide.
He paused, now definitely smirking.
If you'd rather do that.
I did my best to ignore his taunt as I forced myself to start crawling toward the cars. I knew it was only in my imagination, but I could have sworn that I heard him chuckle under his breath. There were 5 vehicles to choose from. 2 small ones that I discarded unless all the others turned out to be busts, and 2 larger ones and a pickup. One of the large ones had all 4 doors open, which might mean I'd get inside more easily or could have been overrun and was chock full of gore. After my experience with the trunk yesterday, I was apprehensive about that. But if it was the only car that would start, I had few qualms about using it. I simply would have preferred a new empty car with a full gas tank, and maybe the right kind of air freshener as well. A girl could dream, right? The closest car was one of the small ones, standing at a 30-degree angle that would make both taking off and reversing easy. It was kind of in the way if I had to drive back to pick up the others, but nothing I couldn't swerve around since the ditches were non-existent here. As I drew closer, I could tell that it had been abandoned with haste, several bags left discarded as whoever had been inside had abandoned them. All doors and the trunk were closed, making me guess that it had still been a concerted effort to set out on foot. I made my way past the car until I was maybe 20 feet farther down the road from it, where I sat back on my haunches and waited, both listening and smelling for all I was worth. The lingering scent of decay could have come from anywhere, and except for the soft rustling of vegetation in the wind, it was still quiet. There was a low background hum of insects around me, but that was about it. Everything inside of me balked, but I forced myself to sit up far enough that I could see well over everything around me, except for the cars, and maybe be seen as well. If anything decided to come for me, I'd stand a better chance out here in the open, unless I managed to lock myself inside the car, which was a possibility, and one that sounded better and better with every passing moment. 10 tense seconds passed, then 20. At what I figured was 30, and still nothing coming for me, I crouched back down and slowly backtracked until I was parallel to the front driver's side door. One more second's hesitation, and I was up and making for the door. Locked, I realized with a hint of annoyance, but at least it made minimal sound as it barred my entrance. I was ready to try the next vehicle when I paused and looked up and down the road. Bingo! Less than 5 feet behind the car, a colorful keyring lay discarded, the mangled remains of a small stuffed toy still attached. Some crawling, another tense moment as the lock disengaged, and I managed to ease the door open slowly to allow me my first look into the vehicle. The bags outside had already given me somewhat of an idea of how it would be inside, and it didn't disappoint. Empty bottles and food wrappers were everywhere, plus some clothes, not all of them fresh or clean. I caught a whiff of old blood, but not that cloying scent of decay that I dreaded. It seemed to me as if someone had gotten hurt on their flight, but no mortal wounds. Also no hints of a fight. Nothing useful, like a jacket or blankets, had been left behind, only things that were easily discarded. Standing up into a crouch inside the open door, I glanced at the dashboard first. Electronic, of course. The car was 5 years old, 7 tops. But since I had the keys, that made the next steps easy. After one more cautious look around, I eased myself into the seat and pulled the door closed, but made sure it didn't fall into the lock. A quick twist of the key was enough to start the start engine sequence, only that nothing happened. No sound, no lights, not even those inside the car. I tried again, but the cause was pretty obvious. Someone must have already gone through the cars and scavenged the batteries. If it had simply run out of gas, there should still have been enough electricity in the battery left to light up the dashboard. True enough, as I fumbled around for the lever to disengage the lock of the hood, I found that it was already open. I could have checked and likely found the hood ready to pop, but refrained. No sense in wasting any more time with this one. As an afterthought, I made sure to check that the handbrake was disengaged. No need to make it any harder for anyone pushing the car off the road than necessary. Since there was a chance that would be us, ramming the vehicle in our attempt to get away, I wasn't necessarily being altruistic. I left the keys in the ignition, made one more check that there wasn't some bottled water or candy bar left, and eased my way back outside and into the relative safety of the field. As I passed by the front of the car, I checked the hood briefly, finding it almost closed but not locked, as expected. 7 or so endless minutes later, and I reached the less inviting of the larger cars. I wasn't even close yet when I already smelled the blood, among other things. It was old, but not that old. Yesterday, maybe? There was a dismantled corpse, or maybe 2. I didn't try to work out the pieces of the puzzle, strewn in and around the car, the parts buzzing with flies. No maggots or larvae that I could tell, but since I wasn't a true crime buzz, that wouldn't have told me much beyond ew. Not too keen on traipsing through the gore, I approached the hood from the front, finding the lock open as well. I resisted the impulse to check underneath, figuring it was just the same. The only question was about the age of that corpse. Had it been left for a while and only recently gotten torn apart? Or had it been someone like me hunting for a possible getaway car? That idea made me incredibly paranoid. My skin broke out in goosebumps, making me want to duck away and back into the field with imagined targets painted all across my back. Yes, the events of the last week had absolutely made me lose faith in the goodness of humanity. It was absolutely possible that someone was lying in wait, ready to pop my crown just for fun or sport, and then watch my dead body get torn apart by the lurkers. Or maybe my still-alive body if they only wounded me badly enough. I forced my racing thoughts to grind to a halt. This was getting me nowhere except killed, and very likely not by any hidden snipers. I decided the car was a bust and moved on to the next. And the next. And the next, finding pretty much the same each and every time. Whoever had towed the wrecks off the road had already taken what they found useful from the vehicles, including the batteries, likely what gas had been left in their tanks, the emergency kits, and any and all provisions. I'd just wasted an hour finding that other people were about as proficient as the ones I counted myself amongst, and was none the wiser for it. After checking on the last car, I pretty much did what Blake had done before and briefly stood up, looking back the way I had come, then crossed my arms in the universal sign of no-go. Since I didn't get a response, I quickly ducked back into the grass by the side of the road, trying to decide what to do while I waited for the others to come to me. A sharp whistle made me jump, then cast around frantically for its origin. Call me prejudiced, but the undead weren't known for producing sounds like that. All kinds of grunts and howls, sure, but not whistling. As hilarious as that very idea was for a moment, it was also scary as fuck. Almost as scary as the question of who that whistler was. I had a feeling that it hadn't been any of the three with me, since they'd been adamant about no loud sounds so far. That left pretty much everyone else, including other stragglers from our group and residents of other leftover camps. If there had been a briefing about the militia's previous neighbors besides the Enclave, I hadn't been a part of it. Surprise, surprise. I also didn't very much feel like playing liaison. Me, a lone woman without a weapon bigger than a knife, and my knife-fighting skills extremely rusty. I hated realizing that I'd kind of trusted Jared and the others to take care of me. Fucking idiot. Me, for once. I fucking hoped that wouldn't be the last mistake in a long, long line of similar ones that had gotten me stranded here in the middle of Lurker Zombie Central. The whistle sounded again. Prepared, I was able to more closely pinpoint where it was coming from. Somewhere down the road and closer to the trees. Inside the trees, I realized, when between the softly moving boughs I caught a dash of color. Just inside the tree line, there was some kind of elevated deer blind, looking out over the road and fields around it. The dash of color might have been someone's backpack or hunting safety vest. Thankfully, before I got any grand ideas of leaving them behind, Jared popped up in the grass almost on top of me. So much for them staying back and trusting me to pick them up. At least our levels of naivety matched. I made eye contact with him, then stared in the direction of the blind. He kept squinting, but after a second signaled for me to go ahead. He must have heard the whistling, but not been in a spot to see the visual signal. I couldn't hold back a smirk as I took point, moving deeper into the meadow as I aimed for our destination. Wouldn't you know it, before I reached the blind, I spied 2 trucks partly hidden in the foliage, both loaded high with loot in the backs. If I wasn't completely wrong, we'd found whoever had picked the vehicles clean. Now all that was left was to hope they'd help us, and not do the same with our smelly corpses. Oh, what a time to be alive. Chapter 7. They'd clearly been watching us, so subterfuge wasn't required. They turned out to be 5 men, ranging in age from 16 on a good day to well beyond 70. The boy was the only one who more than passingly glanced at me, and that mostly as if he'd seen a ghost rather than unwanted attention. If I'd made a quick motion and shouted boo, I might have given him a heart attack. It probably helped that Jared and Blake took the lead, which made Axel and me practically fade into oblivion behind them. Sometimes the asshole did come in handy. Few words were traded, considering that we were all very much aware of what was lurking all around us. The simple fact that they hadn't shot at us, still weren't pointing their copious numbers of weapons at us, and altogether looked about as dirty and scared as we were, helped forge an immediate bond. From what little they did explain, we learned that they were from around Asheville, and they were happy to lend us a hand. And, more importantly, let us hitch a ride out of the thick of the fray. Things had gotten increasingly worse since some assholes had stirred up shit yesterday, and they'd had to cut their raiding plans short. Jared perfectly nodded along at the pertinent parts, and then explained that we were initially from farther to the southwest, close to the border with South Carolina. Since we'd all been there 5 days ago, it wasn't even that much of a lie. But damn, he managed to deliver that half-truth without even a hint of hesitation. In the future, I'd have to pay much closer attention to any tells, if I could find any. Not that I was looking for them, or aimed to keep spending time aplenty around him, but the way my life was shaping up, I had no illusions about being able to ditch the asshole and never happen upon him ever again. Space in the trucks was limited, yet since none of us were afraid of going splat against the inside of the windshield, that didn't bother us that much. I immediately felt better as soon as all the doors were closed and locked, and the trucks ambled out of the underbrush and onto the road. The tension remained high, as both drivers accelerated to what I would have considered reckless speed, but they seemed to know where they were going. True enough, lurkers aplenty came gunning for the trucks, but we were already too fast that they could cling to anything, and the suspension was strong enough to take care of those that tried and ended up getting underneath the vehicles. Our new best friends seemed to trust us, but only so much, having insisted on splitting us up 2 and 2. This once, I hadn't protested riding with Jared, figuring that this way, I'd at least see his next move coming if he just so happened to volunteer me for anything, or use me as a bargaining chip again. Not that there seemed to be a need for that, at least not for the first several hours of the morning. The lurkers kept being a serious issue for at least 10 miles, but once the cars went up into the forested hills toward the mountains, they started dropping away. As our driver noted, they didn't so much wander off as had a harder time finding good cover in the trees, which made most of them stick to the open spaces. If only we'd stuck to the trees. Then we'd have never run into the scavengers and might already have died a gruesome death. I knew it was stupid to play these guessing games, but it was one way to while away the time until things got more relaxed. That happened at just after 10 in the morning, if the clock on the dashboard of the truck was working correctly. To me, it looked like we suddenly came to a halt in the very middle of the forest, but the other truck had already been braking before ours slowed down, stopping with several feet of open space between them. At the driver's signal, all of us got out, them more or less spreading out around us. Since there was only a single one of them more than us, and Blake easily counted for 2, that was rather hilarious to watch. Since Jared was on his best behavior and didn't call them out for it, neither did I, but I noticed the hint of amusement crossing his expression.
"We should be far enough away from most of them here,"
our driver explained as he turned to us. He was a black guy in his 50s, not quite on the fit side, but the muscles in his torso seemed like he either did a lot of heavy lifting or was one redial of his diet away from looking like a gym rat. Considering how he'd been handling the truck, like his truck, I figured it was probably the former, and he had worked in construction or logging. His heavy tool belt and reinforced work boots underlined that guess.
"I'm Mike," he introduced himself. "This is my son Zeke and his friend Noah."
He nodded at 2 men in their late 20s. Noah had been the other driver.
"And Ben and Olaf."
With Olaf being the teenaged boy. Jared did the same on our side, equally only giving our names, no explanations added. I saw Zeke and Noah giving me the side eye, but that quickly ended when I took a single step closer to Jared. Was it killing me to do that? Sure enough. But if it cut short any and all possible misunderstandings later, fine. I knew there was a high likelihood that I was simply being paranoid, but that had killed none of us of late. The same couldn't be said for the opposite.
"Where are you headed, Jared and friends?"
Mike asked when Jared didn't immediately volunteer the information.
"Wherever it's safe to hunker down,"
Jared said, sounding nothing if not jovial.
"We spent some time with some other groups, but always ended up having to run from the fucking undead."
He paused, as if there was a lot more to that he wasn't saying.
"We heard there were some larger groups with much better defenses up here in the mountains. You don't happen to know something about that?"
Zeke gave me another of those looks. Mike noticed, but didn't say anything, his attention remaining on Jared.
"As a matter of fact, we do. Several of them, actually. One less, now that we've heard."
They kept staring at us. We stared right back. Tension ratcheted up a notch or two, but all hands stayed away from weapons.
"What happened?"
Jared asked.
"Or let me guess. The mobs got them? You were grumbling something about idiots before."
"Other idiots," Noah griped. Mike inclined his head.
"Yeah, those yesterday were the scavengers trying to get their fill before the dead destroy it all. Can't fault them for that in general."
"But we do when it happens in our territory," Zeke interjected. I had a certain idea where this was going. I also felt like telling Jared that he'd indeed found people after his own mind, considering how much he loved calling the Enclave people thieves. Or maybe that had just been Osprey's group, because of me. Well, there was a thought. Very much sticking to his tail so far, Jared frowned but didn't take the bait.
"Doesn't sound like people we'd want to have much, if anything, to do with. But you'll have to enlighten us about the details, man. As I said, we just got into the region."
Zeke narrowed his eyes at him.
"You sure about that?"
Jared gave him a soft smile that came with a clear warning.
"Exceptionally so. Give me a map and I can show you which way we took."
He briefly glanced at the other men, again focusing on Mike, since he sounded most like their leader, but also like the reasonable one.
"Did we do anything to tip you off? Sorry if that's the case. We're really grateful that you got us out of there. A lot of assholes would have left us out there to get picked off one by one. It's a relief to see that not everyone has gone completely feral yet."
Zeke actually looked chastised, fidgeting for a moment. Mike stepped in to explain.
"No offense taken, and equally none meant. You sound like you've had some similar experiences as us. You just can't trust some people. We've lost just as many to gunshots as bites in the last week. Now we try being a little more careful. Hence the powwow in the middle of nowhere, far away from our camp."
Jared snorted.
"And here I thought you'd chosen the spot so you could simply shoot us and leave us in the ditch at the side of the road, never to be found."
Mike actually looked taken aback, as did Ben and Olaf. Zeke and Noah not so much, but they kept their traps shut. I had a feeling that said less about what kind of men they were, and more about who had been the ones surviving said gunshots.
"Who do you think we belong to?"
Jared asked, when the silence after his not-quite joke turned awkward. Awkward enough to put Mike in the mood to ramble, I was sure. I hated that I knew Jared well enough now to start to see through the games he was playing. At least some of them.
"What do they call themselves? You know who I mean." "Those Enclave people,"
Ben supplied, his voice strong for someone his age. Zeke nodded.
"Yeah, them." "Why's that?"
Jared asked. When Zeke immediately looked suspicious again, Jared shrugged.
"We've heard talk of them, I think."
He then turned to the rest of us, as if asking for our opinion. Since Blake and Axel kept their mouths shut, I figured that one fell to me. "Are these the ones with the signing bonus talk?" I didn't need to fake the disdain evident in my tone.
"That's them,"
Mike said, sounding both revulsed and strangely relieved. Zeke wasn't done with his line of questioning, though.
"You sure you haven't met any of them? Or are in fact leftovers of their raiding party that got separated?"
There was that. I gave him the most level stare I could manage, which must have been pretty unenthusiastic, considering I wasn't the Enclave's biggest fan, even less so because of recent developments. Sure, my friends were a different story, but why would you think that? I cast a pointed look at my compatriots. And wouldn't you think that if we were part of some raiding outfit that we'd have more gear than the clothes on our backs, 2 packs, and 3 weapons among the 4 of us? There were, of course, the guns, but since they hadn't asked about them yet, I wasn't going to mention them.
"Can we take a look?"
Mike asked.
"Into your packs, just to be sure."
My mouth was open to protest already, but Jared cut me off, gesturing to Blake for his pack, the one I'd started filling in the militia headquarters, and that now held only a couple of spare clothes, the rest of our makeshift bandages, and the set of photographs I'd picked up from the camp. Mike's expression froze as he realized what he was looking at, his gaze quickly zooming to our faces. Everyone stared back blankly, not giving any explanation. From our coloring, any of us could have been related to the people, particularly the children in the pictures. And since none of us was in them, the consequence must have looked even more grim.
"Want to see the rest as well?"
Jared asked, with just enough of an edge to make already uncomfortable Mike even more so. Damn, but he really was great at this.
"No need,"
Mike said.
"Thanks, and sorry for your loss."
Jared accepted that with a downright magnanimous nod.
"We all lost someone. I'm sure you know that all too well yourselves."
"Sure do," Mike admitted. Zeke looked even more chastised than before, Jared's psycho game working a little too well on him, it seemed.
"Yeah, sorry about that. It's just, they're the only ones crazy enough to force women to go out fighting. Know what I mean?"
I shook my head, a little confused, and definitely playing along. Fight? Are they the ones who shot at you? Hardly, since my find in that damn hole had pretty much doubled our arsenal, or at least ammo. Mike was quick to shake his head.
"No, but they do have them in their hunting parties. Well, one of them at least."
Zeke made a face but didn't say anything. It was Noah who jumped in with a description that I kind of already saw coming.
"Like this one bitch? Asian, average height, tight ass."
He got a nasty look from his friend that he ignored.
"Always wears too much makeup, like super black eyeliner, like a cat, you know? That's what they call that shit, right?"
I didn't even blink as I slowly shook my head. Are you kidding me? Eyeliner in the fucking zombie apocalypse? Noah gave me a yeah right look. Zeke narrowed his eyes slightly, making me wonder if I'd overdone it. To take the sting out of my words, I flashed him a wry smile. I haven't bathed nor shaved since the first crazy cannibal came chasing down the street after me. Finding deodorant is already pushing it, if you ask me. Sounds like a real mad woman. Dharma would have loved this, I was sure. Then again, I had a feeling she wouldn't have enjoyed the exchange much, considering she obviously knew these people. A couple of pieces of the puzzle that were my friends suddenly fell into place. Like her knowing the back roads close to Asheville, on our flight from the power plant back to the Enclave, or her being part of a scavenging party that usually went east or south if possible, rather than north or west. That was Plato's quarter as far as I'd gleaned.
"I can attest to that,"
Jared drawled, coming from way too close to me. When I looked at him, he ignored me.
"She stinks is what I'm saying. And no womanly wiles lost on this one. Makes her a damn good part of my zombie apocalypse team, if you ask me."
He ended that by giving me a pat on the shoulder that wasn't exactly possessive, but sure enough spelled out the meaning of hands off my merchandise. Gee, I so loved being appreciated. What was even worse was that I got the sense that he hadn't been lying. "Well, too bad that you don't know them," Olaf said. "Gunter and the others were talking about asking them for an alliance against—" He cut off when Ben made a shushing sound. Jared stared at them, then turned back to Mike.
"If you want us to step out for a bit so you can get your stories straight, no problem. Or let us thank you and part ways if you prefer that.
Mike gave Olaf a baleful glance, but actually looked apologetic as he turned back to Jared.
The boy's not wrong. The girl my son's talking about is his ex. They had some personal issues.
Zeke grumbled something under his breath that sounded like that was the understatement of the century, but shut up when his father glared at him.
But that's beside the point. Personal feelings aside, our leaders have considered reaching out to them to maybe see if we can't reach some kind of accord. They have built up a reputation for taking whatever they can get, but I can see where feeding over 1,000 people can be hard.
That was clearly a trap, underestimating how large the Enclave had gotten. Thankfully, none of us was stupid enough to take the bait. Jared put on a musing expression.
How much is that worth to you?
So much for feeling anything positive toward him. I wouldn't have called it admiration in the first place, but that pretty much annihilated the level of grudging respect that had been growing inside of me. Mike grimaced, coming out suspicious.
Why? You suddenly remembered something?
Jared shook his head, laughing softly. Again, it sounded real.
No, but maybe we can work something out. We need a place to stay, and it looks like we're an unwritten, unsullied sheet of paper, whereas you all got some baggage that might get in the way. Why not let us try to negotiate a treaty or something like that in exchange for letting us stay with you later? Worst thing that happens is you have 4 mouths less to feed. Best thing, you gain 4 capable people plus strong bonds with your neighbors. Sounds like a plan to me.
Mike's suspicion was already draining away. Zeke's not so much. Turning to me, he squinted.
Weren't you less than enthusiastic about them just a minute ago?
Jared answered for me. This once I didn't mind.
Nothing has changed about that. That's why I said we do the talking for you and then get to stay with you. Sound good?
Zeke still didn't seem convinced, but Mike and Ben in particular were on board. I had a feeling that being able to sell this to their leaders as their plan was what made them downright giddy about the prospect. Jared, ever the asshole, doing what he did best. But considering that boiled down to them dropping us off close enough to home that we could walk there before sunset sure sweetened the deal. And that, with assurances of alliances and shared resources that we got to testify to firsthand after Mike radioed in with their leadership. I was almost feeling like a sensation of whiplash had taken hold of me as I got out of the car, again, in the middle of nowhere, with Mike explaining to us what hiking path to follow for how long and where to turn off so we'd end up right on top of the Enclave, probably right in the middle of the new militia camp, and bearing gifts in the form of half a new bag of ammo and small explosives, and the promise of enough solar panels to charge at least 10 cars easily. 90 minutes later saw us strolling into the back entrance of the Enclave, where Marion was already waiting for us next to Seneca and the Colonel, and a handful of anxious people surprised and happy to see me. That I was dismissed as soon as we dragged our stinking, dirty carcasses into camp was obvious. I didn't even try to enter the Enclave proper, particularly not with my 2 biggest fans right there glaring daggers at me somehow, while they were immediately on board with the offer Jared presented, true to his word. I was more than happy to let Kaz hug me as if our lives depended on it, once more ignoring my stench, and then Dharma, Liam, and Corey as well, with Osprey as an awkward afterthought. "Where are the new guys?" I asked, too late realizing I didn't necessarily want to know if the answer was what suddenly seemed very obvious. Dharma, still grinning broadly with genuine happiness to see me still alive and kicking, made a throwaway gesture.
Oh, they're still alive. Just too chicken shit to go out there again, where they might have to run, or worse yet, carry a bat to defend themselves. They hired on as support kitchen staff, Kaz explained. Pussies, as I said,
Dharma crowed and scrunched up her nose.
Callie, you reek like a dump, and not one that's been maintained well. What the fuck did you get up to out there?
Don't ask, I muttered, casting one more glance at the others. Blake was already gone, supposedly to eat his weight in meat, or at least so he'd been fantasizing during our hike down to the Enclave. Axel was still standing next to Jared, while Jared was talking to the Colonel, supposedly making sure that he wasn't getting up to anything particularly stupid. There was no sign of Marion, but also not of the packs we'd been carrying. One thing the militia people were: efficient. Just maybe I'd been wrong about them, or at least some of them that had survived. With a sinking feeling, I realized that, late in the day as it was, I should have recognized a lot more faces up here than I actually did. How many made it back? Dharma hesitated, leaving it to Osprey to answer.
Overall, a good third. Of those that went with us to the HQ, the 4 of you are actually the only group that made it that didn't get picked up by the cars. We tried going back, but only ended up losing another car when it broke down next to some wrecks.
I had a feeling he was talking about the car I'd looked at just this morning, before running into the Asheville people, the same who'd already been in and picked the car clean of anything useful. This really wasn't a forgiving world in any sense of the word anymore.
But you made it back, Kaz perfectly crowed. I knew it. Dharma, pay up.
Grumbling under her breath, she dug out a can of energy drink from the jacket she had knotted around her waist. I gave her a playfully appalled gasp. You bet against me surviving? How dare you? She snickered as she handed Kaz his prize.
No, he bet you'd make it here within 2 days. I said you'd need at least 3. Couldn't count on you somehow finding a taxi service out there to practically drop you off on our doorstep.
Kaz offered the unopened can to me. I shook my head, laughing, gesturing for him to drink it. You deserve it, he grinned.
Yes, I do, because I know my best friend absolutely has superpowers and can pull off the impossible.
I rolled my eyes at him, but deep down that felt damn good. Just as good as a long hot shower, or if that wasn't available, a thorough soak in a lukewarm tub would feel.
Have you had dinner already?
Kaz asked, then chuckled when he caught my blank stare.
Of course you haven't. Why don't you get cleaned up and we'll clear it with the Colonel in the meantime that you get a visitation pass for the cantina downstairs. With supervision, you're allowed in all the General Guard quarters, right?
I remembered something along those lines. For the first time, I asked myself just how true Jared's claims toward Mike and his people had been. He'd said before that he wasn't a fan of big crowds, and while he seemed content to live rough up here with the other militia people, just maybe... But that would mean I would be stuck with him yet again, and no amount of bullshit special rules could make up for that. Yeah, sounds great. Give me
30 minutes, Dharma amended. You need them.
I shrugged, taking that for what it was. At a last wave, I veered off toward the guard bathroom I'd used what was only yesterday but felt like an eternity ago, while my friends took the corridor into the Enclave proper. That was my life now, and resenting it didn't exactly better my situation, so I did my best to swallow my ire and accept the situation as it was. I was safe. There was food and shelter for me, and my newfound reputation sure helped keep the creepers at bay that might have otherwise maybe tried something. That was more than I had going for me when I'd first come here, and that had already felt like a borderline paradise. While not perfect, for now, it had to be enough. And if I was honest, it was. It more than was. Chapter 8. There was no warm or even lukewarm water, but I made it work with lots of soap and shampoo nevertheless. After the stunt with the dead people gunk in the trunk of the car, I was pretty content to just let the suds soak on my skin and then scour myself from head to toe with borderline caustic chemicals until I was squeaky clean and likely resembling a lobster. In my haste to get cleaned up, I'd forgotten to check beforehand if there were any clothes in my size available, Which was, of course, not the case, since the stores were those of Plato's men. I wasn't going to win any beauty pageants with the too large sweatpants and long-sleeved shirt that I ended up bagging until I could procure something better fitting and actually useful out there. But it was a hell of a lot better than the clothes I had been wearing. That, except for the jacket and sneakers, went straight into the to-be-burned stack. Done, I went back outside, only to realize that I was kind of lost. As far as I knew, I was still restricted from entering the Enclave proper unless chaperoned, but none of my friends were waiting for me. Most of Plato's men were either on patrol or inside, the few I saw giving me the same respectful berth as yesterday morning after I'd been released from my prison cell. Had that really only been a day and a half ago? It felt like much longer. Thankfully, that included how I was physically feeling. As exhausting as those 2 days had been, and aches and pains all over my body constantly reminded me that only the last couple of hours had been a more or less relaxed stroll through the abandoned forest after getting dropped off by Mike and his people, I was feeling remarkably good. I was hungry enough to easily polish off a full meal, and confident that it would stay down as well. Most of the aches in my bones were fresh exhaustion and strain, not that damn withdrawal crap. I could still feel the last dregs of it, but it was closer to the very tail end of a mild hangover than something that had completely incapacitated me for days on end. All the cuts from Jared's first aid effort had closed up, and there was barely any swelling remaining either. A couple of bruises were the worst I was sporting, most of them fresh from earlier in the day. On some level, that was a little disconcerting, but since there was nothing I could do about it, and wouldn't have because who in their right mind complained about healing quickly, particularly right now, I did my best to ignore it. Out between the newly erected cabins, the militia people had dinner going on, from what it sounded and smelled like. It was very tempting to simply walk over and let someone hand me a bowl full of stew or some shredded meat from one of the spits. Yes, they had a bona fide open fire going that they used for grilling the meat, well protected from prying eyes from below so it wouldn't give our position away. But from where I was standing, it looked incredibly inviting. Where the fuck were Kaz and Dharma? When, after 5 minutes of standing in the shadow of the tunnel exit, lurking and trying to avoid anyone's attention, still nobody showed up, I decided to bite the bullet and caught another dreadful ride on the cargo elevator down. It was just as awful as the first time, although thankfully I didn't barf all over anyone yet again. I was still feet away from the Enclave's main entrance when 2 armed guards stepped in my way, scowling for all they were worth. With a sigh, I raised both arms in a placating gesture. I'm waiting for my friends, okay? I'm not going to try to infiltrate the holiest of holies, no worries. One of them grunted. The other just glared. I wondered what exactly had crawled up their asses and died there, but in the end it didn't matter. It was a good 15 minutes later when Kaz showed up, ducking out from underneath the tarp that secured the entrance. He smiled and nodded at the guards, at least the latter they returned, and gestured for me to follow him inside. What a warm welcome indeed. At least inside, most people ignored me as we made our way to the outer section of the tunnels mostly reserved for the guards, that I remembered passingly well from the single evening, night, and morning I'd spent here just after Kaz and I had joined Osprey and his gang. Half of that time had been wasted on dragging corpses out of the woods and down the road, but at least there had been warm water. As we passed by the bathrooms, I longingly glanced at the door to what felt like paradise. But Kaz, ever oblivious as he prattled on about some story someone I'd never heard of had told him, kept on walking. I made a mental note to make sure that before they kicked me out again, I'd get to raid the clothes and gear stash meant for the female populace, or else I would find myself having to run from the undead again in my comically oversized sweatpants. Stranger things had happened. As we entered the cantina, a handful of Plato's men exited. Why it was easy to pick them apart from the resident guards was obvious. They didn't glare at me with disdain, but instead cracked smiles and offered a quick round of nods. Next to them, some of Seneca's men just stared at them, confused. Yeah, if not for Kaz and the others, I so would have considered asking Mike for asylum. At least there was plenty of hot, fresh food available, and the women at the food counter showed none of the disdain that the guards had. That made me wonder, had there been a briefing featuring my mugshot so the guards would know I was persona non grata? When had I become that important or notorious? I hadn't planned on being choosy, but with suddenly actual choices being available, I picked my way through the available options, ending up with a terrible mix of pretty much all sides with some random meat in the middle. Fried chicken with rice, corn on the cob, 2 kinds of fresh bread, lentil stew with beans, and some hard-boiled eggs. I would have loved to grab some cake as well, but Kaz physically pushed me away from the line, promising he'd fetch some for both of us later. Osprey and the others were already waiting for us. Plenty more food stacked all over the table between them. Since they were already deep in conversation as we joined them, I simply sat down and started shoveling food into my mouth, listening and chewing in silence as they kept prattling on. About events I had missed, people I'd never met, and stories recounted that I'd never heard before. What a difference missing a week could make. I didn't know why exactly my mood had tanked so much since arriving, because I had been damn glad to see the cabins come into view as we made our way down that hiking trail to the Enclave. I was still happy to be here, and rationally it was the best option around. I didn't even care that much about being borderline ostracized, since I couldn't have cared less in the end, in the grand scheme of things. It just sucked, that was all. Sucked a lot. Damn, but it absolutely grated how hypocritical and unfair it was. Finally stuffed to the very capacity of my stomach, although some cake would always still fit, of course, I finally had no excuse not to join the conversation. Osprey and the others were quite keen on hearing my version of what had happened after we'd gotten ambushed at the militia HQ. And while Dharma made a face at the mention of Mike and Zeke, she shrugged it off when Osprey cast her a questioning glance.
My ex, that pretty much sums it up,
was all she had to say about that. I was just about to finally let go of my grudge and truly ease up when I saw Kara Mason come strolling into the cantina. From the way she cast around, then immediately zeroed in on me and changed course to come over, I already knew that this wasn't going to be pleasant.
"Sorry to intrude on your meal, but you need to come with me,"
she declared. Her tone plainly stated that she was not sorry at all, and why wasn't I already scurrying up and after her? I just looked at her, then pointedly drank another sip of water, slowly, deliberately, taking my time. Dharma frowned up at the scientist.
"Why now? You can give her a checkup tomorrow morning. She's not going anywhere, right?"
I knew it was a rhetorical question, but still felt the need to nod. It wasn't like I could just run off in the middle of the night. That would have been suicide. I wasn't that desperate yet. Kara's mouth compressed into a thin line. Clearly, getting questioned didn't sit right with her.
"I have a special dispensation from the Colonel, as you very well know. Callie, come with me. Please."
Again, what should have been a natural expression of manners came out as if it cost her dearly. I was of half a mind to delay her a little longer, but then decided to cut the crap. Antagonizing her, of all people, would give me nothing, because I sure wasn't sticking it to the man, so I might as well follow along, and potentially find something out. After all, since I was already flagged, I might as well capitalize on my infamy. "Sure thing, Doc," I said as I extricated myself from the bench and got up. "Always happy to help." Kara gave me a look that stated plainly that she didn't appreciate my sarcasm, gesturing toward the exit. Before she could take more than a step, I spoke up. "You know I'm not allowed in here on my own? If you don't intend to chaperone me later, you better tell someone when to fetch me and where." Her annoyance ratcheted up another level. But after a moment, she gave herself a visible shake and relented. Turning back to my friends, she singled none of them out as she said,
"Please, can someone get her from the infirmary in an hour from now?"
I felt like joking whether that was a threat or a promise, but wisely kept my tongue. I was still pretending to be meek and cooperative 30 minutes later, after she'd extracted pretty much every single one of my bodily fluids and gotten tests done, shy of giving me a pap smear. Thankfully, that was where she seemed to draw the line. Saliva and blood I could get on board with, but as for the rest, not even if the colonel had asked her to do a drug test on me did that make sense. "Got any results back from the first battery of tests you ran on me?" Kara glanced up at my question, looking borderline confused, as if it puzzled her that her test subject could speak. I was honestly surprised she'd remembered my name instead of continuing to call me Test Subject 5C. "From when you had me do jumping jacks while breathing into that mask?" I prompted. Her face lit up for a second before it closed off again.
"Oh, yes. Nothing you need to concern yourself with."
Old Callie would have taken that at face value and accepted it. But since I'd already lost all the benefits that woman had called her own, I might as well roll out the knowledge that she'd deliberately been holding back from showing. "Well, that's a relief," I taunted. "And such a surprise, seeing that anthrax isn't exactly classified as a communicable disease. Inhalation anthrax in particular." She looked up sharply, true annoyance flashing in her eyes.
"Just because you know how to synthesize LSD, Missy, doesn't mean you understand microbiology," she declared haughtily. I swallowed the remark that anyone with basic-level chemistry knowledge and the right ingredients could cook up acid without properly knowing it, and instead tried myself at a winning smile. "We're all in this together, right? Exactly how many people do you have here who you can bounce theories off of? I might have at least heard of a quarter of the terms currently rattling around in your brain. What's the ratio for the next best scientifically minded person? 10%? I didn't know if there were any trained veterinarians or nurses at the Enclave, so that might even have been true. As far as I was aware, we had 0 doctors that were MDs, and Kara was likely the only PhD in any life sciences studies. It was easy to guess that her ire stemmed from frustration rather than her generally being a bitch, although I wasn't going to discount that theory either. Synergies and all that. Which reminded me yet again that Jared had already known all this and was very likely the second most knowledgeable person after Kara here. What the fuck did that asshole have going on for real? "True," Kara admitted, failing to specify which of my points she was referring to. She exhaled slowly, her straight posture deflating somewhat as she sat back on a rolling stool, briefly glancing over the workspace strewn with papers filled with her tidy scrawl. When her attention skipped back to me, she sighed. "Do you want my candid opinion, or stick to the censored one and actually get to sleep tonight?"
"Give it to me straight, Doc." She snorted, very much, "Be my guest."
"Your biochemistry is completely screwed up."
I shrugged. "That's what drugs do to you." She shook her head, frustration reappearing in her tone.
"That sure didn't help, but remember, I already have samples from before you went off the deep end. Little of them make any sense."
That didn't sound good. "How's that?" She gave me a deadpan stare.
"Most of your hormones and enzymes are all over the place. Every single one of your values hinting at latent infections is elevated, and yet you seem to be healing at an exceptional rate."
I realized her gaze had dropped to the gash in my cheek. I had to fight the impulse to reach up and prod the angry red line, all that was left of it. "I've always been a good healer," I protested, hating how feeble I sounded. "Had to, or else my liver and kidneys would have long since given out on all the shit they've had to process in the past." Kara gave a short bark of laughter.
"Could be as simple as that, huh?"
she proposed. When I just kept looking at her, she amended,
"That you're a tough bitch, eh?"
I had a hard time not laughing in her face. Yeah, exactly how many diabetics or people on 10 kinds of heart medication survived the outbreak.
True,
she admitted. The momentary lull in our conversation that followed made me all kinds of uncomfortable. So, is this something I should be concerned about? High infection values mean what, exactly? Elevated immune system components? Those were the exact things the doctor at the power station found out as well. My body did fight off the mother of all infections. Takes some time for the body to clear all that, right? She nodded slowly. I could tell that it vexed her that she didn't have that data set. I vaguely remembered watching Osprey put away a printout that hack of a doctor had given him, but I doubted it had survived our mad flight from Oconee. Anything on it had probably been rendered unintelligible by Osprey's blood and copious amounts of grime and water.
Could be just that. But it's not just your leukocytes. Your C-reactive protein is off the charts, and your urine in particular is packed with downstream metabolites of things that your body shouldn't be churning through at this rate.
I blinked, my turn to be irritated. When exactly did you test my urine? That right there is the first time I peed in a cup for you. She didn't miss a beat as she briefly glanced at the offensive cup.
Oh, I still have the data from the samples we took from you back in Charlotte, and I allowed myself to collect some while you were still in your drug-induced coma.
She clucked her tongue in vexation.
That data set is useless, of course, from all the methamphetamine metabolites polluting it.
It took me a good 5 seconds to wade out the storm of rage screaming through me, my muscles physically locking down to prevent me from hurling myself at her so I could throttle her. Talk about an invasion of privacy. I forced myself to drop the point and ignore the boiling pit of rage and revulsion deep in my stomach. The other survivors must be showing similar biochemistry, right? As much as we all want to be super unique and special, I'm well aware that I'm not. Her mouth twisted into a thin line.
True, but they didn't get treated with experimental antibodies, were stupid enough to pollute their bodies with random antibiotics, and generally show less propensity to keep getting in direct contact with lots of potentially heavily contaminated bodily fluids.
That was one gripe I could simply shrug off. Then tell the colonel to ground me. I wouldn't mind sitting the next few attacks out. For science, of course. She let out a mirthless bark of laughter.
I tried, but since I was stupid enough to be honest with him and tell him you're not that special, he has denied my request. Apparently, he thinks you're of much more use elsewhere.
Her tone made it quite obvious that she disagreed. It would have been hilariously insulting if I hadn't agreed with her. Can I ask you a question? She looked surprised and about to joke that I just did, but after a moment inclined her head. Do you have any clue how the spread of infection works? We just talked about the point. Anthrax is not a communicable disease, not in the conventional sense, like the flu. So why do the bites infect us? Kara grimaced. It took me a moment to realize that was likely due to the fact that she had no fucking clue.
That they do is the only thing we know for sure, she finally admitted. And obviously it's hard to get test subjects for those experiments.
A shudder ran down my spine, visceral enough that I had to tense up to keep it from showing. That was exactly what the assholes at the power plant had been doing. Did you manage to find anything in the saliva?
Yours? No. Well, I wouldn't advise you to start biting people. They only run the risk of typical sepsis, not zombie-related side effects, she snidely pointed out. Her answer irritated me for so many reasons. No, I meant zombie saliva. When she just stared back at me, I frowned. You never thought to analyze it? Again, obtaining samples is not that easy, she harped. Besides, I may be curious, but I'm not suicidal. Outside the confines of at least a laminar flow hood, I'm not getting anywhere near that shit. She actually looked appalled at her use of language. If she hadn't been this annoying in general, that would have been almost endearing. If it's just the samples, I'm sure we can get you some, I offered.
already in sample containers, so the closest you have to get to it is holding a pipette. Kara paused, but she didn't look tempted.
My specialty is the human body as it is alive, she finally said. Once it's dead, I'm afraid my knowledge is next to useless.
She briefly glanced at the fridge where she'd stashed the blood she'd drawn earlier.
I know little enough as it is. You have no clue how frustrating it is when you know you're 2 sets of test runs away from curing humanity, but you have no way of ever running those tests because the facilities that can are forever out of reach.
That made a lot of sense. Except that it didn't. What tests would you run if you could? And what do you need for that? She chuckled softly, like in response to a child asking a NASA engineer why the sky was blue.
In here, none.
I had to cut back on my vexation. People died, and Charlotte got firebombed into the Stone Age, but most buildings never got affected, except that now they are abandoned until some crafty critters will inevitably find their way inside. Must be 10 times as true for laboratories. I doubt any of them got overrun by zombies in the first place, and they wouldn't make great lairs for squatters. As you pointed out so succinctly, I lack everything beyond the very basics of your knowledge, but I sure know how to pipette X milliliters of Y into a sample well and then press a button to start a machine. You just have to tell me where it is and what to program into it. Why exactly was I signing myself up for what sounded like absolute insanity? I had absolutely no answer to that question. Kara's expression turned pensive.
You'd do that?
Would it help us survive? At least make a difference if we knew what the fuck was going on so we could, I don't know, better avoid it, if not find an actual cure? I grimaced. I'm not some idealistic nitwit. I'm well aware that there's a good chance that even if we had a way to work out the exact molecular pathways down to the single metabolites, that in reality it wouldn't change anything. But there's a chance, right? Like finding penicillin, and suddenly we could cure bacterial infections in people that were doomed for sure. Since we were dealing with bacteria in the end, I felt that was a good point. The fact that Kara didn't outright laugh at me gave me a smidgen of hope.
Let me think about it,
she eventually said. Well, you know where to find me, I offered, a chipper note in my tone that I absolutely did not feel. Why exactly did I have to open my fucking mouth? The interesting part of our conversation thus concluded. Kara went about prepping my samples for whatever limited analysis she was about to conduct in her makeshift lab. I had to wait another 10 minutes for Osprey to show up, knocking softly on the doorframe as he peeked inside.
You done here?
I nodded, casting a last glance at Kara. She didn't even react, muttering to herself as she took notes. Yeah, I'm done. The hallway outside the infirmary was deserted, making me realize how late it must have gotten. With little electricity working inside the Enclave as it was, even underground people had adopted a daylight schedule, it seemed. It had already been dusk by the time we'd arrived, so now it must have been easily an hour after bedtime for most. Mind if we swing by the bathrooms on the way back up? I asked. As comfortable as these pants are, they don't strike me as the right attire to go on patrol in. Osprey glanced at my outfit, seemingly surprised. I did my best not to let that get to me. I was well aware that none of us had fashionable choices available, but sheesh, underneath all the tough girl demeanor, a vain woman's heart still beat. Although I really didn't mind going for function over form now, I sorely missed chattering with the girls over other people's fashion faux pas. None of them had been that superficial. It had all been in good fun. And now they were dead, and I'd never get to tease Ash over her curly design choices ever again. I hated that, as acute and painful as the stab of grief was that zoomed through my chest. It was already getting softer than it used to be. Fuck. That was too soon. Way too soon. I fucking hated how trauma got my old coping mechanisms rolling out on force.
Sure.
Osprey hedged, leading the way.
Dharma probably set something aside for you. Let's see if we can find it.
We walked the short distance to the outer rooms of the guard quarters in silence. After spending so much time with pretty much no chance of talking, between trying not to attract attention from the zombies or being utterly incapable of lucid thinking, one would have thought that my mind was burning to spill every single thought that popped into my head. But I was oddly content to keep them to myself. Osprey was a good partner to share comfortable silences with. He stopped right outside the bathroom, gesturing at the door.
You'll likely have it all to yourself. I doubt anyone's still up and using it. They shut off the warm water after dinner time.
It grated a little to learn that, indeed, down here, warm water was available. I could probably have requested to clean up here, particularly with Dharma's watchful eye on me. No use crying over spilled milk, or cold water long flushed down the drain, literally. No problem. I'll just check what fresh clothes are available. I was about to tell him that I would be right out, but then paused. I should probably change right away. No guessing what's going to happen come tomorrow.
Yeah, you don't want to be caught running from the undead in that,
he joked, glancing at the offensive sweatpants again. Wait here for me, will you? I don't want to have to spend the night sleeping on a cozy bed of other people's freshly washed laundry.
Will do.
I waited another second. What for, I couldn't say. Then I went into the bathroom, happy to grab a flashlight from the ones hanging by the door before I closed it on Osprey. Right, new clothes coming up. Osprey had been right in one aspect. I had the entire room to myself. Rooms, I realized, since someone had sectioned off the showers from the part where the laundry was kept, including building some racks and plenty of shelves to keep it all separate. A good third of the clothes on offer had Dharma written all over them. Not literally, since I was sure she wouldn't bother with anything that childish. I quickly rifled through them, coming up with a selection across the board of what I'd need for the next 3 days without being greedy and grabbing everything. The much more abundant stacks of lacy underwear and lighter, often form-fitting things I ignored as I felt my residual anger swell. Propagation of the species, my ass. I could have simply taken it all up to the militia cabins with me, but decided to change right here, considering who might be walking in on me pretty much everywhere up there. I was honestly surprised that I'd now managed to wash up and get changed twice without Jared so happening to need something from the stashes that were so conveniently set up right next to the bathrooms and armory. I had zero intentions of pushing that luck. On second thought, another set or two of underwear couldn't hurt, I considered as I studied the options again. I doubted the resident baby-making factories would get that much use out of the sports bras, even if they might have appreciated the extra support, too. This setup wasn't about their comfort, after all. I was still digging through the underwear, in pretty much just my sneakers and panties, when the door to the bathroom creaked open. I had one of those inane deer-caught-in-the-headlights moments when my mind went haywire, caught between the urge to cover myself, the need to grab a weapon and get into a defensive stance, and the instinct to run and hide. Add to that a hefty dose of exhaustion and drowsiness caused by a full belly and the enjoyment of the company around me, mostly, for the past couple of hours, and I ended up pretty much standing there frozen, doing none of these things. At least I managed to lower and pull in my arms, so they and the gray sports bra I had been considering were covering my chest. Osprey was standing in the doorway, carrying a load of what looked like sturdy pants, jackets, and a pair of hiking boots on top. He was currently half turned around, kicking the door shut, still oblivious to my state of undress and distress, which obviously had to be fake because he couldn't be stupid enough to expect me not to get dressed right away, right? It was late, and it was just the two of us. Unlike me, he'd been part of the routine here for going on weeks. He'd know exactly how deserted these parts of the Enclave would be at this time of night. I couldn't claim with a straight face that I was horrified or surprised by this. Just maybe things were picking up for me after all. I wondered if I should play coy. No, that didn't sound like it would work. It was stupid enough that I was trying to hide behind a piece of polyester, and it wasn't like he hadn't already seen me naked, and at my worst, vomiting and shivering in cold sweat as withdrawal kicked my ass. That he was still making a move showed that he didn't much care about that, right? After all, I had cleaned up twice since then, and he hadn't seen and smelled me come out of that car trunk. Why was my mind skipping through that reel of most disgusting details right fucking now? The human brain could be a mystery sometimes. All of that went through my head in the time it took Osprey to finish wrestling the door closed and turn back to face me, in the meantime crossing half the length of the room, only to rock to a sudden halt as he did look up and found me still standing there clutching that damn bra. He stared at me for several seconds straight, his expression unreadable. I honestly didn't know what to make of that, but decided not to dwell on it. Maybe he did like to look. Maybe I should have done something other than to stare right back.
I brought you some of the gear from the racks outside,
he finally said rather lamely.
You were right. Dharma did set some aside for you.
Thanks. That's nice. Nice? What the fuck is wrong with you, woman? We kept on staring at each other. I would have loved to say that the tension was killing us both, but it came with a hint too much awkwardness to fully work. And by a hint, I meant more of a truckload. What felt like hours too late, I dropped my arms, forcing my posture to ease up from being locked somewhere between ready for attack and defense to something maybe a little more inviting. His eyes dropped to my boobs, if only for a moment. I had to admit it was nice not to be ogled, but a little more enthusiasm wouldn't have hurt. You can put that over there. I gestured at a bench by the wall right next to where Osprey was standing. Yes, gesturing with the bra still in my fist was idiotic, and so was slapping my own thigh with the blasted thing. I had a feeling that my level of suaveness wasn't going to affect the outcome of this night, or at least I hoped it wouldn't. As if glancing where I was pointing was his salvation, Osprey did just that, but the stack of clothes remained firmly in his grasp. So he wasn't the smoothest of operators. Looked like it was on me to move this along in the right direction. I had zero issues with that. It was nice to be appreciated as a strong, independent woman who had agency and choice. And there was that damn word again. Nice. Fucking hell. The zombie apocalypse really was turning me into a bumbling idiot where social interactions were concerned. Or I can take them right off your hands, I suggested, crossing the distance between us. I wasn't exactly sauntering over, swaying my hips, but it wasn't hard to let the last bit of defensiveness drain from my posture as I approached. I trusted him. I felt comfortable around him. Those were two great prerequisites. In my mind, my move had seemed so smooth. In reality, I was still clutching the damned bra, so when I raised both hands to accept the stack of clothes, it almost smacked Osprey in the face, thankfully tangling itself on top of the boots instead. Because of our difference in height, he was holding it all a little too high for me to easily grab, but I managed somehow, taking it all and putting it right down on the bench. Somewhere along that maneuver, I felt the back of his hand brush the underside of my left breast, but it was more like an accident, and less like a deliberate but failed attempt at groping me. So just maybe we were both out of practice and fumbling our way through this, but nobody had died of embarrassment yet, and I was sure that once we got the awkward stuff out of the way, nature would take its course. Straightening once again, I hoped that was going to happen sooner rather than later, because this was a special kind of torture. Then again, Osprey was still standing right in front of me. He could have walked out of the room for an entire minute now. Clearly, he had no intentions of doing so, and this time there was no excuse about hidden cameras and microphones. Come to think of it, I couldn't believe I'd fallen for that bullshit. That thought put a wry, lopsided smile on my face, a smile that he mirrored. Okay, looked like the first move was on me. I was fine with that. Good. Whatever. Just not that stupid word again. Nice. Why this needed actual bravery when I'd spent the last 3 weeks in constant mortal danger was absolutely hilarious. It sure helped ease my mind further. Taking heart, I reached up to touch the sides of Osprey's face, rose up on my tiptoes, and kissed him. And because I was getting kind of sick of playing games, I made it a good one right from the start. Full on, with tongue, ready to quickly escalate things from here. Except that I was met with zero reciprocation. Like, absolutely nothing. Not hesitation or surprise, which was weird, considering how things had been ramping up toward this, but okay. Different people liked to go at different paces. No, it was pretty much like I imagined Frenching a fish would be, only much, much worse because aquatic creatures we were not. Quite obviously, I'd made a colossal mistake, and there was no going back from this. Osprey went a step further by grabbing my shoulders, if gently, and pushing me away. The emotional rejection much more jarring than the physical. Yes, there was a definite gleam of panic in his eyes, and I was sure that the same was quickly taking over my entire expression. Add to that a steep flush of embarrassment that I was sure wasn't stopping at my cheeks, but went right down my neck and lower. Oh, please, just kill me now. Where was the convenient zombie incursion when you direly needed it? I couldn't believe this was happening. Well, clearly it was. Belief not required. Fucking hell.
Callie, what are you doing?
Osprey asked, throwing water on the oil dumpster fire that was my life. At least now I felt warranted to, quite defensively, cross my arms over my chest. No more ogling aloud, mister. I was sure that smarted, considering how insanely into me he must have been. I forced my galloping thoughts to a sudden halt as I drew myself up to my full height. At least I was wearing sneakers. Yeah, because that made such a difference. Obviously reading the room wrong, I muttered, a little proud that there was more of a wry than embarrassed twist to my tone. After all, I had survived tangling with the undead several times over. I would survive this as well, even if right now it sure didn't feel possible.
Yes, you did.
Osprey deadpanned, still looking and sounding vaguely shell-shocked. Oh, come on. I wasn't that much of a hag that making a move on him could have outright traumatized him, right? Disbelief cut through my embarrassment. That and a hefty dose of guilt. He really was acting like my move had come out of nowhere. While standing in the women's bathroom, with me pretty much naked, as should have been expected. Still, maybe there was a way to salvage this. Fuck, but this was awkward. I'm sorry, I stammered. I shouldn't have... Osprey interrupted me right there, now sounding slightly indignant.
No, you really shouldn't have.
Which pissed me off. I knew that letting shame and embarrassment corner me was a bad idea, but it was that reaction from him that set me off. Excuse me, Mr. Sending all the wrong signals? He blinked, irritation catching on, apparently.
I did nothing of the sort.
You're standing in the fucking women's bathroom where you had to expect me to be naked. And did you forget about the decontamination shower? Rubbing your naked body all over mine is nothing, huh? He had the grace to look slightly embarrassed now.
I told you not to take that the wrong way.
And you're still here, still in a space where you shouldn't be, with me still very much not wearing anything. His gaze dropped down my mostly unclothed body. The fact that it was bordering on clinical was absolutely insulting now, as if he'd forgotten all about it. How the fuck could I have not seen that he was so obviously not jonesing for this piece of ass? Talk about my ego getting annihilated. Thankfully, Osprey remembered to be a dick right about then, extending a helping hand of indignation toward what was left of my crushed self-esteem.
We were both naked in that shower, yes, but if you remember, it must have been very obvious to you that I wasn't the least bit aroused by the situation, he haughtily proclaimed. And I did my very best to minimize the physical contact with you. It was you who tried to rub yourself all over me.
Which was too close to the truth for me to handle right now. All it did was fan the already raging flames. And yet I couldn't bring myself to shut up. My bruised ego on the warpath now. And what's with the interrogation after we came back from the power plant? talking it out, convincing the powers that be that I'm worth keeping around, saving me from almost certain death by immediate expulsion. I swallowed thickly, the saliva in my mouth turning to ash. After I took one for the team, helped rescue you while they were torturing you, risked my fucking life giving you a blood transfusion that could very well have killed me, and for sure left me too frail to fend for myself. Was I laying it on heavily? Absolutely. And I hated how much betrayal threatened to drown out the righteous anger I so wanted to deliver those words with. Osprey just kept staring at me, as if none of that meant anything to him.
"You're part of my team,"
he finally said after a moment of hesitation that sure felt like an eternity to me.
"We leave none behind."
Yeah, I had a thing or two to say about that. But I also knew when I had lost, and that was definitely the case. Get out. If he was surprised at how flat my voice sounded, he didn't show it. He also didn't move a muscle. Are you fucking deaf? Get the fuck out. Heat was creeping into my tone, but my voice was still steady, calm even. I didn't feel it, but at least I managed to deliver those words that way, with my back straight, my shoulders pushed back, and my head held high.
"You still need a chaperone."
I can take myself outside very much by myself, I ground out. I doubt that any of the guards will keep me from that. Now get the fuck out. His expression twisted into something close to annoyance, but after another second, he turned around and left without saying another word. I stared at the closed door for a stupidly long while, waiting for emotions to drown me, all that stupid girly shit to inevitably come crashing over me, the tears, the sobbing, the frustration. All that I felt was a hefty dose of embarrassment and shame, but underneath all that, the bitterness and frustration born of the repeat offenses against me. Sure, I had presumed wrong, but I didn't deserve this. I deserved none of it, and I'd just let it happen, taken it like a trooper. I was about done being people's fucking doormat. As soon as I finally broke my inertia and pushed my body into motion, I tore through the clothes, got dressed, grabbed what I could easily carry and would need, and fucking hightailed it out of there. I pushed past 2 guards on my way outside, but neither moved even a finger to stop me. By the exit, I grabbed one of the empty packs and wrestled the clothes inside before stepping into the cool night air. For just a second, I allowed myself to be stupid. Not fucking insane and do something as suicidal as to scream into the night, certain to call undead death on myself. But I did let myself wonder if I could just walk out there all on my own, without backup or a weapon or even a damn bottle of water. At least I wouldn't have an idiot breathing down my neck, lording over me. At least I'd go down fighting on my own terms. Then I wised up, donned the pack, stepped up to the damn cargo elevator, and took the unpleasant, if quick, ride up. Chapter 9. Unlike inside the Enclave proper, the militia camp was still mostly up and about, going about their merry, if purposefully subdued ways. The scent of roasted pork hit me as soon as I walked up to the bonfire that was going strong in between the cabins, carefully placed in a way not to be visible from below, or at least not lighting up the night like a beacon. I'd spent just about enough time around these people to know at least half of them by sight, but it was one of the actually familiar faces that I zeroed in on once I recognized him sitting right there. Or rather, the bottle of booze he was nursing, mostly using it to gesture wildly along with whatever tall tale he was telling. Blake recognized me a moment before I was on him, grinning up at me.
"What a surprise!"
I pulled the bottle out of his hand, did only the most cursory of checks for its contents, and then started chugging it down as if it was water. The harsh burn of vodka hit my mouth and throat, making me want to hiss and draw my lips back. But I kept on going, overriding the voice of reason screaming at me to stop right fucking now. That bitch could go screw herself. I was getting drunk tonight, and nothing on God's green earth would keep me from it. Certainly not Blake, who stared up at me in disbelief for all of a second before he started roaring with laughter, looking about ready to start chanting to spur me on. I was sure that if I so much as hinted at wanting to have sex with him, he'd do me good. He and every other male up here, and quite possibly a lot of the ladies as well. Too fucking bad that I didn't give a flying fuck about any of them. I had to stop because I was feeling a cough coming on, so I finally put the bottle down to get some much-needed oxygen into my lungs. I knew that technically it was too early for the alcohol to already affect me, but the association of the burn was enough to make me kind of high. Just to be sure, I took another long sip before I let myself fall onto the log next to Blake, who was still in high spirits, even if currently without spirits himself.
"Slow down, girlie,"
he teased.
"You have to appreciate the good stuff, not guzzle it all down in one go."
I stared at him, then pointedly glanced at the label on the bottle still safely in my grasp. Just to be sure, I took another drink to check. That shit is as far away from quality as it can be. It's the kind you use to degrease an engine, not drink for enjoyment. He gave the bottle a quick, longing look before his attention snapped to something or someone behind me.
"Axel, be a champ and grab another bottle from the stash. Little Miss Sunshine here clearly means business, and I've no intention of ending the night fucking sober."
I thought I heard Axel grumble something under his breath. Probably that even with a spectacular metabolic rate, there was no way Blake could be considered anywhere close to sober anytime soon. But he obliged, returning less than a minute later and handing a bottle of whiskey to Blake before sitting down across from us next to Marion, who'd so far watched the spectacle unfold in silence. I was a good inch farther into my bottle by then, increasingly giving less of a shit about what was going on around me. While Blake seemed content to let me drink myself right back into the infirmary, Axel eventually decided to poke the anthill currently lit by a million neon signs.
"Want to talk about it while your speech is still intelligible, or are you waiting until your words get too slurred to be anything but highly embarrassing?"
I vaguely pointed my bottle at him, then took another, longer drink. That ship has sailed, wrecked, and sunk to the bottom of the ocean. Blake snickered at what he probably thought was a cryptic remark. Nobody else laughed, nobody getting the quote. Fuck, but I missed Ash. She would have known exactly what to say, and what to get from our special forbidden treats stash, and already have Netflix loaded up and ready to go. Which was never going to happen again because the internet was gone and my friend was dead and I couldn't even get fucking laid by the single guy that owed me some fucking gratitude. Which, of course, was absolutely no reason why anyone should have felt obliged to do anything, but that wasn't the point. At least the vodka was doing its thing, coming on strong now. Just to be sure that wouldn't change, I took another deep drink. The bottle was down to maybe 2 inches now, meaning I'd already annihilated way too much for anyone's good, least of all mine. Watch me be all out of fucks left to give about that. Rather belatedly, I realized that Axel was still patiently waiting for a response from me, which made sense since he was a saint, able to stand being around Jared day in, day out without having shot him yet or hacked him to pieces or throttled him. And it was absolutely no fun ranting about the asshole in my head when my heart wasn't in it and he wasn't even around to make fun of me for it. Fuck. Marion took pity on me. Either that or she got sick of waiting for an answer that wasn't that hard to provide but still hadn't come. This reeks of guy trouble. When she caught my deadpan stare, she grinned, which turned into full-on laughter when Axel reprimanded her, telling her she shouldn't be so judgmental as none of them knew about my preferences. But girl trouble looks different, she wisely let him know. There's muttering and second-guessing involved as you have to dissect layers upon layers of psycho games. This right there needs no dissecting or discussing, only high proof and copious amounts of it. I wordlessly toasted her with my bottle and immediately followed up on her suggestion. Woman clearly knew what she was talking about. With my bottle almost empty now, and my stomach decidedly upset about it, I started eyeing Blake's. He grinned back at me, but didn't offer, making it obvious that I'd have to barter for it if I wanted some, likely with the details of why I was trying to damage my liver and brain in one go within the next 10 minutes. Marion getting up and shoving a bowl full of steaming pork at me got in the way of things. I stared at the food for a second, needing a moment to derail my thoughts and get them jump-started anew. I've already eaten, thanks. She shoved the bowl at me and only stopped once I took it before she returned to her previous perch. The meat was slightly charred in places but clearly tender, falling apart as it was. All over it and pooling at the bottom of the dish were deliciously fatty drippings and juice, making my mouth water. "Hello?" she asked. I nodded. Her lips thinned in disdain. "You've been out there for how long, running how many miles for your life, eating exactly how much good food in the meantime? I get it. They're a bunch of lazy assholes sitting on their asses all day long. They want variety and vegetables and fucking quinoa." "Quinoa is not half bad if you season it well," I muttered, still staring transfixed at the meat. It smelled like fucking heaven. I was surprised I wasn't drooling outright yet.
"Need a fork for that?"
Axel cut in, sounding concerned that I obviously had issues working out how to get the meat into my stomach. I glanced at him for a moment, then finished off my bottle so I could put it aside safely, and dug out my pocket knife from my pants, cursing for a moment when their tight fit made the maneuver senselessly tedious. Everyone watched with stupidly rapt attention as I speared some of the meat and started taking dainty bites from it, dipping it repeatedly into the juices. When it got too much for me to ignore, I paused. "What?" Axel shook his head, forgoing an answer. Marion smiled benevolently. "It's always a joy to feed someone who appreciates good food." And who hopefully wouldn't cut herself up with her silly knife antics. But so far, my coordination was still holding up. No guessing what would happen once the lion's share of the booze in my stomach hit my bloodstream, but I figured adding some good protein and fat to cushion the blow would do me some good. Or give me more to retch up later. Time would tell. Including how long I could stall withholding the answer I absolutely didn't want to give. There were plenty more people around they could have interrogated. I had no fucking clue why there was so much interest in my love life, or lack thereof.
"Because it's what serves as primetime entertainment these days,"
Blake let me know. I paused, meat juice dripping down my chin. Fuck. Was I down to mindlessly blathering about anything that came to my mind again? No, because that thought stayed securely inside where it belonged, just like the rest. Just to be sure, I shoved some more meat into my mouth, then almost choked on it, laughing about that worst of puns. Oh my, this was going to get so bad if I was this amused by myself this early into the night.
"It's okay if you don't want to tell us,"
Axel said, although he did sound a little disappointed. Several of the others agreed. Wait, when had I gotten such an audience? There were at least 10 people sitting around this part of the fire, all more or less involved in our conversation. One of them was the woman who'd been with us on the way to the former militia HQ, whose brother had come shambling out of the forest. I had zero idea what her name was. Her hysterical laughter made me guess that she wasn't any more sober than me. Forcing my attention back to Axel, I sighed, the gesture turning overly dramatic. I chuckled, shaking my head at myself, then eyed Blake's bottle longingly. Soon, food first, then more booze. Fuck that asshole. I realized that didn't narrow it down exactly, except for that it apparently did, judging from how Axel frowned and turned around to stare into the night.
"What did he do now? I swear I saw him only 15 minutes ago screwing that—"
Marion's elbowed jab into his ribs shut him up. I rolled my eyes at her, giving her a clear sign that I so didn't care. Not at all. Who, me? Never. Fuck. And now they were staring at me again, apparently waiting for me to start wailing and throw myself into the fire, since Jared had chosen to fuck anyone else but me. Good for him. And her, presumably. Again, didn't need to know, didn't care. But this was one presumption I had to destroy, because this, my ego would not survive, bruised as it already was. What happened is that I'm apparently shit at reading people and cannot take rejection well. From someone else, because at this point I'm 99% sure that Jared would literally drop whoever he was having sex with if I told him I want to be next. Probably just to prove a point, but I'm too drunk now to care. But lo and behold, not everything is about him. Surprise! Since pretty much every male around here is an asshole where I am concerned, and I'm starting to think the problem isn't just them, but also me. I was surprised to get that all out in one go, and without too much slurring and only minimal pause required to take a few more bites of pork, finishing it off in the meantime. My performance was obviously worth some stares, because those I got. Blake was the first to speak up.
Hey, now, I let you have a cigarette yesterday without being a creep about it, and I hardly got more than an eyeful when you were getting your wounds patched up.
Axel chuckled.
And I fetched the bottle of booze you're soon going to divest Blake of.
I looked from one of them to the other. So true. You're both paragons of chivalry, champions of virtue, but you're literally the exception to what is starting to feel like the rule. Marion snorted. Born yesterday, girlie? It was easy to join in her mirth. Sadly, no. Just hit a smooth patch in the middle that got me accustomed to being treated like a human being. A month into the zombie apocalypse, and I'm back to knowing that isn't so.
Why, who dares mistreat you?
Came a low drawl from right behind me. That I was neither surprised nor put off was saying a lot. Craning my neck as I looked up and back, I flashed Jared a brief, fake smile. Why? Annoyed that someone went hunting on your turf? You know, since you're apparently the only asshole who gets to be an asshole to me? Unsurprisingly, he shrugged off my barb, weak as it had been. He came sauntering over, making as if to plonk down right next to me, but thought better of it when he saw the empty, discarded bottle in the grass. Instead, stepping over the log Axel was sitting on and hunkering down there, all the while, of course, watching me like a hawk, because he'd probably die from attention starvation if he ever stopped doing that. Marion got up and returned within a minute, handing a bowl with something steaming hot to him, a spoon sticking out of it. So, not the pork. When a whiff of it hit my nostrils, I felt my mouth water anew. Damn, but how much food could I polish off today before my body finally threw in the towel? I must have been staring way longer at the bowl than I'd figured, prompting Marion to reach for my own and gently pry it from my juice-stained fingers. With a good-natured laugh, she handed me the full bowl back. Not bothering with the spoon she held out to me, I quickly stirred the contents with my knife, then speared one of the abundant small chunks of meat. It practically melted on my tongue, the flavor surprising but not unfamiliar. Squirrel, I muttered before cupping the bowl in both hands, still holding the knife, now flat in my palm, and drinking some of the liquid to make fishing for the chunks easier. I smiled and nodded my thanks at Marion, who accepted it with a gracious nod, clearly happy her cooking was appreciated. 24 hours cooked? 40, she offered. We're some tough little bastards among them. Well seasoned, just lacking a little more salt, she snorted. You bring me some and I'll cook you up the most delicious stew you can imagine. These hobos here didn't bother with spices, and I had to make do with what scraps the Enclave cooks would leave to me, which wasn't much. Sacrilege. It was only when I looked away from her that I caught Jared staring at me. No surprise there, for once, slightly bewildered.
You know what squirrel stew tastes like?
I gave him my most deadpan stare. Exactly how many times do I need to tell you that I'm not your average perky college co-ed? I also know how to hunt them, skin them, prep them for cooking, and yes, I absolutely know what they taste like. And because I wasn't done being stupid yet, I switched the bowl to my left hand only and hefted the knife in a proper grip, pointing it at him. but thankfully refraining from trying to throw and catch it because that would have ended in a bloody mess. For that, I really was too drunk. Same as I know how to properly use this. I did not care for how much my bruised ego crooned at the hint of admiration that crossed Jared's expression before it disappeared into his usual smirk.
Trust me, you don't want to put that to the test against me.
Sure don't, I muttered, not in the least bit intimidated. But I could, and now you know that. Which in hindsight was probably a stupid thing for me to admit, since I don't think you'll get any less interested in annoying the fuck out of me the more capable, rather than less I proved to be. Shit. His mirthless but real grin was all the confirmation I needed. I went back to enjoying my squirrel stew, deciding not to stew on this. I was so incredibly funny tonight.
What did I miss?
Jared asked the crowd in general. Before anyone could answer, I piped up, because apparently food and booze made me extra stupid. By the way, I'm not impressed with your performance. Axel said 15 minutes before, so that was, 20? I'd have figured you much more of an all-night-long type. Disappointing, but so on par with how reality is shaping up to be. Seeing the confusion, increasingly being taken over by real annoyance, on his face as he glanced at Axel, pretty much demanding an explanation, was almost worth it. Worth what exactly, I couldn't say, but it sounded good enough. Shit. But I really should be laying off the booze now. Instead of being smart, I finished drinking down my stew so I'd soon have both hands back for strategic bottle acquisitions. Axel, briefly distracted by my rate of food decimation, finally answered.
She should probably tell you herself. As long as she's still holding that knife, I'm not volunteering for target practice.
Jared briefly glared at me, then clearly dismissed me. So much for being interesting.
Why exactly do you all feel you need to comment on my sex life?
His attention snapped back to me.
And just saying, it takes two to tango. If the other party specifically asks for short and sweet, who am I not to oblige her? Would be an absolute dick move not to.
His mouth took on a sarcastic twist.
And here you thought you weren't interested. At all.
Am not, I protested. It's only a matter of having one. I gestured at him. Or not, I pointed at myself. Momentary confusion quickly disappeared as he finally made the connection.
Ah, I see. You finally made your move and got shot down. Ouch. That must burn so badly.
He paused as if to give me a chance to defend myself. I didn't. Instead, just staring back at him with as much venom as I could muster. Jared shrugged.
Could have told you from the very start that's not going to work out. Besides, why the fuck would you think that adoring puppy love is your kind of jam?
It took me way too long to work out what he meant by that. My guffaw was so loud that several heads turned in my direction, which made me giggle for just a second. Damn, I hated that giggle. What the fuck? You seriously think I went for Kaz? Have you completely lost your mind? Of course I didn't. Sheesh, give me some credit here. That would be like... I trailed off, coming up blank with a good comparison. I don't know. Weird. And not in a good way. Just, no. Ick. I didn't care for how inquisitive the round of looks I got was. Seriously, did nobody have any other salacious news?
Not him, then,
Jared mused.
And not our resident troublemaker with tits, judging from what Mike and Zeke told us earlier today.
Yeah, we already established this was about a guy,
Blake interjected. Marion nodded sagely. Jared went on.
For sure not your other tag-alongs, because they are way too chicken shit to reject you.
He smirked at me briefly.
Should have gone for the low-hanging fruit. That's always easiest.
I beamed a sweet smile back at him. Well, since you weren't available...
Jared had to wait for the round of laughter to die down before he could go on. While clearly annoyed, he was taking the ribbing in good jest now.
That does narrow down the field.
He added another dramatic pause.
I'll go out on a limb here and say you're still too sore about how they locked you up and only let you out on a short leash, so that takes everyone out of the race who has any kind of authority here. That leaves only one person. Your red-headed stepchild of a head thief, or whatever you call your little scavenging detail these days.
I had no idea why that taunt still grated. Technically speaking, I hadn't been a part of more than a single one of their looting runs. The FEMA tent didn't count since we'd asked for permission first. And anyway, that entire territory was overrun and lost now, and the point was miles beyond moot.
I'm right, aren't I?
Jared teased, way too pleased with himself. I didn't deign to confirm his guess, since it was way too obvious that he was anyway.
Huh. I have to admit, I didn't think his standards would be that high.
That I hadn't seen coming, and it made me regret that I had no stew left to hurl across the flames at him. Excuse me? Did you just call me a classless whore? He looked confused, if only for a second, then cracked a smile at my outrage. Yeah, I totally deserved that.
What I meant to say was that I didn't expect him to uphold any non-fraternization rules, since I'm not really sure anyone enforces those, or they even exist, since your command hierarchy is closer to a sprawling mess. But clearly, I'm wrong. It wasn't some "I'd love to but really cannot do that in good conscience" bullshit. No, he shot you down cold because he simply didn't want to fuck you.
Another pause.
Oh, that must hurt. So bad.
I kept glaring at him through it all, taking it with as much levity as I could, which was pretty much none. He acted as if it hadn't even occurred to him. Why I admitted that, I had no idea. Maybe because I was getting way too comfortable around here and was way too drunk. Jared made one of those stupid surprised noises better suited to a gang of drunk sorority girls.
Wow, that's even worse.
Are you fucking done yet?
Not by a mile,
he snorted.
Why, did he accuse you of sexually assaulting him, too? I mean, some guys really dig the rapey vibes.
Still glaring at him, I gestured at Blake to hand me the bottle, with the hand that was still clutching the knife. It took him a moment to come through, mostly because he was laughing so hard he was almost falling off his log. Jared opened his mouth again while I unscrewed the booze, prompting me to point the knife at him now. Still grinning broadly, he raised his hands, remaining silent until I had taken one long, deep, much-needed sip. Gah! That shit was even worse than the vodka.
Just one thing,
he finally said, actually waiting for me to nod for him to go ahead.
I've asked you this several times now, but it bears repeating. Why the fuck do you keep sticking with these people? What have any of them ever done to deserve your loyalty? Because quite frankly, I could have accepted you simply wanting some comfort and lovin', but now it's getting ridiculous.
I hated that he was right, and we both knew it, including the nature of my sentiment. Fuck, this was getting too complicated. I took another sip. Much better.
Are you trying to destroy your liver as well, or just your brain?
I looked back at Jared across the brim of the bottle, considering. Wiping the last 30 minutes of memories would be enough, including even the barest mention of your sexcapades. He heaved a dramatic sigh and gestured for me to hand the bottle over. Quite defensively, I pulled it farther out of his reach. Mine! Get your own! Technically, it's all mine, Marion chided. Since you assholes don't bring any of the good stuff back either. Axel inclined his head in a got-it gesture.
Salt, spices, and booze. Coming up next time we go toe-to-toe with the undead. Because priorities.
He got a scathing glare from her. I'd prefer ammo like the next smart gal, but you can't be arsed to bring me that either.
We did get you a handful of boxes,
Blake pointed out.
and 3 guns.
Marion grimaced. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that was all due to her, not any of you big, strong men. She waited until I acknowledged that with a nod. Credit where credit was due and all that.
We carried the pack back home,
Blake protested.
She keeps ending up losing everything. Did I mention she lost her stick in the middle of an attack?
And yet you made it all back safe and sound, Marion jeered. And wasn't it her again who heard the signal from the guys with the cars? I took another drink and saluted Blake with the bottle. You're welcome. And because I wasn't a complete asshole, I finally handed the bottle back to him, realizing it was better I laid off that shit now if I didn't want to spend another day completely trashed. As it was, tomorrow would be bad enough, including when I had to ride that damn elevator down again and join Osprey and the others. I so didn't look forward to that. But we couldn't all be sitting here joking, drinking, and eating around the campfire, having fun all night, right? It reminded me so much of home. A home that was long gone and had never really existed. Because this right here was what I would have dreamed of being a part of had I dared to. Which I hadn't, because being bitch-slapped by reality and having my dreams destroyed at the same time would have been too much for me to handle. That had been without the plague killing millions and the zombies turning into pests for the few unlucky survivors. And yet, this was the most accepted and damn fucking comfortable and completely at ease that I'd felt in way longer than my rational mind liked to admit. Thankfully, I didn't have to, because rational I was not. The booze finally hitting my system full force. So all I could do was lean back against the log I'd previously been sitting on. My only worry for tonight to keep my legs far enough away from the flames, not to get burned or my jeans to catch on fire. Soon forgetting why my cheeks were still red with shame and embarrassment that felt like last night's half-forgotten dream. Life was surprisingly good. No wonder things couldn't go on like this. Chapter 10. Morning came too early, too fast, and way too brutal. None of that was a surprise, considering the week I'd had. That was technically only on day 3 as of now, if I discounted my time in the cell. My, but I was burning the candle at both ends hard right now. I woke up in the bottom of a bunk bed in one of the cabins, the one all the girls were sleeping in. Or no longer sleeping, since I could see most of them up on their pushed-together top bunks, whispering to each other, giggling behind coyly raised hands. Clearly, they were making fun of me. And just from how much hair was randomly sticking up right in front of my face, I could tell that it was warranted. I honestly didn't remember how I'd gotten into said bed. I vaguely remembered someone picking me up and carrying me over because I'd been too out of it. I thought I'd been trying to convince them that it was okay to just let me sleep in the dew-wet grass after the fires had been doused. Apparently not everyone had agreed with my brilliance. Shit, but I hoped it had been Blake rather than Jared. That would be bad enough to live down already. The alternative? A stain I'd never be able to remove, ever. Sitting up was a bad idea, but the gray light streaming in through the open door let me know that I should probably rouse if I wanted to avoid someone throwing ice-cold water on me, or worse yet, dumping me into a vat of said water. The people here were all cruel enough to do something like that. Better to face the music on my own terms, at my own pace, and hope that I'd survive the splitting headache that currently made focusing on anything absolutely impossible. But hey,
I didn't remember throwing up even once, so that already made it the lesser of the most recent self-destructive actions I'd successfully inflicted on myself. Wordlessly, but not without a pained smile back at them that the girls all reciprocated brightly, I made my way outside. The cool morning air hit me like a freight train, but that was actually a good thing. It didn't make the headache better, but it took care of the weird auras I was seeing and steadied both my gait and focus. Some good old Tylenol, and I'd be as good as new. The camp was waking up around me, several people already scurrying this way and that, the scent of coffee and breakfast heavy in the air. I didn't trust myself with either quite yet, so I sat down on a random log by one of the fire pits and simply stared up into the brightening sky, watching the colors change. A much better way to start the day than to get attacked and borderline mauled by zombies, that much was for sure. Someone stepped between me and the display of pinks and yellows in the sky, a small someone. Forcing my mind to work, I recognized the girl as the eldest of my supposed protégés in the cabin. She offered me a timid smile and a steaming mug of coffee, both I was quite happy to receive.
Marion said you'd need this.
Without further ado, I took a sip, bracing against the scalding liquid hitting my mouth, and not expecting it to come with quite a bite that made me sputter and cough before I caught myself. Fucking hell, was there even any coffee in all the whiskey inside that mug? It sure tasted and smelled like 40 proof or more. Marion, my lifesaver. Good woman, her. I vaguely heard someone chuckle in the back, followed by some good-natured laughter. The girl looked appropriately concerned. I made sure to make my smile real as I thanked her. It's good. And yes, I definitely needed that. Her own smile grew sure, making me realize that she must have been older than I'd thought, closer to 14 than the 12 max I would have given her. The way she kept standing there, gently rocking on her tiptoes while wringing her hands, made it obvious that she wasn't done yet. When my imploring looks got too uncomfortable for her, she finally took heart.
We want to say thank you. That's me and my sisters, for getting the photos for us. That was you who put them in the ammo pack, right? Marion said it had to be you because the men are too fucking stupid for sentimental things like that.
She grimaced, probably expecting me, or someone else, to chide her for her use of language. Yes, it was me, I told her gently. And you're so very welcome. Least I could do. Which sucked, really, everything else considered. Wish I could do more. She bit her lips, clearly struggling against the tears welling up in her eyes. Following some spur-of-the-moment inspiration, I got up and simply hugged her, turning her body so she could hide her face against my shoulder so she could gently sob into my hoodie. The next hoodie in a long line I'd probably either trash or completely lose within the next days, I figured. Blake hadn't been wrong about me and my propensity for not being able to hold on to my belongings. None of that mattered right now. While I kept gently stroking the girl's back, I took another sip from the most Irish of Irish coffees, having quite a hard time swallowing myself that had nothing to do with the drink's temperature or consistency. I lost some great friends, I murmured into the girl's hair, knowing it didn't compare but hoping she could get something out of the shared proclamation of grief. One of them in particular I miss so much that it hurts like hell just thinking of her. I had to pause and swallow for a second. She'd be much better at this than I am, just saying. I more felt than heard the girl laugh softly before she pushed away, looking only a little embarrassed as she wiped at her tear-stained cheeks.
You're doing pretty okay.
Okay, huh? I teased. You wound me. I'll have to work on that. Her grin was quickly gaining in strength.
Good. You're doing way better than just okay, she amended,
then caught her lower lip between her teeth. 2 years from now, that would very much screw with any guy's mind. Now it simply looked adorable.
I maybe shouldn't say this, but the girl that Jared is hanging out with,
She rolled her eyes at her own words. You know what I mean. Wish I didn't, but of course I do, I wryly admitted around another cautious sip. Anyway, she's nowhere near as awesome as you. No competition whatsoever. I snorted, mostly at the conviction in her voice rather than the topic. That sure was laughable as well, but on a much different scale. Good to know, but not really anything I'm going to waste even a second worrying about. Good. She flashed me another grin. Marion keeps telling us that no guy is worth losing your head or heart over, not unless he really puts some effort into it, and maybe not even then. She worried her lip between her teeth again. She's been married 5 times, you know? She should know. Then again, I also think she's kind of a jaded bat sometimes. The last bit she said very low so I could hardly pick up the words. Wise beyond her years, the girl was. In this, she's right, I insisted, going for the obvious teaching opportunity. Then my mind was finally catching up with what was really going on. Did she put you up to telling me this so I'd stop moping around? The girl shrugged, but couldn't quite hide a smile. She's been grumbling along those lines all morning, so you're probably right. She just didn't want to shout in your face in front of everyone to stop acting like a scared little girl. Because that's our job. It's already taken. You can't have it. I took that with a solemn nod. You're hanging with some pretty capable, hardy folks. Don't see anyone scared around here, including you and your sisters. All of us who made it through all this are borderline superheroes. That's no world for scared little girls anymore. She actually beamed at my words. It's better than being locked in a cage, you know? Way to tank my mood, although I did my best not to let that show. It seemed to work, because the girl prattled on without missing a beat. That's what Marion says about those hiding in the mine inside. Why would you lock yourself in when you only stand a fighting chance when you can up and run away? She paused. Well, someone like you can stand up for herself and fight, I guess. But Mom told me to run, and that's why we are here now. I reached out and gently squeezed her shoulder. Your mom was right. I'm only here because I ran, too. Ran, hid, didn't attract attention. We all do it, even the strong ones who do sometimes stand up and fight. This isn't some kind of competition. If you can run and hide, that's what you do. It's that easy. Look at me, motivational speaker of the year. But my words seemed to do some good, making her smile and nod again. Someone deeper in the camp called for her, and the girl left after a last bright smile. It did nothing to help with my headache, but my heart sure felt just a little lighter. Perfect to get trampled all over, I was sure. I knew my momentary respite, or grace period, was over when a group of people came outside from the corridor leading up here from the central parts of the Enclave. While not a surprise, I wasn't thrilled to see most of them. Call me jaded, but seeing the Colonel, Seneca, Plato, and an entire bunch of their lieutenants waltz in couldn't bode well. I was happy to see my friends tagging along, which I took for a good sign that they were here to fetch me for whatever inane and potentially lethal task they were committed to today. Osprey, not so much, but that was one annoyance I could fault nobody for except myself. Speaking of Osprey, he seemed a tad defensive, but that could just as well have been a lack of sleep. He was currently chatting with Corey and Liam, while Dharma and Kaz were trundling along behind them, both not yet quite caffeinated enough to face the day. My first impulse upon seeing him was to run through the entire range of misgiving emotions, only about a third of them aimed at him, most solely at myself. After that, some cringing and physically hiding sounded like a very good idea. Of course, I remained rooted in the spot where I was, nursing my coffee. If I took 1 or 2 deeper sips for courage, that was purely coincidental. It made sense that a parade like this drew attention. Most of the former militia people were already up and about, and virtually all of them halted in their tracks to stare and wait for what was to come. Those of more importance but not yet present were being fetched, I was sure. But that wasn't the only thing that was happening. All across the plateau, people clumped together and started to whisper and stare. Not at the Colonel or Plato and Seneca. No, at Osprey. And they were obvious and loud enough about it that it was impossible to miss. First, just 2 or 3, but soon almost everybody. I cast a sidelong glance at Axel when he rocked to a halt next to me, looking somewhat the worse for wear from last night. If I had to guess, I would have bet good money on the mug in his hand containing a similar beverage as mine. I watched him watch the proceedings, the wave of murmuring and muttering painting a slight smile on his face. "What the fuck did you do?" I whispered, not even trying to hide my ire. The last thing I needed was for one of these assholes to think he was doing me a favor by driving a wedge between me and my friends. It made a lot more sense that it was a concerted effort to do so, and I had a feeling I knew who might be the mastermind behind that. Taking a sip, Axel calmly held my, without a doubt, heated gaze.
"Me? Nothing. That's all you."
His tone rather than words confused me. He sounded pleased, but not in a way like his devious plan was unfurling, more like he was proud? I blinked, wondering if I was just slow this morning or way more hungover than I felt. It wasn't like I could have claimed with a straight face to be sober and unaffected, but except for the headache, light sensitivity, and the faint queasiness to my stomach, I was doing remarkably well. I get that I must have been quite a spectacle to behold last night. His soft laugh as he shook his head stopped me in my tracks.
"Girl, they like you. Sure, you provided some prime entertainment in a time when that's usually reserved for horrible, life-ending shit only. But except for some residual amusement and a hint of sympathy, that hasn't left an impact on anyone. But you stuck your neck out for them without demanding anything in return, and you brought back useful stuff."
"It was only 3 guns and 5 boxes of ammo," I protested. Axel gave me a look that said plainly that he was disappointed. "The pictures," I muttered, finally starting to get it.
"Hope,"
he corrected.
"And trust that things are finally taking a turn for the better. Everyone's aware that it's hardly more than a small gesture in the grand scheme of things, but when you're starving, even a handful of breadcrumbs look like a 7-course meal."
I hated how much that resonated with me and left me feeling a very different kind of embarrassed from last night. They do realize that I'm not doing this out of the goodness of my heart. I'm a step away from indentured servitude. Axel snorted.
"You could have walked away any second since they let you out of the cell. At the least when we got attacked. It would likely have been much easier for you not to return to the Enclave than to find us and then get back here. Same after last night. After that idiot rejected you, you could have simply walked down the road and disappeared forever. So, why haven't you, huh?"
I was starting to wonder if he had a background as a social worker, being that good with disarming people's defensive bullshit, or as a pastor, or maybe simply a dad and granddad to scores of misfits who were so starved of love and acceptance that a kind word and honest smile actually made a difference. It sure worked on me. I took another sip, if only to try to wash away the weird aftertaste that thought left in my mouth. So they're righteously offended for me. That's what's going on? Axel grinned.
"Damned if I know, but it sure looks like it."
His smile took on a knowing edge.
"Bask in it, but don't let it go to your head. You're now everyone's favorite sister, daughter, or niece. They all see Jared a step away from the second coming of Christ. If you try to weaponize your newfound fame, you'll burn up like a chip of wood getting thrown into a volcano."
Too bad. I'd never even think of that, I lied. Axel grunted, letting me know how much he believed me. We both took a sip of coffee in almost perfect unison as we watched the resident crowd increase, as did their murmurs. How Osprey could be oblivious to it, I had no idea. Dharma and Kaz definitely noticed, which I figured was the topic of their hushed discussion. So far, none of them seemed to have seen me yet, which was working just fine for me. I turned to Axel. Why exactly is that? That what's left of the militia now perfectly eats out of Jared's hand, and don't even try to tell me he's not getting off on that. He shrugged.
Now that Joaquin is dead, they have no one else left of whoever was in charge. And even before that, most of their leaders died in the zombie attack.
But you both were only with them for 2 days before that. He sighed, himself somewhat bewildered.
He has a way about making good first impressions.
I got a snort for my grimace.
For most people. And the first thing he did when we got back from the power plant was to get right in the Colonel's face about seamlessly integrating our people into theirs and how that wasn't going to happen.
His expression turned amused.
You did notice that not a single one of our women went with their repopulate the Earth propaganda?
I had wondered about that. It made sense now. And that's due to Jared?
Marion sure laid down the law of the land,
he amended.
But he immediately and wholeheartedly supported her. The Colonel was smart enough not to push them, particularly since they were more than happy to man the outpost up here in turn. If you ask me, the Colonel got the better end of the deal.
And why is that? He snorted again.
Because I'm not a woman of childbearing age.
That was something we could easily agree on. I wasn't exactly surprised he agreed with me. If anyone up here was the voice of reason, it was Axel, and that was saying something. But I hadn't expected it from him or any of the men. Wouldn't that be something you'd support, with you being a guy and all that? He gave me a look that said plainly, nice try, but I'm not going to be that easily offended.
In theory, maybe, but practically, no thanks. And it's going to bite them in the ass soon enough.
Dharma finally saw me, giving me a brief smile and a wave. I quickly hid my face in my coffee, needing another moment to gather my wits about me. She and Kaz seemed completely oblivious to what had transpired last night. If I could keep it that way, perfect. I still wasn't exactly sure what had happened, and why. But that was yesterday's problem. The Colonel's presence made me guess that I'd have something else to worry about today. I could tell that the Colonel wasn't oblivious to the noise going on in the gathering crowd, but apparently decided not to dwell on it. Nobody spoke up or went as far as to do anything, but it was something he could easily ignore. They did gather, which must have been the important part for him. Marion, coming forward to greet him, put a quick end to the muttering. "What a lovely surprise to get such esteemed guests this early in the morning," she offered, shaking his hand with the one that wasn't clutching her own mug. I had a feeling she herself abstained from whatever she'd heavily poured into mine. Come to think of it, I wasn't sure if she'd even drank anything last night. I really shouldn't have let my attention slip that far. Damn it.
"I wish it was without ulterior motives,"
the Colonel said in return, his voice easily pitched so every single one of us up here would hear.
"Then again, it might be some of the best news we've gotten in recent times. I'll let you be the judge of that."
He cleared his throat as he paused, as if all the attention wasn't already on him. I turned my head to whisper a sarcastic remark to Axel, but found that he had disappeared from my side. Instead, I found him next to where Jared and Blake were standing as part of a larger group, the main sortie party, all of whom had been to the former militia HQ. Most of them looked familiar to me now. Even so, I could tell they'd been reduced to less than half the people they'd been the day before. Shit, but they'd really been losing people left and right. No wonder they made such a big deal out of me bringing back the photos for the girls, or simply being along to help, although my involvement hadn't been quite voluntary. Happy to have everyone's attention now, the Colonel explained.
"As you know, Jared and his men made contact with a group yesterday we haven't had too much progress with."
Gee, thanks for that attribution, but I wisely kept that to myself. Dharma made a face, and Kaz looked annoyed, which made me guess they were thinking along similar lines.
Overnight, we've managed to establish radio contact with them to coordinate possible joint ventures.
He paused again.
To be frank, we've all come to the same conclusion. We direly need more weapons and ammo if we want to stand a fighting chance of surviving out there. They've proposed we join forces for exactly that goal, to send people into previously more densely populated areas to specifically procure weapons and gear. They've suggested matching the force we can send, doubling our numbers and the chance of making a difference. We are holding a vote down in the main auditorium in 20 minutes from now that I want to personally invite you to join. Jared and his team have already agreed to sign up for the mission. I would imagine that a few more of you will want to come along. Think about it. We will be doing a head count after the vote. Of course, only if a majority is for taking the risk.
Nobody cheered outright, but the wave of excitement that went through the crowd was obvious. None of that was a surprise, and the same was true for what happened next, which was, of course, the Colonel singling me out in the crowd. He didn't even bother with coming over to where I was still nursing my coffee by my lonesome self, but instead called out across the camp.
You're coming with them.
Of course I was. My mouth was already open to snap back a witty reply, like to ask if this was optional, or who had volunteered me to get killed this time around. But after a second, thought better of it. It wasn't exactly like my level of maturity was higher this morning, and the hangover certainly didn't help that. But Axel's remarks still rattled around in the back of my skull. Sure, being as petty as humanly possible toward the people who'd mostly acted like prejudiced, ungrateful assholes toward me was tempting, but I was aware of how that would have looked to the militia people, who had, quite surprisingly, been very welcoming toward me, and had shown exactly none of the disdain the Colonel and his people, even this very second, were carrying around right on their sleeves. Quite frankly, the very idea of acting like a petulant child in front of Marion made me feel more shameful than my misunderstanding with Osprey did. So much for my steadfast allegiance. Fuck. So instead of acting like a little girl, I accepted the Colonel's death sentence with a nod, and very quickly chugged down what remained of my coffee. Mature I could act, but I wouldn't do it sober and hungover if I had a say in it. The Colonel seemed surprised, if only for a second. That was as much time as he seemed ready to dedicate to miscreants like me. Already he was talking in hushed tones to Seneca and Plato, after giving the gestured command for them to head back into the Enclave proper. It took me watching the crowd slowly follow them to realize that the guards they had brought with them were still spread out among the people, now waiting for them to pass. So much for trusting anyone. That actually left a hollow feeling deep inside of me. But that could have been the booze hitting my already upset and very much empty stomach. Jared didn't exactly appear out of thin air at my side, but I kind of had expected him to be among the first to follow the Colonel. A quick glance from him to the retreating group revealed that I hadn't been completely wrong. Axel, Blake, Marion, and the others in the core group were following. It was only Jared who had stepped aside to become an unwelcome nuisance to me, if any of our interactions had ever been an indication. Just to be sure he wouldn't divest me of my mug that he was glaring at, I hastily finished my coffee before he reached me.
Please tell me that I'm wrong and this is not you making sure your blood alcohol level never bottoms out again.
My smile was just bright enough to be really obnoxious, or so I hoped. It's coffee. You need to chill. He rocked to a halt just an inch too close to me for comfort, which I hated to realize meant my absolutely closest personal space bubble. Fucking hell, when had I actually become comfortable to be around him? I hadn't drunk that much last night. Well, I actually had, but that was of no consequence now. He certainly was standing close enough that I was sure he could smell on my breath exactly what I had been drinking. The way he crinkled his nose pretty much confirmed that.
Uh-huh,
was all he said to that. I kept on smiling. I didn't even fetch it myself. One of the girls brought it over to me because I'm her own personal heroine now, if you haven't heard yet how awesome I am.
Must have missed that part,
he noted wryly.
And I'm sure it was the girl who mixed you a mug full of whiskey with a hint of coffee.
Are you calling me a liar and a thief now? He just kept on staring straight into my eyes without even blinking.
Well, are you?
Am not, I insisted, but then couldn't hold up the facade any longer. I'm pretty sure Marion mixed it and handed it to the girl to bring to me. Who am I to defy our matron's medicinal advice? Jared snorted, which shouldn't have left that minuscule hint of amusement deep inside of me. Clearly, I was still drunk and acting far from rational.
You do realize that an hour from now you're heading out there again, and while we will be armed and taking vehicles with us at least on the first leg of the journey, that's far from anywhere you should be moving around drunk as a skunk?
I couldn't help but chuckle. And whose fault is that, huh? I wasn't sure who I'd aimed that stab at, the Colonel, Osprey, or the universe in general, but I was surprised it landed with Jared.